Somewhere, a red-haired young man was on the brink of death. He whispered to himself, "What a beautiful dream. So beautiful, I want to destroy it, crush it, and grind it into dust." Unfortunately, before he could finish, a young man appeared. A golden-haired hero named Leo stared down at him. Leo declared coldly, "Finally, I've put an end to him. A miserable end is what the most vicious villain of all deserves." With that, he turned and walked away. As it turns out, this was the finale of a novel. Just moments before, the author, Yahello, had orchestrated the death of the strongest villain at the hands of the main hero to complete his story. Although this was the ending many readers wanted, to him, it was nothing but garbage. This clearly wasn't the ending he wanted to write, but for the sake of money, he had no choice. As the final word was written, a strange sound suddenly echoed. Yahello jumped, his body trembling. No one should be here at this hour, he thought. He moved towards the door to check, but before him was only a silent void. Despite his unease, Yahello reassured himself it was probably just a drunkard passing by. As he was about to head back to his bedroom, a strange piece of paper fell at his feet. On it was written, "This is a gift. Make a request when you need it." Before he could even think about asking for a TV or a fridge, the paper suddenly emitted a dark aura. Axel, the villain, materialized from it right before his eyes. The shocked Yahello cried out, "What? How is he here?" Axel didn't answer immediately, only offering a bitter smile. He spoke, "So this is how I die? After all this time, all this effort. 10 years just to get revenge on those who destroyed my family, my relatives, my friends, my love. I lost everything. But why, even after I gave it all up, did it still end in failure?" Well, Yahello, you of all people should know the answer. So there's no point in me saying more. You'll try to say something, but Axel cut him off. "So please." At that moment, the dark aura from before engulfed Yahello's entire body. With a helpless smile, Axel continued, "Please, help me. Only you can change this fate. I'll be watching over you." Immediately after, Yahello was pulled into a vortex of chaos, his consciousness entering the body of the red-haired young man. Slowly opening his eyes, he shot up. Scratching his head, he wondered, did I just pass out? Suddenly, he noticed the room's architecture was strangely unfamiliar, confusing him. Looking at his wrist, he wondered, what's with these clothes? He stepped off the bed and walked towards a mirror. He muttered, "What is going on?" Observing himself, he saw a bizarre head of red hair and a demonic smile. The moment he looked into those cold, fox-like eyes, he realized, it seems I'm in the body of Axel Odell, the strongest villain from my own novel. Not only that, but in just a few days, the assassination attempt is set to happen. The half-demon bloodline of the Axel family, descendants of the Demon King, had helped the family become one of the greatest in the kingdom. But the family had been wiped out by the 6 great noble houses, leaving only Odell behind. That was his story, and the reason he became a villain. He tried to get revenge, but ultimately failed. That's why he brought Yahello, his creator, here. In a few days, he would be killed by the knights of the 6 great families. Helpless, he tried to open the status window. In terms of talent, Odell was one of the strongest characters in the novel, but he still couldn't compare to the special abilities Yahello had given the main characters. The status window appeared: race, half-demon, alignment, chaotic, talent, transposition, attributes, darkness, killing intent, mana control, mana, 341. No matter how charismatic the villain was, Yahello never intended for them to defeat the main character. But now, he couldn't control his mana. The very setting he'd created to make Odell fearsome had now become a double-edged sword. Tugging at his hair, he noticed the paper on the bed. What's this? Wait, that's the paper that appeared before I was ice-guyed into the novel. I forgot about it. I don't know if it'll be any help, but I can't be picky. He remembered the paper said, when you need it, look at it. But when he looked, the paper was blank without a single word. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Is this how I end? Suddenly, A few lines appeared on the paper from the author. If you don't know how to use the gift, answer yes or no. Yul trembled, muttering, "You bastard, who are you?" The paper showed another line. Write yes or no on the paper. Annoyed, he thought, "What now? Are you ignoring me? Fine, I'll play along." He wrote yes. The paper then provided instructions. Information for sale. I will answer anything written on this paper. Some questions require a fee. Yo was surprised. Information for sale? So it knows everything. The paper explained, the more important the question, the higher the price. He proposed, "Tell me how to return to the real world." The paper quickly refused. Impossible. Annoyed, he swore, "Damn it, I knew I couldn't count on this." He decided, "Fine, then just show me how to use Odell's mana and attributes." As soon as he finished writing, his entire body began to radiate mana. The paper announced, "Question does not require a fee. Mana control and attribute usage have been assimilated by the body. Do you accept?" He replied, "Yes." A smile spread across his face as he felt the mana flow. The first attribute was darkness, the ability to nullify an opponent's 5 senses. When activated, a black hole appeared in his hand. He cheered, "It worked. It's usually bigger, but this is fine." Next was killing intent, the power to overwhelm an opponent with aura. After using it, he succeeded again. Trained knights and soldiers can resist it, but this is still effective against ordinary people, he thought. Now I just need to master Odell's unique ability. Transposition, the ability to swap positions with any object, the ultimate assassination skill. When activated, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. He was satisfied, but I can only transpose within a 20-meter radius, way weaker than the Odell in the novel. If I train... He looked ahead, deciding to test it on a suit of armor. He used transposition. His body began to merge with the armor, but he was thrown backward instead. A loud crash echoed as he landed hard on the floor. Damn it, I guess I can't get it right on the first try. Outside, the sound of hooves and voices grew closer. The soldiers shouted, "Hurry! We must kill him this time." But Yul remained determined. "I'll do it again. 10 times, 100 times if I have to. I will survive." At that moment, at the Axel family estate, a group of men entered, seeing the large crowd. 2 servants looked worried. A tall man, his eyes overflowing with killing intent, looked down and asked, "Where is he?" This was Bader Leon, captain of the Penthus Knights. The servant stammered, "I in this room, sir." "Odell, he's inside. We heard noises, but he hasn't said anything." Leon questioned, "What's his condition?" The servant reported, "He hasn't moved for days." Hearing this, Leon grew more curious. Without hesitation, he kicked the door in. Odell sat calmly on a chair and greeted him. "So you've arrived, Sir Fuse? Surely you don't intend to let a mere kid survive, do you?" Leon sneered contemptuously. "How ridiculous. Kill him." A soldier immediately obeyed, stepping forward. "Yes, sir. Not one to be bullied." Odell quickly used transposition. The soldier's sword struck empty air, leaving him bewildered. Odell used transposition again, appearing right in front of the soldier. He plunged a blade into his neck. Blood sprayed everywhere. Leon was stunned to see Odell take down a soldier in an instant. He crossed his arms and commanded, "What are you all doing? Charge!" The soldiers obeyed and rushed forward. Odell quickly leaped out of the room. He threw a dagger to the ground and then used transposition to teleport. His body landed safely. Odell decided he had to get to the Axel forest. Leon saw him escape. He ordered, "He's running away. After him quickly." In the Axel forest, Odell ran for his life. Out of breath, he thought, "Even if I'm lucky enough to escape the knights and leave the territory, I can't survive out there. So I'll go through the gate in this forest to the demon world." The demon world was currently suffering heavy losses from the war with humans. If he showed enough talent, they might accept him. But the problem was, Odell stopped to rest. But then he heard a noise. He wondered, have they caught up to me already? Leon's soldiers had entered the forest. He commanded, split up, find him. Odell hid behind a tree, observing. The problem is I don't know exactly where the gate is. It must be around here somewhere, he thought as he moved. Unluckily, he stepped on a branch, making a sound. As he tensed up, the area around him was suddenly obliterated by Leon's power. Leon seethed with killing intent. You slippery bastard. So this is where you were hiding. But Odell had already used his ability to escape. I have 1 or 2 transpositions left. I had to find that gate fast. Damn it, there has to be a way, he wrote on the paper. Tell me the exact location of the gate to the demon world in the Axel Forest. The paper replied, that information is not free. Pay with 100 gold coins or an artifact of relic grade or higher. Asked to pay a huge sum, Odell was dumbfounded. What? You bastard. Where am I supposed to get that now? As soon as he finished speaking, a shockwave shot towards him. It slammed him to the ground, writhing in pain. Leon stood before him, his sharp sword drawn. You ran because you wanted to live? Odell, today you will die here, whether you like it or not. Even after being beaten until he coughed up blood, Odell remained defiant. Don't make me laugh. I won't die. He thought, there's still one way. Life or death. I'll take the risk. Seeing him like this, Leon wondered, still resisting to the end? You are the head of your house, after all. Odell gripped his sword tightly, annoyed. Why do you all act so high and mighty when you're just a bunch of adults ganging up on a kid? Maybe you should switch to being nannies? Oh, I guess that's too hard for you to do on your own. Huh. Odell's taunts enraged Leon. I was going to give you a painless end, but now I'll pierce your heart with the sword bestowed by Baron Leon himself. Leon charged with his sword. Die. Odell smirked, thinking, this is it. As Leon thrust his sword, Odell quickly opened the paper, blocking it. A message appeared on the paper. Thank you for the payment. It has been deemed sufficient, exceeding the required price, guiding you to the gate to the demon world in the forest. Odell smiled triumphantly, leaving Leon bewildered. What? Next to him, a portal appeared. Odell immediately used transposition, dashing towards the portal. Leon was startled. He shouted, stop. But Odell ran resolutely, thinking, that freakish bastard. I can't believe he chased me this far. Seeing the portal, he rejoiced, found it. Leon quickly broke off a tree trunk, determined. I won't let you go anywhere. The tree trunk flew straight towards Odell. Just as it was about to hit, he was on the verge of disappearing. Odell smiled and said to Leon, see you next time, Sir Fuse. Before leaving, he gave Leon a special salute that made him furious. Damn it, he's gone to the demon world. After arriving in the demon world, Odell chewed on some dried meat and wondered, how long has it been? After waking up from passing through the gate, I found myself in a dungeon. This is an artificial dungeon, created by someone for secret research on demonic arts. He couldn't understand why there was dried meat and a stone bed in a place like this. Was it created by a treasure guardian? Not to mention, there was a red barrier blocking attacks from the front and a stone golem guardian. I don't know which high-ranking family created this place, but it's full of strange things. Just looking at that guardian is terrifying. If I rush in now, I'll probably be crushed. Suddenly, the glowing paper caught Odell's attention. On it was written, this is the only time you will be forgiven for using items not in your possession as payment. If you do not comply, information exchange will not be possible. Odell broke out in a cold sweat, thinking this guy's insane, so he let it slide this time. Suddenly, he saw something strange. That stone wall looks unusual. Oh, I can sense these things just like the real Odell. Suddenly, a voice echoed, you are not worthy. Hearing that, Odell thought it must be the barrier's disabling function. What a shame. He started to strategize. I need to find another way out of here. That stone fell from the guardian. If it really is just a stone, maybe things will go my way. With that thought, he immediately used transposition, swapping places with the stone, escaping from a cell. He cheered. Yes, it worked. But suddenly, a monster roared loudly. In some kingdom where the sun and moon formed an eclipse, a person splashed water violently, scolding, "You fool! Why did you spill it here?" The person continuously berated the child. The one standing above was the head of the Bar's family in the demon world, Creed. He walked in, saying, "It's certainly lively. What a hassle. If she succeeds, she'll gain entry to Saitan. But even if I order her to fail, she'll justify me. Only by entering Saitan can she avenge her mother who was killed by humans. Will that weakling survive in a place full of ferocious demons?" Creed sighed helplessly. Suddenly, a servant ran in, calling, "Master, there's a problem." Creed was annoyed. "What's all the noise about?" The servant bowed his head in embarrassment. "I am sorry. We've received a report of an unidentified individual inside the secret realm." Creed was curious. Inside the secret realm? The servant continued, "Yes, there's no trace of the door being open for entry, so everyone is confused." Creed asked, "Have you identified them yet?" The servant replied, "They touched a function that only you can use from the inside, but we don't know who it is." Creed tapped the table, deep in thought. Perhaps he was forcibly summoned through a gate created during the war between humans and demons. He ordered, "He'll die anyway. No need to worry. Just focus on preparing for my daughter's test." The servant obeyed. "Yes, sir." Creed looked outside, musing, "If things go well, I might get a useful pawn, provided he doesn't die in the secret realm." Meanwhile, Odell was teleported back into the room, landing hard on the ground with a scream. He was confused. What was that? A wolf? I almost died. The wolf continuously attacked the door, making him anxious. So even if the barrier is gone, going outside is just as dangerous. Suddenly, he realized, wait, isn't that wolf also made of stone? He decided, all right, let's try it. Odell quickly used transposition, swapping places with the wolf. He cheered success. The bewildered wolf howled inside the room, trying to escape. Odell ran, thinking the wolf would die if it stayed. Now I just need to find the exit. While running, he stopped short. A praying mantis appeared before him. This probably isn't good. Each stage has a challenge, and this one is more dangerous than the wolf. He smirked triumphantly. Just as I predicted, they're just inanimate objects. This is doable as long as I have transposition. He dashed forward, then stopped before the final door. A voice echoed, "Welcome. You have reached the final destination." Odell was confused. What? You're welcoming an intruder? What the hell? This looks like the boss room. Is anyone in there? Inside was another monster, a Death Knight. Odell gulped nervously. Based on his power, he seems to be on par with a vice captain of the Knights. The Death Knight spoke. "I express my respect for you having come this far." Odell immediately used transposition. Just as the Death Knight finished speaking, he had already teleported him outside. The greedy Odell approached. A treasure chest? Bigger than I thought. There's also a decoration carved in the shape of a black dragon. Suddenly, he realized, wait, a black dragon decoration? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. He wondered, a black dragon, among the highest noble families. There are sloth, lust, gluttony, wrath, envy, greed, and pride, symbolized by a black dragon. Bars, the seventh of the 7 deadly sins, pride. Thinking of that, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, if he catches me, I'm dead for sure. Without hesitation, Odell opened the chest. It's come to this. I'll just loot the box and run. There has to be a useful item to escape this place. As soon as he opened it, demonic energy flooded out. It clung tightly to his face. It forcibly drilled into his stomach. Odell cried out in pain, clutching his stomach. He vomited everything out, then screamed. His head felt like it was going to explode, and blood splattered everywhere. At that moment, something gruesome lay on the ground. Odell trembled, breathing heavily, bewildered. How long was I unconscious? With my left eye gouged out. He looked at his reflection in the blade and realized it was the evil eye. Could it be that the liquid that shot into me was... The status panel appeared. Race, half-demon, alignment, chaotic talent, transposition, special trait, beast soul absorption, characteristics, beast soul, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana control, pride, mana, 341. His power surged to its absolute peak. Activated after defeating an enemy, he gained a new ability. Odell was triumphant. With this, I'll never lose to weaker opponents again. Not bad. Coming to the demon world was the right choice. After everything was done, he decided he had everything he needed. Time to get out of here. I was only focused on the chest, but there's a door behind it. What should I do? I made quite a bit of noise. There must be a lot of soldiers waiting outside. If I go out, I'm dead for sure. Do I need to beg for my life faster than the speed of light? But if they find out I'm from the Axel family, they'll kill me even if I beg. I have to hide this emblem first. The Death Knight roared angrily. Open the door now. Hearing the sound, Odell turned back. He saw the Death Knight continuously attacking the door. Her Highness is coming. Open the door. Odell was bewildered. What? Her Highness? Wait a minute. Could the reason they welcomed me, left dried meat and a stone bed be because this place was created by high-ranking family for testing? He wrote on the paper, "Who is the owner of this place?" He thought, I've stolen the reward they were supposed to get. They'll tear me to pieces on the spot. He asked, tell me who is nearest to me. The paper replied, that information has a price. Pay with an item worth 100 gold coins or a relic-grade treasure or higher. Odell wondered, what can I possibly pay with? He decided, mana. I'll pay with 100 of my max mana points. He thought, it'll be tough, but after I survive, I can recover it. The paper accepted. The assessment is satisfactory. I will take 100 of your mana. Author. The person nearest to you is Renee, the youngest daughter of Creed Barrett, head of the Barrett family. At that moment, Renee walked in, making Odell anxious. Damn it, my life is over. From what he knew, this was a domain created by the Bars family to train their youngest daughter. The evil eye was surely her reward for completing the domain. Renee, who held enough power in the Bars family to slice through guardians like butter, was now standing right in front of him. Renee casually beheaded the Death Knight. Then she looked at Odell, making him break out in a cold sweat. All right, I can do this, he told himself. Renee pointed her sword at him, not at the north, and asked, who are you? Odell quickly knelt down respectfully. Congratulations, Lady Renee, on completing the final domain. You have also proven yourself worthy. Renee was annoyed. Explain. Odell sweated, explaining, the family head ordered me to be your guardian. He thought, our eyes met, but she doesn't seem to recognize the evil eye. Renee was suspicious, you? Odell cheerfully affirmed, yes. Even in this state, my skills are not bad. He was determined, I will use her to get out of here. Renee burst out laughing. Odell worried, she doesn't believe me? He immediately used his ability to make Renee believe him, startling her. He took her hand, triumphant. Well, I believe I will be useful in protecting Lady Renee. Renee angrily pulled her hand away, confusing Odell. What? Is she angry now? She turned away, considering. Odell was secretly relieved. Luckily, she's letting what I did slide. He said, let's go. Please go see the family head immediately. He is waiting for you. Renee agreed. All right. Odell wanted to leave first. Then I will go and carry out the other tasks the family head has given me. I need to get out of here as soon as possible. He opened the door wide, saying, I will certainly not be late. Suddenly, Renee stopped, making Odell confused. Looking ahead, she tried to call out, Father. Creed, filled with a murderous aura, smiled. Odell was shocked. Damn it, why is Creed here? If he sees the evil eye, he'll kill me. Why isn't he reacting? Creed asked Renee. Have you successfully completed the domain? Renee replied, Yes, father. Creed turned away. I see. Follow me. Odell was curious. Follow me? What is he thinking? He quickly followed Creed, thinking, I can't just get rid of them all. I have nothing left to offer the paper, which means I can't use its power. He followed Creed to the palace. So this is the Barrett residence. Creed stopped and ordered, Go to your room. The servants obeyed. Yes, my lord. Creed said to Odell, As for you, wait here. I will call for you later. Odell was secretly pleased. He's leaving me alone. This is my chance. No, of course not. In the office, Renee stood before Creed. He questioned, You have completed my final task. You are determined to enter the Saitan training grounds. Renee affirmed, Yes. Creed pondered, then asked, Putting that aside, how is he? Renee thought back and confirmed, He is strong. After hearing this, Creed was intrigued. I see. How interesting. He stood up, looking outside. Since you have proven your worth, you may go to Saitan as you wish. Renee was overjoyed. Thank you, father. Creed was satisfied, thinking, I thought he would die immediately after breaking into the domain, but he survived and even obtained the evil eye. And with Renee's opinion of him, he is definitely worth using. Outside, Odell was anxious. How much longer do I have to wait? In the dim light of the castle, two men appeared, their subordinates bowing respectfully. One gestured to Odell, this way. He pushed the door open, announcing, I have brought him, master. As he entered the room, Creed's face appeared like a demon from hell. Odell was immediately terrified, his mind racing. Master, what is he thinking? He bowed his head, his attitude cautious, afraid that any carelessness would cost him his life. Why did you let me live? Creed let out a monstrous smile, his voice booming ferociously. You bastard. He unleashed his power, the sound echoing through the dark castle. You were truly skilled to have deceived my daughter. The sudden attack was something Odell never expected. Pain spread throughout his body. He could only grit his teeth and endure. Under Creed's immense power, he couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. He shouted, You don't intend to kill me. Hearing this, Creed retracted his power and smirked. Humph. Spared, Odell gasped for air, his body still trembling. He thought, This demonic energy is incredible. Creed, with the air of a supreme being, smiled with satisfaction. You're pretty quick-witted. Looking at Odell, he asked, What is your name? Odell was still terrified and didn't dare to delay, answering immediately, I am Odell. Hearing the name, Creed seemed to grow even angrier. Odell. He was once again restrained by the power, not understanding why he was so enraged. In pain, weak, he asked, What do you want from me? Creed ordered, his voice commanding, Open your mouth. His wicked face showed a satisfied smile. You just need to continue what you told my daughter. A horrifying creature crawled deep into Odell's throat. His sanity felt like it was being invaded. Creed increased his power, causing him extreme pain. A dark voice echoed. If you have any other thoughts, this poison will tear your heart apart. Odell screamed the noblesse agony. Creed turned and walked away, saying, I will prepare a room for you. Wait until I call. Creed seemed indifferent to Odell writhing weakly on the ground. But perhaps the threat was successful as he was released. Creed's voice dismissed him. Go. Odell panted, not believing what had just happened. Damn it, what just went down in that dark castle? He was led to a room. The subordinate said politely, From now on, you will stay here. Odell stood in the middle of the spacious room, thinking about why he was here. I've become a dependent of this family because of Creed's will. The subordinate bowed farewell. Please, rest well. Odell was still bewildered at being spared. Living in a comfortable place like this, I'm grateful he let me live, but I feel like I'm being completely used. He sat down on the bed, satisfied with his achievement. Well, I've gained some recognition from Creed. This could actually be a good situation. But above all, that creature was still deep inside his body. Odell clutched his chest, feeling the foreign object's presence. He was determined. I have to get this thing out. He thought firmly, it has to work. After using his power to push the foreign object out of his body, he shouted with joy. It worked. Just as I thought, it's an inanimate object. Looking at the creature still sleeping soundly, he thought, if I kill it, he'll find out immediately. So what should I do now? Odell was startled when the thing opened its eyes. He slowly understood. It woke up because the mana supply for my body was cut off. Immediately, he let a drop of his blood fall for it. Eat this. While it was high on the mana supply, he said with a helpless voice, so I have no choice but to pacify it like this. He urged, hurry up and go back to sleep. Odell collapsed exhaustedly onto the soft bed, sighing, finally, I can relax. I wonder how much of the trap on my neck has been removed. I'm about to pass out. The status window appeared. Race, half-demon, alignment, chaotic talent, transposition, special trait, beast soul absorption, characteristics, beast soul, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana control, pride, mana, 341, reduced to 241. Looking at the numbers, Odell carefully observed, I should still check. After finishing, he was satisfied. Transposition has leveled up to 2, but the amount of mana is the problem. Compared to the main characters, it's just a grain of sand in the desert. How do I increase my mana? After thinking for a while, he found a way. Oh, that's right. There's that way. Renee appeared with a cold, gloomy, and lifeless expression. I don't like it. Odell asked back, confused. He thought helplessly, it's been 3 days since I was assigned as Renee's guardian. He walked behind her, observing. She always has such cold reactions. Looking at her back, he pondered. As a child, she had a cheerful personality, but after losing her mother to humans, she changed. As the author, I feel guilty. From a distance, a man called out, Renee, the master is calling for both of you. Odell was startled, perhaps because he was still haunted by the previous incident. Answering the call, he and Renee went to Creed. He understood the reason. The master is calling us. It must be about Renee entering Saitan. Even though Renee hopes for it, after successfully raiding the domain, Creed won't allow it. He explained calmly, Saitan is not an easy place. With your abilities, you will die after a while without being able to properly avenge your mother. The terrifying energy radiating from Renee scared Odell. He regretted it. I shouldn't be here. Creed continued, however, if you bring Odell along as a guardian, I will let you enter. Both were startled, not believing what they just heard. Renee shook her head in refusal. No, Odell thought, does she hate me that much? He recalled, Saitan is the Demon World Academy, where the most promising children gather. They constantly clash with the Royal Academy, where the main characters study. In that setting, many students, including Renee, died. It was the worst place where death was like a ticking time bomb. Seeing Renee's determined face, Odell wondered, I don't understand why she's trying so hard to go to a place like that. But he dismissed his initial thought, replacing it with a firm one. No, it's the best place to gather forces. I know most of the major events that happen between the Royal Academy and Saitan. A risky idea flashed through his mind. Yeah, let's give it a try. He quickly accepted Creed's request, but added, I have one condition. Looking at Creed's stern face, Odell hesitated slightly. If I'm being dragged there too, I should get what I can. He clearly stated, I request something related to mana. Creed laughed triumphantly, as if he had already won. Oh, I thought you would ask me to remove that thing. Odell trembled. The secret about the poison parasite was discovered. Luckily, Creed hadn't realized the parasite was no longer inside him. Renee looked at him with suspicion. Creed immediately approved. You arrogant bastard. The request is not difficult. I will grant it. Creed ordered Renee, you may leave. Renee bowed respectfully. Yes. She walked towards the door, but glanced back, her deadly gaze fixed on Odell. Feeling that terrifying power, he thought, does she hate the idea of going with me that much? With only Odell and Creed left in the room, he wondered, what will he give me? A mana potion, an artifact wouldn't be bad either. Creed spoke, it is a treasure that those in the family can react sensitively to, so I sent my daughter away. Odell was surprised to hear that. A family heirloom. Creed exuded power. I know your mana is very low. You will die in my daughter's place, so I can do this much for you. He uttered a demonic sound. Come closer. I will transfer the Bars family's mana cultivation technique to you. Odell was surprised to learn the secret of this family, a mana cultivation technique. Creed's voice echoed throughout the room. O demon god, grant this servant clarity in the chaotic flow. Grant us righteous trials, and do not let thousands of demons starve. But do not put us to the test. If you do, your name will be glorified. Odell's mind was manipulated by the power, kneeling respectfully before Creed. He looked at his appearance and said with satisfaction, a normal person would lose their mind after hearing the incantation. You truly are an interesting one. With this cultivation technique, mana will be directly granted to you by the demon god, so you will achieve what you desire. Odell tried to resist, thinking in confusion, a demon god? Creed continued, however, it seems your family is related to the 7 deadly sins. Odell replied in confusion, strange. Creed gave a monstrous smile, smirking contemptuously. However, now that I've planted the poison parasite in you, it doesn't matter if you are a spy. Odell heard this with a foolish expression. The information I wrote, the Odell family is related to the 7 deadly sins? I don't remember creating such a setting. Creed spoke up. You may go now. Odell replied. Yes. In the wonderful atmosphere of the forest, Odell sat cultivating. He decided to practice here because his mana could get out of control. He adapted to the dark power simmering within his body. Oh, demon god, he slowly realized. Once I accept the demon god's demonic energy, I will no longer be able to use human mana. I have no other choice. From somewhere, a deadly voice echoed. You are a half-breed. Odell was bewildered, surprised by what appeared before him. His voice stuttered, Don't tell me that creature has come alive. It said, I do not think you carry the blood of that child. It seems you carry the blood of a filthy traitor. Odell was startled by the immense energy, looking at it and asking, Are you the demon god? The voice in the space replied, That's right. It seems the world calls me the god of pride. Odell asked, as if he already knew the answer, Are you going to kill me? The creature explained, If I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead the moment you opened your mouth. For some reason, I don't want to kill you. You seem to be burned by the same sin as me. I feel a strange empathy for you. I will grant you a sigil. You, who walk the same path as me. This sigil proves you can use my power, the arrogant traitor. Make sure you do not let your pride cloud your judgment. Odell raised his hand. Feeling the power being absorbed, his mind bewildered. I have borrowed the power of a demon god. It seems I've just gained 3 extra lives thanks to this sigil. But the sigil is a tattoo. Soon my whole body will be covered in tattoos. He had no idea that behind a tree, someone had witnessed everything. Sensing someone watching, he turned around. He saw the figure of Renee. He thought in fear, Why is she here? Did she overhear us? Renee suddenly called out, HB. Odell was surprised. What? A month had passed since he received the sigil from the demon god. He looked at his data panel. Race, half-demon, alignment, chaotic talent, transposition, special trait, beast soul absorption, characteristics, beast soul, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana control, pride, mana, 3,110,035. Odell was pleased and satisfied. I've trained hard. I didn't expect my mana to triple in such a short time. Maybe it's thanks to the 2 characteristics of beast soul and focus. In a few years, I might even surpass the heirs of the 6 great families in the human world. With my current strength, I can even conquer that hidden region. Looking at Renee, he thought helplessly, but first, why is she training in front of my house instead of at the training grounds? He called out, attracting her attention. Excuse me, my lady. Renee bowed respectfully. Yes, he thought. It's good that she's no longer avoiding me, but I think she's misunderstanding me as some kind of high priest. In this world, only a high priest could communicate with the demon god. It's better if she didn't hear what I said to the demon god. But if Renee treats me as a superior, unpleasant rumors will spread in the family. He spoke up, my lady. She replied immediately. Yes. Odell expressed himself slowly. My lady, what are you thinking? I request that you treat me as you did before. Renee was flustered, but he continued. I am only following the master's orders to protect you. Please be comfortable with me. She hesitated. In that case, then she turned and ordered, bring me some water. Odell was surprised, huh? Renee stopped. You told me to be comfortable. After training, I'm tired and thirsty. He thought he had achieved his goal, but something fell off. As expected from the family of pride, she changes her attitude so quickly. Renee raised her voice, urging, hurry up. He replied, yes. Odell accepted helplessly. I guess I have to do whatever she asks. Standing beside Renee, holding a sharp sword, he thought, I need to conquer that domain quickly. But Renee won't leave me alone. I barely have any time. I have to act before the main character gets past the demon world before me. I need that treasure to survive in Saitan. He called out, my lady, then asked gently, how are your preparations for entering Saitan coming along? Renee was surprised. Why are you suddenly asking? He explained so she wouldn't be suspicious, because you'll have to face all sorts of wicked people there. I'm just asking because I'm worried about you. She ignored him. I've already packed everything I need. He asked again, are you sure? Putting items into a basket. Why don't you go back and double check to be sure? He persuaded. Later, if you find you've forgotten something important, I don't want you to be in trouble. Renee looked at him suspiciously and said bluntly, what are you trying to say? Get to the point. Odell immediately denied it, finding an excuse. I'm just saying this because I'm worried about you. I am your escort, after all. She seemed to see through him, exclaiming, you liar. Where are you planning to go behind my back? Odell thought angrily, damn it, she's not falling for it. Renee's voice was gloomy. Do you hate me? Odell cursed silently. Damn it. He tried his best to defend himself. Actually, I heard there's a domain in this area, so I was planning to conquer it. Please understand, it's for your safety. In his head, he prayed, please believe this excuse. After a terrifying silence, Renee said, now I remember what I forgot. Odell was overjoyed. Really? Why don't you go back? She cut him off. Warm up. Her words were like a bucket of cold water on Odell. He asked mechanically, excuse me, what do you mean? I haven't finished warming up yet. I will go with you to that domain. If it's nearby, we can finish it today, right? Odell was bewildered. My lady. Renee urged loudly. Let's go. Where's that domain? The image was terrifying and filled with an aura of death. Odell said, that's the undying domain. The undying domain was once ruled by necromancers, but now it's filled with soldiers turned into vengeful spirits. After the necromancers were wiped out in the war between humans and demons, this place became desolate. After a moment of silence, Renee said softly, that place, I know it well. Just mentioning the name of the domain was enough to make Renee uneasy. It was probably at least a mid to high level domain. By now, the number of soldiers must have increased. Odell thought. Anyway, having Renee's help isn't bad. But the problem was that moving together would make escaping the mansion even harder. If their escape was discovered, the news would reach Creed immediately. After some thought, he spoke up to reassure her. Lady Renee, If it's a burden, maybe you shouldn't go. He continued, if the master finds out you left without permission. Before he could finish, Renee replied, it's fine. She continued, I know a secret exit. After saying that, Renee led Odell through the edge of the forest, to the ruins of an ancient city wall. Arriving, she pointed to an archway near the ground, mostly hidden by dense green grass, and said, here. Odell praised her. You seem familiar with this place. He silently judged. It seems she sneaks out often. Odell said to Renee, let's go before we're discovered. She agreed. All right. After passing through the narrow passage, before them was a majestic mountain landscape, soaring high. Below was barren, rocky ground, a gloomy and cold atmosphere covering the scene. Looking around for a moment, Odell asked, my lady, how much further do we have to go? Renee didn't answer immediately, turning to look at him with a cold, unreadable expression. Seeing this, he quickly explained, I have no reason to leave the grounds, so I'm not very familiar with the surrounding terrain. Only then did Renee reply, we're almost there, we just need to get past that spot. After a long time crossing mountains in silence, Odell hesitantly broke the stillness. We must be close. Renee maintained her cold demeanor, replying curtly, yeah. Finally, the two arrived at the domain. Odell said, looks like we're here. The scene outside the domain was indescribably desolate, with ruined ramparts scattered everywhere, and not a single plant growing on the ground. Witnessing the desolate scene, Renee couldn't help but feel indignant. Damn those children of Khabarov. Odell thought to himself, she probably means bastards. I have to hide the fact that I'm of Axel's bloodline from Renee at all costs. He continued to think, only I know the way into the domain. After a moment's hesitation, he said to Renee, I think we can get in by digging here. She replied immediately, okay. Deep beneath the largest stone statue were the rotting soldiers guarding the land. After digging, the hatch leading to the undying domain was revealed. On top were carved intricate ancient symbols and patterns. Odell determined, this must be the entrance. Odell took the initiative. I'll lead the way, but Renee refused. No, I'll go first. Deep inside was a series of brightly lit corridors with torches. Odell exclaimed, it's brighter inside than I thought. Standing before the ancient but gloomy castle, Renee announced, over there. We've come to the right place. Odell thought, this place is on a different level compared to the Paris domain. I bet there are at least 100 new tombs here. Renee signaled, let's go. Odell responded, all right. As soon as the two moved, the ground swarmed with human skeletons controlled by magic. They clawed their way out of the ground, suddenly surrounded by enemies. Odell said to Renee, my lady, I'll leave this to you. She agreed, okay. Before the words were out, Renee charged in with her sword, fighting the surrounding soldiers. Seeing her charge into a deadly battle firsthand, Odell secretly admired her. Just as I thought, the decision to come with her was absolutely right. He shouted, there must be a necromancer controlling them at the end of the horde. I'll catch up soon. As soon as they were struck down by Renee's blade, the skeleton soldiers immediately revived as before. Renee was unsettled. They're coming back to life? Not far from the chaos, the mastermind continuously controlled the army through a magic orb. You're very brave to come here. He ordered the intruders to be eliminated, finishing off the enemies, but they still revived. Renee was getting impatient. They just keep coming back. What should we do? Odell ran to her, saying as he ran, it's because of that sorcerer. He continued, don't stop. Keep moving forward, my lady. Renee reacted, what? A skeleton soldier approached. Odell cleanly dispatched one. He then proposed, I have an easy way to clear out this mob. Before he could explain, Renee replied immediately, understood. With that, both of them simultaneously rushed towards the leading sorcerer. He ordered his soldiers to block them. Odell shouted, we just need to get close to him. Odell thought, this will all be over once we shatter the sorcerer's orb. Finally, I can use the new ability of transposition. A giant skeleton soldier suddenly appeared and moved to attack. Odell thought it wouldn't be that easy and shouted, "Lady Renee, charge!" The giant skeleton soldier was struck head-on by Renee. Its body shattered into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Odell and Renee coordinated their plan to eliminate the sorcerer. Transposition designated, Odell teleported. 2. The new ability of transposition is to swap objects with each other. Transposition activated. The skeleton, seeing the orb disappear, was bewildered. With the new function, Odell successfully snatched the magic orb. Got it! The head sorcerer screamed, "No!" Odell shattered the orb into pieces. Without the orb, the sorcerer had no magic left. He disintegrated, roaring in anger, "This can't be!" After the sorcerer completely vanished, Odell rejoiced, "We did it, my lady." Renee, still recovering from the battle, replied softly, "Yeah." The sound of vanishing ghosts suddenly echoed. "Thank you." Looking around, Odell said to himself, "The tragedy here, it all happened because of what I wrote. May you rest in peace." Suddenly, Renee asked Odell, "Is there anything else to do?" He replied with a cheerful face, "Yes, it's time to get our reward." Before them was an ancient chest not far away. Odell was overjoyed. "Finally, I got the item I need. Fong of Darkness, a dagger made from the demon world's dark steel. It converts darkness into mana, increasing sharpness and speed in the dark. Eternal Full Moon, an artifact ring that absorbs and senses mana along with moonlight." Odell marveled, "Wow, with this dagger, I can use the darkness attribute to its fullest extent. As for the ring, it's nice to have, but I don't really need it." He turned back and asked, "Lady Renee, why don't you take the ring? I'll take the dagger." Renee agreed. "I'm all right." Odell continued, "Okay then. Then let me." He gently slid the ring onto Renee's hand. Instantly, she pulled her hand back, her face suddenly blushing. Odell thought to himself, "Why is she reacting like that? Does wearing a ring have some special meaning for demons?" He asked, "How is it?" Renee replied shyly, "This is amazing." Odell smiled. "I'm glad you like it." Then he sat down next to the chest full of gold and said, "Now, since I dealt with the boss, I'll take all the gold." The sword in Renee's hand was instantly at his neck. Odell quickly corrected himself. We'll split it evenly down to the last coin." After clearing the domain, the two returned to the mansion. Odell spent his time working and training mana with Renee. A month passed. His status panel showed race, half-demon, alignment, chaotic talent, transposition, special trait, beast soul absorption, characteristics, beast soul, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana control, pride, mana, 1035 to 1297. Odell was satisfied, almost 1300 mana. This is mid-tier in the demon world. I've made significant progress. A few days later, Creed summoned Odell and Renee. At the mansion, her father stood before the two. His voice stern, "It is time for you to enter Saitan." "The time has come," he continued. "Today, you two will go to the capital to enroll in the academy." Creed asked if they were ready. Odell and Renee said in unison, "Yes, sir." After hearing them, he said, "Go." "I don't think we need to say goodbye." Renee was silent, sad, then bowed and left. Odell obeyed. "I will now depart with the young lady." Creed gave a private instruction. "Odell, I hope you will do well." He replied politely, "Yes, sir." Outside, the carriage was ready, and the two departed immediately. Odell looked up at Creed, thinking he said he wouldn't see us off. But maybe even demons have feelings for their children. He told himself, "I'm worried about the future, but it's come to this. I will achieve my goal at Saidan." In the carriage, Odell noticed. "She hasn't said a word since we left. Did I do something wrong?" Renee silently assessed him at first. "I didn't like him because he seemed suspicious, but he's more handsome than I thought." Noticing the atmosphere was too cold, Odell spoke up. Huh, nice weather today, isn't it? Renee continued to think. His actions and words lack weight, and in terms of strength, he's still far from what's needed. Is he really a high priest? She reassured herself. How foolish. I saw him talking to the demon god. Why am I doubting it? Odell wondered silently. Why does she keep staring at me? Did I mess up? Renee's eyes never left the ring. She shyly turned away, thinking, the eternal vow. That's the meaning when someone else puts a ring on your finger in the demon world. He did it without saying much. What kind of vow did he make? I'm so curious. Odell spoke up. My lady will arrive in an hour, earlier than expected, huh? Renee looked at him, then quickly turned away. All right, Odell pressed. My lady, did I do something wrong? Renee replied. I want to sleep for a bit. He responded, yes. They finally arrived. Odell looked around, thinking to himself, so this is the capital of the demon world. It doesn't look much different from the human world with a medieval style. However, there were some differences, like some people having horns and other physical traits. He noticed an elite demon. He has a tattoo on his neck like me. Seeing Odell distracted, Renee reminded him, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Odell was flustered. Yes, my lady. He asked, so where do we go now? Renee replied, the entrance exam is in 2 days. We need to register first. Odell quickly suggested, if it's in 2 days, how about we tour the capital until then? Renee was cold, not interested. Receiving the cold reply, the constant smile on Odell's face vanished. He persuaded, my lady, perhaps you. Renee interrupted, we don't have time. Let's go register. Odell thought. Isn't her past that she never left the house after her mother died? Geez, I can't figure her out. Admiring the Saitan campus, he exclaimed, so this is Saitan. It's amazing. It's 3 times bigger than a normal university. From the front, the proctor announced, you have finished registering. Come back in 2 days. When it was Odell's turn, he said, we're here to register for admission. The proctor looked him over and asked, what are you? Odell was surprised, huh? He continued, you don't look like a demon. Gripping his pen tightly, he flared up. A half-demon dares to register? He shouted, we may have lost the war, but what do you think this place is? Hearing the harsh words, Odell thought to himself, I see a bleak future ahead. The registrar was angry, not hesitating to insult Odell directly. Because of rats like you. Renee's voice rang out. What is going on here? She approached the registration desk. Odell turned to her, embarrassed. The registrar was surprised, looked up at her, and exclaimed, oh, those horns. This intake is extraordinary. I never thought I'd witness a child of the 7 deadly sins. He said softly, if you're a candidate, please state your family and identity. Renee calmly introduced herself. Barrett family, Renee. She emphasized to the registrar, and this is my guardian. He will be enrolling with me. He reluctantly filled out the information, but still grumbled. A half-demon as a guardian? The 7 deadly sins have certainly lowered their standards. Renee didn't let him finish. She stopped him. Her killing intent flared. That's enough. She drew her sword, glaring. I will not stand by and watch you insult the Barrett family any longer. Horrified, he changed his tone, avoiding the topic, whispering, ahem, we do not discriminate based on a candidate status, so please forget what I just said. He said loudly, please tell me your family and status. Odell answered, Odell family. He completed the procedure. He reminded them, registration is complete. Please attend the entrance exam on the specified date. Odell thought, in the human-demon war, half-demons were stronger and fought for humans, so it's natural for them to have a grudge against half-demons. I'm angry, but there's nothing I can do. The 2 left, but Renee was still holding a grudge, still fuming. Odell soothed her. All right, Lady Renee, now I need to find a place to stay. The 2 arrived at a nearby inn. Odell commented, this place seems clean enough. But Renee didn't think so. Dejected, the inns here are so old. Odell comforted her. It can't be helped, we don't have any money. He thought to himself, the 10 gold coins Creed gave us is just enough for 2 people to live for a month. Due to the aftermath of the war, the Bars family is poor, so I can't ask for more. Odell turned to Renee, smiling. So, shall we go inside? The door opened, and a greeting rang out. Renee looked around. Odell friendly asked the innkeeper, do you have a room for 2 people for 2 days? The innkeeper replied, yes, we do. He asked again, will the 2 of you be sharing a room? Renee was startled, blushing, and quickly refused. No, please give us 2 separate rooms. She was shy and didn't dare to look back. The innkeeper was surprised. Oh yes. He handed them the keys, saying 2 rooms for 2 days, including meals, a total of 2 gold coins. The rooms are on the 2nd floor. Odell paid, thinking this amount is equivalent to 200,000 human currency. Not bad. Renee quickly went upstairs. I'm going up first. Odell watched her go, nodding. I'll bring the luggage up later. Lady Renee, please rest well. She turned around. All right, you too. Odell looked at her back, thinking, she has always lived in a large mansion. This must be her first time sleeping in a place like this. Well, she'll get used to it soon. As sunset fell and the sky darkened, Odell thought, time to rest up for the next 2 days. The next morning, sunlight shone through the academy's windows, the sky a clear blue. A guard shouted, candidates, please enter and follow the instructions. Odell and Renee moved with the crowded stream of people. He looked around, so many people. Are there at least 100? When everyone had gathered in the area, Odell worried. I didn't expect so many candidates registered to defeat humanity. I must be careful not to reveal my identity. An announcement rang out. From this moment, please present your identification and board the train in order. Odell was surprised. A train? A train pulled right in. Everyone was amazed. Odell exclaimed, a train? I never expected this. The train flew through a magical space. They say many labyrinthine space gates were set up to prevent intruders. Only the train can reach Sidon. The 2 boarded the train. Odell marveled. I can't believe the giant fortress we saw from the outside was just a part of it. How big is this place? The train's speed was terrifyingly fast. The 2 held on tightly to their seats. An announcement came. We are approaching Sidon. Prepare yourselves. Odell looked at the scene, unable to believe his eyes. The magnificent, grand spectacle of the academy was breathtaking. He said to Renee, we're finally here. She just replied, yeah. The train stopped inside the academy. Odell carefully helped Renee off the train. An announcement immediately rang out. Candidates, please follow the instructions and enter the hall where the exam will be held. Everyone quickly moved through a large door. Standing in the grand hall, Odell looked up, thinking, whoa, this is huge. It feels overwhelming. He observed the people. Most are young demons. I wonder if there are other heirs of the 7 deadly sins here. Suddenly, 3 people in strange outfits appeared. A purple-haired man with a large, long sword at his waist looked ferocious. People only dared to glance at them. Odell thought, they're not students. Judging by their clothes, they must be instructors. He smiled. If I make a good impression on them, life here will be easier. Huh, but Renee said time's up. Odell looked grim. The large door that had just opened now slammed shut. Everyone was terrified. The light gradually dimmed, and everyone looked up. Odell broke into a sweat, thinking, it's clearly daytime. What kind of magic effect is this? What will the exam be like? A demonic voice echoed silence. No one moved. High above the hall, a light shone on a figure. Fierce red eyes, a long symbol stretching from the neck up to the face. The person looked down contemptuously. Welcome to Sidon, you idiotic fools. That person threatened. Let's see. Are there this many people eager to die this year? Everyone trembled. Odell also shivered, thinking, unbelievable. Just their voice carries so much pressure. The person laughed demonically, a strong light appearing around them. Enough with the small talk. The person shouted, "Begin the entrance exam immediately." A brilliant blue light, blinding and powerful, flooded the hall. People staggered. Odell worriedly called out, "Lady Renee." She focused on keeping her balance, saying, "Focus on the exam." This was no ordinary light. Someone clutched their throat. Writhing, unable to breathe, they collapsed. Odell gritted his teeth and endured. The two strangely dressed people from before stood observing, not surprised to see the students screaming. The short-haired one laughed. "The headmaster has a really twisted sense of taste, don't you think?" The purple-haired man replied, "Well, no matter how talented they are, if their spirit is weak, they're useless." The one creating the light was Headmaster Lucian Dixon, overseeing the first stage of the exam, a test of mental endurance. The purpose was to see if the candidates could withstand torture and keep secrets if captured by humans. The purple-haired man observed, 5 minutes have passed. Almost no one is still standing. The short-haired one said, "Besides those 8, everyone else is down. I had high hopes because there were so many candidates, but..." The purple-haired man focused. "Well, 40% lasted more than 5 minutes, more than last time. What a relief." They noticed the ones who were unaffected. The man exclaimed, "I heard there were heirs of the 7 deadly sins this time. Looks like the rumors were true." The purple-haired man suddenly noticed, looking at Odell, who was trembling and about to fall. "Who is that kid? He doesn't look like an heir of the 7 sins." The short-haired one laughed. "That's right, and yet he's been conscious for almost 10 minutes. The short-haired one commented, "But he probably won't last much longer." Odell was about to collapse. Suddenly, the purple-haired man saw something strange. Wait, something's not right. Terrifying black streams of power flowed out from Odell. The two men were astonished. Headmaster Lucian was also surprised, looking towards Odell. So dangerous, another entity within him. The purple-haired man quickly drew his sword without hesitation. "We have to kill him right here. He looks like nothing special." The purple-haired man looked at Odell, who was still panting. But suddenly, the aura around him changed, surprising him. What? Such a cold, killing intent. The killing intent surrounding Odell terrified everyone, like when one picks a flower or kills an insect. It wasn't the primal killing intent of a wild beast, but the killing intent of the most ruthless murderers. Suddenly, the attention of all the instructors was focused on him. The purple-haired man's body reacted before he realized it, drawing his sword. Headmaster Lucian glanced at him, seemingly sensing his intention. A little worried, the purple-haired man thought, "Damn it, I'm feeling anxious facing a new candidate." The short-haired person beside him just smiled knowingly. The new students had almost all collapsed on the floor. Odell trembled, still trying to sit upright, his mind about to break. "I'm about to lose my mind. I have to find a way to endure." He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Wait, what if I use my own killing intent? It might be enough to counter her aura." Knowing he couldn't hold on much longer, Odell took a risk. "I have no other choice." He let out a yell, his eyes slowly turning red, the killing intent around him turning into a brilliant crimson. Headmaster Lucian turned towards Odell. "You're holding up pretty well. Should I turn up the intensity a bit?" A demonic form encroached, just a little more. Odell's red, killing intent enveloped him, resisting the invasion from the headmaster's aura. Lucia was a bit surprised. Odell panted, "Ha!" as if he had regained his strength. "I can stand straight now. This feels so much better." Odell quickly turned to Renee. "Right. How is Renee?" She seemed largely unaffected, still standing still. He thought, "She's holding up well, as expected." Observing the others still standing, he realized the heirs of the 7 deadly sins were also holding up well. The man with golden eyes, the heir of greed, Bantan. The girl with 2 horns on her forehead, the heir of lust. The green-eyed young man, the heir of gluttony, Samuel. The mysterious man, the heir of sloth, Aaron. The muscular man, the heir of faith, Guga. Looking at Renee's back, Odell thought. The 6 of them, including Renee, were characters built with sincere affection. But by fate, they were all killed by the main characters group. He felt weak, suddenly recognizing a familiar silhouette, long white hair. A girl with red eyes and a crown of brown thorns. Odell was stunned. It's unmistakable. The girl with fiery red eyes, unaffected by the headmaster's power, was the future's worst villain of the demon world, the Demon King, the heir of wrath, Diana. An announcement rang out. All right, the first round of the exam is over. Odell focused his thoughts. The Demon King always comes from the family of wrath, so there's no reason for her to be here. The successor to the Demon King comes to Saitan as a candidate. Something I don't know about must have happened. Someone shouted, catching Odell's attention. I failed? Impossible. The purple-haired man stood with his arms crossed while students protested. What kind of exam is this? Don't you dare touch me. Do you know who my father is? A large hand grabbed the person's face tightly. The purple-haired man's eyes widened. I don't care what your father does. Understand. The young man trembled. The man released him, stating bluntly, don't make me repeat myself. The person fell to the ground. The man announced clearly, those who couldn't last 5 minutes in the first test are not needed here. The failures are eliminated. An announcement was made close to the gates. Odell smiled with relief. Saitan is truly merciless. Luckily, I passed. He turned to look at the headmaster, thinking, that girl is the headmaster of Saitan. I knew it. I've seen her somewhere before. He assessed. Despite her cute appearance, she's one of the strongest in the demon world. Lucian, the headmaster of Saitan. Gripping his sword. I was lucky to pass the first round, but I need to be more careful because I could fail at any moment. Few will pass the second test. A whisper echoed. Odell turned, hearing, you're Renee, the fighting genius of the Barrett family, right? Renee stood there, people around her gossiping, looking over. Odell thought, Renee is famous? An orange-haired guy with an arrogant look was surrounded by people. Odell thought, it's understandable, since they are heirs of the 7 deadly sins and resisted the headmaster's overwhelming killing intent. He teared up, but why is no one paying attention to me? 2 figures behind him looked at Odell, judging. Renee approached. You passed too, didn't you? Odell replied. Yes, I passed. He thought, maybe I should be satisfied that I made an impression that I'm not an ordinary candidate. The instructors and headmaster will surely remember me. The purple-haired man shouted, attention! Everyone quickly focused. He said loudly, I will introduce myself. My name is Aries, the instructor in charge of teaching you. But the students sweated, thinking he looks like the type to carry raw sashimi in his pocket. Aries turned and said, congratulations on passing the first test of mental strength. That was a test to see if you could stay sane while being tortured by humans in the future. The girl, the heir of lust, crossed her arms and smirked. Aries continued, the 8 candidates who lasted until the end will receive bonus points. If you perform well in the second test, you will be granted access to the armory. Odell was overjoyed. The armory? I'm so lucky. Thank God I lasted until the end. But he could feel the killing intent from the jealous looks of everyone around him. Aries announced, now I will explain the second test. Renee listened intently. Aries said, in the second test, you will demonstrate your abilities. Specifically, you will show us your talents and weapons to fight against humans. The class you are assigned to may depend on this test. Keep that in mind. Odell thought, he must mean we'll be placed in a suitable class depending on our weapons and talents. Anyway, I wonder what kind of humans we'll be facing. Aries raised his hand, casting a spell, and shouted, the exercise for the second test, as well as the humans you will face, is this. A small blue light appeared. It swirled violently. forming a giant vortex. A figure emerged, wearing a fox mask on their chest, holding a long, sharp sword. Everyone was amazed, including Odell. Wait, isn't that the strongest hero of the 6 great families, 9 seals? The resolute face of a legend. Odell was shocked. Why is that human here? It's too much of a coincidence. But Renee remained calm, turning to ask, Odell, do you know who that is? He thought silently. Of course I know. That's 9 seals, the head of the seals family, who has a close relationship with the main character in the original story. Not just close, his bloodline was destined from birth, the father of the main character. The Sword Saint, who created the most powerful family through talent alone. 2 boys nearby discussed, that's the Sword Saint. Aren't they trying to eliminate us from the start? Odell looked around, thinking, there are others who know him too. Well, he has defeated quite a few demon families. Instructor Ares explained calmly. Of course, we don't expect you to fight against the full power of the Sword Saint. He will only use a maximum of 10% of his power. Everyone listened. Renee turned. Isn't 10% too easy? Odell smiled. Not at all. Even when weakened, a monster is still a monster. He looked at the Sword Saint with concern. 10% of his power is enough to destroy an entire city. I wonder how this batch of recruits will pass this brutal test. An idea occurred to him. There must be a certain standard to pass. If possible, I'd like to use the information scroll, but we don't have much money and the number of questions is also limited. The instructor continued to announce, at your current level, you cannot face him alone, so we will divide into teams of 4. To ensure fairness, the top 8 from the first test will be in separate positions. The rest will be randomly assigned. Odell pondered. The top 8 definitely includes the heirs of the 7 deadly sins and me. Well, I guess I got a boost. Renee was followed by the admiring gazes of the male students, but she paid them no mind. Odell thought back on those looks. I'm used to it now. In contrast, Odell received unfriendly glares. They were saying things like he got lucky, while the rest were just trash. A small hand touched him. Renee, she said softly, pass and come back safely. Odell smiled. Yes, I wish you success as well, Lady Renee. An announcement rang out. I will now call the names, starting with Group 1. Odell's group was announced. Group 33, Leader Odell, members Kina, Chris, Sanchez. He approached his team, thinking, I don't recognize these names. They're side characters. Don't have much significance in the original story. Odell gently introduced himself. I'm Odell. Nice to meet you all. The white-haired boy was enthusiastic. Hi, I'm Chris, and this is Kina. The blonde girl waved hello. The other one was annoyed. Chris introduced, and that's Sanchez. Sanchez looked at Odell and sneered. A half-breed as a leader. What a disgrace to the family. Odell gritted his teeth, helpless. Even nobodies look down on me, insulting his family. Does he think he's an heir of the 7 deadly sins? He turned to the other 2. Well, let's just try our best anyway. He took the initiative. First, we need to assign roles. Let's share what kind of weapons or abilities you use. Starting with you, Chris. Chris demonstrated his ability. My ability is mana transformation. I can create triangular prisms, turn them into armor or swords. He demonstrated it flexibly. It doesn't have high damage, but it's very versatile. Odell was satisfied. Not bad at all. You pass. Next. Si, no. Kina said enthusiastically. I'm not suited for combat. I'm more of a support type. Odell asked, a support type? She clasped her hands, casting. I pray to the demon god to increase the speed of my allies. A source of magic appeared. Kina panted, How is it? Do you feel lighter? Odell was indifferent. Yeah, I think so. Kina was angry. You're so mean. Odell tried to smooth things over. I'm just kidding, don't be sad. But he thought, it's better than nothing. But so weak I can barely feel it. Honestly, I don't know how she passed the first test. He turned to Sanchez. Finally, what about you? Sanchez demonstrated his ability, showing off with satisfaction. My ability is hardening. Odell smiled. Oh, perfect for the front line. Sanchez snapped. Now it's your turn. Whoosh, Odell disappeared, reappearing right next to Sanchez. Startling him, Odell introduced teleportation. That's my ability. He lightly held his sword, and Sanchez's face turned pale. Kina and Chris praised him. Oh, amazing. Instant movement. Truly amazing. Odell laughed. Huh, thanks for the compliment. But he thought, even so, who knows what variables might occur. I won't reveal all the details of my ability just yet. Odell's assignment was simple. Chris and Sanchez are good at defense. At the front, I'm in the middle, Kina supports from the back. Is everyone okay with that? Kina agreed, sounds good. Sanchez had no objection. An announcement rang out. We will begin the second test. Each group, please prepare. Odell turned. It's finally starting. An instructor shouted, Group 1, step up. Odell focused. Even though they're facing the Sword Saint, their eyes are still burning with fighting spirit. The Sword Saint swung his sword with a single move. The entire first group was sent flying. A member was hit in the stomach, rolled on the ground, and cried out. Odell was stunned. I didn't even see him move. Is that really only 10% of his power? The instructor shouted, Next, Group 2. Just like Group 1, Group 2 was hit. Everyone was worried. Group 3. Group 4 stepped up. 2 members of Group 4 approached the instructor and said, It's useless, we'll definitely lose. Ares was silent, then said, All right, you 2 can skip the test. The remaining 2. Continue. One person answered, Yes, we'll try. Odell felt it. Are they really continuing? I get it. The condition to pass the second test is probably... Chris was surprised. What? They don't have to take the test. Odell smiled. Of course not. The remaining 2 students of Group 4 prepared. The instructor shouted, Group 4 begin. Odell watched, thinking, 2 people can't handle 9A seals. Let's watch a bit longer. Again, with just 1 move from the Sword Saint, both were sent flying. One screamed in pain. Odell was helpless. If he used his real sword energy, they would have been cut in half. Chris was horrified. Can we really defeat a monster like that? Sanchez was still defiant. Humph. Are you really afraid of an ordinary human? Odell saw Sanchez smile. I can hear his legs trembling from here. Still with just 1 move from the Sword Saint, Group 5 was defeated, lying scattered. Group 9, the situation was more tense. Odell thought, Group 10, step up. They asked to give up. Renee remained emotionless, watching. Group 20, then Group 30 were called, stepping up. Odell thought, up to Group 30, 5 groups have already given up. Not a single group has managed to land an effective hit on the Sword Saint. The next group formed up, focusing on the fight, a battle against an invincible opponent, with no restriction on leaving mid-match. A student managed to block one of the Sword Saint's blows with his sword. Chris was amazed. He blocked it. Odell was silent. As we go on, the fights are getting longer. Their skills are better than the ones before. He looked towards the Sword Saint and said, I understand now. That is the real condition to pass the second test. Sanchez arrogantly shouted, It's almost our turn. Chris replied, Yeah, I'm shaking. Odell said, I've figured out how to pass the second test. Sanchez was surprised. What do you mean? Odell smiled. The criterion is that even if you lose to overwhelming power, you must stand up and fight to the end. Considering how the instructors handled the quitters and the power of the Sword Saint, I'm sure of it. Sanchez questioned, but Instructor Ares yelled, Next, Group 33. Odell drew his sword and smiled. Shall we try to defeat the Sword Saint? With our strength, we can do it. Sanchez hesitated. What? Kina and Chris were excited. Sure, let's try it. Yeah, it's okay if we lose. Odell laughed to himself. So what if I'm just a half-breed? With the talent of the strongest villain, I can win. The group got into position. Odell said loudly, All right, let's begin. He thought, unlike the main character, I don't have much information about 9A seals because it wasn't specified before. Whatever I have to do, he reassured his teammates, don't worry, hold your positions and fight. Chris and Sanchez trusted him. Okay, yeah, I know. The Sword Saint attacked. Odell shouted, he's coming. The Sword Saint swung his sword. Chris's shield shattered. Chris was sent flying, crying out, "Ack!" Hina moved in. Let me handle this. I need to reduce the impact when he lands. Odell worried about the front line. Sanchez. He was still holding his position. Sanchez replied, I know. The Sword Saint struck again. Sanchez stood his ground. He blocked the blow. I held on. Odell patted his shoulder. Nice one. Odell noticed that just before the second slash, he had an opening. But he thought, this opening is too obvious. My instincts are telling me not to risk it. He felt it. Is he setting a trap? Does he have someone inside him? Odell yelled, the second attack is coming. Get in position. Chris tried to cast his shield. Damn it. Odell felt something was wrong. Chris has reached his limit. Sanchez's hands are also starting to crack. Odell remained calm. Just one hit, and it's like this. This is not good. Hold on a little longer. The Sword Saint's next blow arrived. Sanchez started to crack, about to lose his grip. Is it even stronger? Sanchez yelled at Odell. What are you waiting for? At this rate, we're all going to die. Hold on a little longer. Sanchez was furious, cursing. You crazy bastard. Odell calculated. We're the only team that has blocked the second blow. Is he planning to do that? The Sword Saint quietly observed the group. Odell realized something. Kina called out, Chris. Odell quickly asked, Are you okay? He said to the trembling Chris, I know it's hard, but just trust me one more time. Sanchez called out, What are you doing? Odell, he's about to attack. Chris asked, You have a plan, right? Odell nodded, yeah. Odell suddenly transformed into his previous demonic form. I will definitely plunge my sword into his throat. Chris and Kino were shocked. The Sword Saint prepared to strike. Sanchez shouted, He's coming. Odell stood behind Sanchez and said, Sanchez, this time you have to hold on without Creed's barrier. Sanchez was horrified. What do you mean? The Sword Saint struck. Sanchez couldn't resist and was sent flying. Odell jumped up, activating transposition, teleporting to face the Sword Saint. As he launched his next attack, transposition designated. Odell jumped up, swapping his sword. Standing before the Sword Saint, Odell unleashed his move. Die, 9A seals. Odell rushed forward like lightning. Instructor Ares frowned, annoyed, watching intently. Renee watched with a blank expression. The Sword Saint's knee shot straight into Odell's chest. Luckily, a barrier blocked it. A spray of red blood hit the floor. Odell endured the pain. This bastard. I have to hold on one more time. He dodged the blow and continued to activate his darkness attribute. A black vortex enveloped them. Inside, Odell thought, if it weren't for Creed's barrier, I would have exploded. The transposition failed, but at least I've trapped him. Ahead was the back of the Sword Saint in a pitch-black space, without a glimmer of light. Odell frowned. But I have the Fong of Darkness. In this space, it's stronger than any weapon. Standing behind the Sword Saint, he thought, I will defeat him with everything I have. The Sword Saint suddenly felt it, turning back towards Odell, surprising him. With dizzying speed, he rushed forward, raising his fist. Odell thought, this guy's a real monster. He spread his arms. An eye flashed red. Odell smiled. The sword in his hand suddenly appeared in a different position behind the Sword Saint. Odell held his hand in front of him. This time, the one lured into the trap is you, Sword Saint. Not just one, but countless swords appeared in the space. Odell clenched his fist, activating the Fong of Darkness, shouting sword dance. A barrage of blades shot forward, continuously stabbing the Sword Saint. Everyone outside focused on the vortex. Chris was worried. What the hell is happening in there? Instructor Aries said calmly, "It seems to be ending soon." The vortex gradually disappeared. Odell stood there as if nothing had happened. When the vortex completely dissipated, the sword saint fell to the floor, while Odell remained standing. Everyone was stunned, noticing his satisfied expression. Odell thought, this silent atmosphere. I did it. The orange-haired guy looked at Odell and exclaimed, "How interesting." Chris and Kina ran over joyfully. Chris praised, "That was truly amazing." Kina asked, "How did you do that so well?" Odell smiled. "It was thanks to everyone's good coordination." He turned to Kina. "What about Sanchez?" She replied, "He's a little shocked, but the instructors are helping him recover." Odell raised his sword. "I see. That's good." He approached the sword saint. "So, shall we finish this?" Chris and Kina looked grim. "Finish it? Isn't it already over?" The sword saint's leg suddenly twitched. Chris was shocked. "What are you doing?" Odell turned his head. "Well, don't we need to make sure he's really defeated?" Instructor Aries, a seductive figure, exclaimed. "Oomph. For a half-breed, you're not bad." The young man next to her said, "But compared to you, sister, he's nothing special." She laughed. "Of course." She stuttered. "He was born inferior. No matter what, his true nature will be revealed." Renee, full of killing intent, stood watching her slowly. The girl was confused. What the hell? Who is that? Recognizing the horns of the Bar's family, she trembled. Why is she looking at me like that? So scary. The people around whispered, as expected of an heir of the 7 deadly sins. They've entered a battle of intimidation. I wonder who will win. The fanatics beside her cheered. Of course it's her. That little girl isn't even worthy of being a side dish. The girl thought, maybe she's not that weak. Odell suddenly realized. Wait, isn't that Renee? Why is she emitting such killing intent? Instructor Aries called out, "Odell." He approached, staring intently. Odell smiled. "Yes, is there something wrong?" Aries was stern. "You really don't know?" Odell was nonchalant. "No, I don't." Aries turned and walked away. "From now on, I'll be keeping an eye on you." Odell sighed in relief. "What? I thought I was going to get praised or something. It seems I have to keep an eye on Renee." She was about to fight with another student again. Renee glared at her opponent with killing intent. Odell was surprised. Wow, they're still going at it. He wondered who the girl opposite Renee was. Blue eyes, long hair, a single oni horn on her forehead. That's someone from the family of Lust, Bronze. But why does she want to fight Renee here? I was so focused on the human story that I'm completely clueless about the demon world. Bronze noticed Odell watching. She shouted, pointing at him, "Hey, half-breed." Odell was startled. "Huh? Why is she suddenly calling me?" Bronze said loudly, "Become my slave." Renee's killing intent flared. Rushing forward, Odell shouted, "Renee." She flew up, drawing the sword from her back, aiming for Bronze. Bronze frowned, looking at Renee in horror, unable to react in time. She cried out in fear, "Are you crazy?" Noticing the conflict between the students, Instructor Aries quickly shouted, "Stop." Renee looked up. Aries declared, "At Saitan, all meaningless disputes are strictly forbidden." Bronze luckily blocked Renee's attack. Aries continued, "Settle your personal grudges outside." Odell breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, Aries stopped it. Good thing nothing happened to the 7 deadly sins before the entrance ceremony. Renee sheathed her sword and walked away, unconcerned. Bronze trembled. Her mind must be really messed up. Odell broke into a sweat and approached. "My lady, are you all right?" Renee stared at him, just nodding because it was almost her group's turn. Odell was flustered. Renee gently wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Well done." Bronze was shocked. What is your relationship? Are you dating a half-breed?" Odell was overjoyed. After passing, "I'm being treated better." He gently thanked her. "Lady Renee." Renee looked at him. You're hiding your strength, aren't you? To look weaker. Odell was surprised, huh? An announcement came. Group 34 stepped forward. Renee turned around. I have to go. I won't tell anyone. Odell was silent. He thought, I used all my strength to pass. Do I look that weak? She must think I'm a priest of the family. A voice came from behind. You state your name. Odell was surprised. Me? She nodded. Yes, you. Odell replied. My name is Odell. Bronze considered. Odell, huh? Not a bad name. He wondered. Why did you call me over here? Bronze said. You interrupted me earlier. She crossed her arms, serious. Ditch that Barrett bitch and serve me. Bronze was calm. Now witness my undeniable charm. I will steal you and crush that girl's pride. Odell turned away, uninterested. Sorry, but it's my lady's turn. Maybe next time. Bronze was stunned. Wait. It's not working. Odell was excited. Finally, I get to see Renee's full power. Her group looks pretty strong. How strong is her help? He thought. I'm really looking forward to the other children of the 7 deadly sins as well. The Sword Saint and Renee directed their killing intent towards each other. Odell and everyone else were amazed. What a tense confrontation. Even more incredible than I imagined. Renee stomped her foot. Her group was calm. Not a hint of tension. The orange-haired guy laughed loudly. She's quite a character. Renee walked towards the Sword Saint. Odell was horrified. She's going straight for him? What is she thinking? Renee stared intently at the Sword Saint. Both of their killing intents exploded. A silent wait. Renee unleashed her power, and so did the Sword Saint. In an instant, both sides attacked. Renee slashed through the Sword Saint. Everyone was stunned. Not only was the sword broken in half, his arm also fell to the ground. Renee turned and walked away. The students' cheers echoed warmly. Instructor Aries was satisfied. Not bad. Everyone chanted, Renee, Renee. Odell was stunned. No way. Am I seeing things? Did she win that easily? He realized. So that's why 9A SEALs didn't attack Renee when she approached him. He had recognized her level of power. Bronze stood nearby, commenting, Renee, it's a shame I didn't get to see her get mocked by the Sword Saint. But at least if she wants to face me, she has to have that much ability. Odell was amazed. You mean if all the daughters of the 7 deadly sins gathered, they could actually defeat the Sword Saint? Bronze replied, What? Currently, no one can defeat the Sword Saint. Maybe if the previous Demon King were still alive, perhaps. Odell asked again, What if the kids have skills that exceed 10% of the Sword Saint's power? Bronze reacted strongly. Are you mocking me? Anyone with eyes can see that's a pathetic fake. And what if it's more than 10% of the real Sword Saint's power? Odell looked grim, looking at the fake Sword Saint. And yet, I had trouble against a fake that's not even a tenth of the real one. I may be the creator of this world, but I know nothing about the demon world. He smiled, but this anticipation is thrilling in my heart. Let's see how things play out. An announcement rang out. Next, Group 35. Only the 7 deadly sins are left. The test became easy for them, perhaps due to the impact of Renee's test. The other kids also defeated the Sword Saint. Group 40 passed. The orange-haired guy laughed loudly. Haha, too easy. Next was a girl. The match was so elegant, it was hard to distinguish the power levels among the children of the 7 deadly sins. Odell thought, Even so, I know who the 2 strongest are, so no need to worry. Instructor Aries announced the end of the entrance exam. Everyone gathered in front of the stage. The students listened. We are announcing the results of the second test. All those who participated in combat have passed, regardless of victory or defeat. Odell thought, just as I thought. Those who quit all failed. Renee was indifferent, in contrast to everyone else who was overjoyed. Aries continued, Congratulations to those who passed. From now on, you are officially members of Saitan, and also official interns. He reminded them, making the students anxious, but don't get too excited. A path of hell awaits, so difficult you'll want to quit. Finally, Ares said loudly, those who passed, gather for the entrance ceremony in 2 days. Bronze looked at the instructor smugly. Ares said, the 8 who defeated the Sword Saint, stay where you are. Renee turned to Odell. Why does he want us to stay? He laughed. Don't you think he's rewarding us with the armory he mentioned in the first test? Ares walked down the stairs and approached. All of you have passed with flying colors. As promised, I will give you the opportunity to enter the armory. The orange-haired guy eagerly raised his hand. I have a question. Ares agreed. Speak. The intern gossiped. He asked clearly, can we carry multiple weapons? The weapons of Sidan sound super useful. Odell was attentive, thinking, as expected of the son of greed, Bantan. His greed and curiosity are limitless. He had a pretty good amount of screen time in my novel. Ares frowned. No. Using multiple weapons makes it difficult to focus. You're only allowed to choose one. He instructed, since there isn't much time, I won't be taking any more questions. Follow me. I will lead you to the armory. Ares clapped his hands, lightly touching the wall in front. Casting a barrier, a door glowed before the students' eyes. The guy Bantan was extremely excited, while Odell was amazed. Now, this is a privilege granted by Saitan. Whether you choose the best or the worst weapon is up to you. Odell followed with suspicion. Is this really the armory? Why does the door look like the entrance to a dungeon? Instructor Ares waved his hand, pointing in that direction. You will enter one by one, in reverse order from the second test, as a precaution. Each person will be checked on their way out. Odell was skeptical. Wait, so I'm the last one? He can do whatever he wants. The orange-haired guy was still excited. Awesome. I'm first. He approached the door, raised his hand, and waved. I'll choose the best one. Huh. Instructor Ares scowled. Shut up and get in. Renee gently said to Odell. I'll choose an artifact since I already have a weapon. What about you? He smiled. I think I'll choose an artifact too. Waiting stopped him. Odell was worried. Wait, does that mean the others will do the same? By the time it's my turn, will there be anything left to choose? Renee looked at him blankly. Instructor Ares called out. Who's next? Go. The orange-haired guy came out, changed the crown on his head, and bragged. Haha, isn't this cool? Odell looked at the two who had taken the weapons they wanted, a little disappointed. As expected, everyone came out with an artifact. Maybe I should choose armor instead. Renee gently reminded him. Odell, it's your turn. Odell looked at Renee and exclaimed, I see you chose a bracelet. May I ask what its property is? She said cheerfully, You'll know when you go inside. There's a description. Odell was surprised. A description? Renee smiled brightly. Yeah, but some items don't have descriptions. Odell nodded. I understand. He thought to himself, some don't have descriptions. So, does that mean they're worthless? I don't think so, because they're preserved so carefully. Odell walked past Instructor Ares, thinking, I'm sure they have something special. Ares said, You're the last one. He scowled coldly. If you have something to say, say it. Odell broke into a sweat. He asked shyly, May I ask, when an item has no description, what does that mean? Ares replied, It means we haven't figured out exactly what it is. Odell was excited. So its owner hasn't been found, or what abilities it has. Ares nodded. Exactly. If you're lucky, you might get an item with amazing abilities. But if you're unlucky, you could be cursed for life. Odell froze. Ares urged, We don't have much time. Go in. Odell entered with interest. Perhaps going last is good or bad depending on luck. The door opened, and Odell stepped inside. Looking around, it was quite bright and tidy inside. Hope nothing unexpected jumps out. He saw a glowing door on the other side. That must be it. He entered the room where many items were stored. Odell glanced at a red sword. Ah, this is crazy. Then he stood before a long spear. This spear looks unique. Let's see the description. Twin Fong Spear, a spear used by an unknown demon to hunt soul serpents. The revenge of the slain, snakes resides within. When a certain amount of mana, is channeled, the forms of 2 snakes will appear. Odell was pensive. The description sounds important, but the ability isn't that great. I already have a dagger, so it's not very useful. He continued, next weapon, Starlight Crystal, a crystal ball imbued with starlight once used by a skilled astrologer. With a small amount of mana, you borrow the light of the stars to illuminate your surroundings. Odell turned away. Not very compatible. I used the darkness element. It could be a torch, but I'll pass. Suddenly seeing something strange, Odell was intrigued. Huh? Why is this one empty? I wonder what item was here. He bent down to read the description. The great crown of the victor grants the wearer extraordinary recovery and stamina. Belongs to its owner until they die. Odell frowned. This is the one Bantan is wearing on his head, that greedy bastard. He sighed helplessly. I eliminated the binding items in the novel. I didn't expect to find one here. Odell looked around. Most of the good artifacts have been taken. Only empty boxes are left. Serpent's bone chain gone. Demon General's war banner. Insignia of a noble. All gone. Odell shouted. Ah, there's nothing left. He stopped and thought. The 7 deadly sins took most of the good stuff. What should I do? He turned to a lone sword, thinking, most of the armor and weapons aren't very good. Looks like there's no other choice. What if this is a cursed holy relic? Odell had an idea. That's right, I can use that method. He took out a pen and paper. I need to save gold, but I'll use it now. He wrote, tell me about the broken sword with no description in the armory. You must pay a price for this information. Payment with a treasure above relic grade or 100 gold coins. He remembered, wait, buying an old item in a box with no description. Tell me about the undescribed bracer right next to it. Payment of at least 50 gold coins. Odell broke into a sweat, realizing 50 gold because it states the cost. I just need to choose the most expensive one. He calculated. There are 7 undescribed boxes in this row. I'll ask in order. He wrote, an undescribed blue-eyed bird. Tell me about the eagle-shaped black stone. Payment of at least 1 gold coin. Odell was disappointed if it was only 1 gold coin. The description read, exchanges the owner's luck with another's misfortune. He was surprised. Ah, this must be it. Next. He continued writing. Next item, payment of at least 100 gold, payment of at least 50 gold. Odell panted, holding the paper. He approached the next box, hesitating. None of them are particularly good. Only 2 left. He wrote, requesting a strange weapon to be described again. This is at least a mythic level artifact. Payment of at least 300 gold coins. Odell was overjoyed. Wow, a mythic level? I'm so lucky. This is better than the artifacts the others took. I'll take this one. Suddenly, a strange feeling made him pause. Odell turned to the box next to it, which was glowing. What is this strange feeling? Like someone is watching me. In the box was an intricate necklace. Odell thought, that's right, there's one last one. He wrote, tell me about this nameless necklace. Suddenly, the paper floated in the air, glowing. Odell was surprised. What? The paper read, you must sacrifice a god. The light grew stronger. Odell was amazed. Is this a legendary item? Odell was still in awe. I thought I was done for, but who knew I'd get so lucky? Looking at the floating paper, he carefully considered. Wait, it's too early to celebrate. Which god should I sacrifice? Right now, I don't even have a minor god, let alone a demon god. Odell stared intently at the necklace in the box. What on earth is this necklace? He tried to test it. Maybe I should channel some mana into it and see. But there was no reaction. The necklace remained still. Odell wondered, damn it, this is so frustrating. I wish I knew what it could do. It just says to sacrifice a god, nothing else. Not giving up, he continued to write on the paper. Maybe I should try a few tricks. Tell me which god is related to the nameless necklace in the basement. The paper still read, sacrifice a god. Odell was confused. It's not working. He held the box, regretting. Even if I rephrase the question, I'll probably get the same answer. Should I give up? Without further hesitation, he opened the box and confidently took the necklace. No, I'm sure about this. After putting it on, Odell affirmed, this is something far more valuable than any ordinary artifact. My instincts tell me so. He checked his information: race, half-demon, alignment, chaotic, talent, transposition, special trait, beast soul absorption, characteristics, beast soul, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana control, pride, mana, 1297. Odell considered. Status window, just as I thought. No one would be interested in this. I could take my time to figure it out. Instructor Aries was surprised to see the item Odell took. What is that necklace? Odell was flustered. It's one of the items without a description. Aries was surprised. You chose an artifact without knowing its function or origin. So, you know something about it. Odell smiled. No, I know absolutely nothing. Aries frowned and said nothing, making Odell sweat. He's making that face again. Why does he hate me so much? Aries turned around. All right, I'll believe you. As a Saitan instructor, I must trust my students. He turned to everyone. Now, take good care of the artifacts you have chosen. In times of crisis, they could even be a spare life. The students chorused. Yes, sir. Odell looked at the students and exclaimed, everyone here, except me, has the potential to lead the future demon world. They will receive countless investments and support. He felt insecure. I wish I had a little of that. Can I really survive at Saitan? The armory gate disappeared. Aries said, all right, dismissed. We will meet again at the entrance ceremony. Odell approached Renee. Shall we go back to the dormitory? Lady Renee. She nodded, yeah. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. It was the orange-haired guy. Aha, sorry about that. The first time we met, I was a bit rude. Group 33 leader. Odell turned back, looking at Bantan. He held out his hand, excited. Nice to meet you. I'm Bantan. The way you fight is really impressive. Odell happily returned the gesture. Nice to meet you, Bantan. I'm Odell. He thought, this is unexpected. He approached me first. That's good. But the smile didn't last long. Odell felt uncomfortable as Bantan squeezed his hand tightly. Odell gritted his teeth in pain. This bastard. What the hell is he suddenly doing? It seemed Bantan was just now revealing his true nature. He knew Bantan was the type of person who didn't care about the weak, only interested in the strong, driven by envy and greed, a warmonger. He had once pushed the main character in the human world to the brink of death, but spared him when he realized his potential, promising a rematch. Bantan pretended. What's wrong? You look like you're struggling. Odell forced himself. It's nothing. There are stronger people around. Why are you looking for me? He cast a spell, and Bantan's sword lit up. Transposition. Target set. Suddenly, Odell was standing right behind Bantan. He said, stop it, okay? The test just ended. Everyone is tired. His hand trembled. Damn it, my hand. Bantan laughed loudly. Haha, I didn't expect this. He turned his head, full of provocative killing intent. You're strong. Let's fight right here, until one of us is dead. Odell was horrified. He's crazy, a real psycho. I said, I'm not going to fight. Renee shouted, stop, her eyes widening. She challenged Bantan. If you want to fight my guardian, you have to fight me. A scene of a three-way brawl. Bantan stopped. Haha, I love a good fight, but fighting both of you is a bit much. I don't want to get injured before school starts. He turned back, still threatening Odell. Well, there will surely be plenty of opportunities. See you later. Odell was concerned. He says he doesn't want to get hurt before school starts, but he wants to fight to the death. What a psycho. He looked at Bantan, witnessing it firsthand. I can't predict this person. Bantan raised his sword, wondering when he had drawn it. Renee called, let's go, Odell. He turned back, smiling. Yes, Lady Renee. He thought, it's only been one day, but it feels like several days have passed. I'm starting to look forward to life at Saitan. The next morning, Odell woke up full of excitement. Standing at the window, he couldn't stop marveling. Maybe it's because of yesterday's hard work, but I feel unusually refreshed today. In front of the mirror, he admired his much-improved body. I'm definitely getting stronger. He cheerfully picked up his clothes. Let's try on a Saidan uniform they sent. They know where we are. Sent it directly. Pretty thoughtful. Odell put on the uniform. Oh, it's more comfortable than I thought. He admired it. They say we'll only wear uniforms for 3 years, but at least it's practical. He thought of Renee. I gave Renee her uniform. I wonder how she looks in it. Should I go see? Odell knocked on her door. Lady Renee, I wanted to ask if you need anything before we go out. The door creaked open. Come in. Renee, wearing the uniform, stood in the sunlight, shyly. Odell was stunned and complimented her. You look beautiful. Renee blushed, flustered. Ahem, where are you going? Odell saw her ears were red too. He thought, embarrassed? I didn't expect her to have such a cute side. He smiled. Today is a rare day off, so I thought I'd take a walk around the city. He bowed. You should rest too, Lady Renee. I'll be going now. He turned to leave, and Renee spoke up. Wait. She was too shy to look at him directly. You have something you need to do, right? Odell wondered. Excuse me? Something I need to do. Renee blushed, looking at him. Odell looked back at Renee, thinking to himself, wait, did I forget something? He suddenly remembered protection. Odell was flustered. Oh, right, I have to protect her. I forgot about that after getting too excited about the idea of a day off alone. Renee turned around. I'll go with you. Let me change. Wait a moment. She was still blushing. How long are you going to stare? Odell understood. Oh, of course. I'll wait outside. He stood outside the door, mourning his day off. In the city, crowded and bustling, people were trading and buying busily. The city was clean. It was hard to believe a war had taken place 10 years ago. Odell looked at everything, thinking, while reconstruction is still ongoing in the suburbs of the capital, it seems humans won the war, but couldn't completely capture the capital. Renee gently pulled his hand, calling Odell. She pointed to a street food stall. Let's eat that. Odell looked. You mean street food? Golden brown skewers, fat sizzling on the charcoal grill. He approached and asked the owner, what kind of skewers are these? The person replied, spiced venison and vegetable skewers. Odell thought, with Renee standing beside him, excited. I wonder if it's like chicken skewers? He said, 2 skewers, please. Thank you. Renee brought the skewer to her mouth, and they both carefully savored it. Odell asked, it's good. Do you like it? Renee nodded. It's really good. He watched her intently, thinking, who knew someone as calm as Renee could make such an expression? Maybe she's slowly opening up. They walked past a fountain in the city. Lost in conversation, Odell enjoyed it. It's been a long time since I've had a real break. This might be the last time I'll be this relaxed. The two stopped in front of a giant statue in the middle of the city. Odell looked up. Who is she? He pointed at the statue and asked Renee. Renee replied, You really don't know? That's the first Demon King. Odell exclaimed, Oh, the first Demon King. Now that I think about it, she does look a bit like Diana. He thought, there won't be many chances to see the first Demon King up close. He said, let's get closer for a better look. Suddenly, the statue's 2 eyes glowed. The necklace on Odell's person also began to glow. He was shocked, holding the necklace. What is this? The necklace is glowing. A stream of light from the statue transferred to the necklace. Odell held it tightly, amazed. A gem on the necklace turned gray. He exclaimed, What the hell is going on? Renee called out, What are you doing? Why did you suddenly take out your artifact to look at it? Odell was still stunned, looking at the statue, wondering, did I mistake it? I'm sure I saw light from the statue, and the necklace's color changed. He turned to Renee. She didn't understand what was happening. As expected, only I saw it. The statue returned to normal. Odell thought, I only got a vague answer like sacrifice a god, but now I've discovered something important in the most unexpected place. He realized this necklace was definitely connected to the first Demon King. If I investigate everything related to it, I'll find a clue. Renee called out, "Stay there. Let's go back." Odell replied, "Okay, Lady Renee." But he still thought, "Now I'm really curious about the nature of this necklace." The next morning at the academy, the two arrived after their day off. Odell gently called, "Hurry up, Lady Renee. The entrance ceremony is about to start." She replied, "Yeah." In a grand hall, the headmaster stood on the stage welcoming the new students. The headmaster and instructors were already seated in the hall with about 100 new students. Odell thought, "It's just a normal entrance ceremony." Two students below commented, "I can't believe that child is the headmaster. That child is a monster who overwhelmed us with just her presence." One praised, "Even so, she's cute." Odell laughed to himself, "Cute my foot." He looked at the headmaster and marveled. "She's covered in tattoos with a child's body, and they call that cute." Suddenly, the headmaster's gaze shot down. The students jumped in fear. The headmaster radiated killing intent. Odell thought, "I mean, she's really cute. Can she read minds?" Instructor Aries was stern. "Everyone be quiet. The entrance ceremony will begin now." Renee and Odell, in their uniforms, stood together. The headmaster's normal speech was about to end, and the atmosphere quieted down. An instructor said, "You must obey the rules of Saitan." He continued, "The headmaster's speech is over. Now we will begin the oath ceremony of the top and second top students." Two outstanding students were invited to the stage. The top student and the runner-up, "Please come forward." Odell quietly observed. As expected, those two earned these positions. Renee was unfazed. He thought, the only reason she enrolled is to avenge her mother. Maybe she doesn't care about competition. As for me, no matter what anyone says, I have to focus on what needs to be done. Suddenly, Odell felt a finger pointing straight at him. Bantan. He was still aiming for Odell. He sighed, "This creepy guy again. What's wrong with this stalker?" He tried to stay calm. "No, don't react. Ignore him. Stay calm, don't get dragged in." A girl stepped forward. "The top student, please come forward." A beautiful figure walked coldly. The male students, including Odell, marveled, truly blessed by the gods, the daughter of the Demon King, Diana. Now that she's the top student, who can stand in her way? The two students stood before the headmaster and took the oath. "I solemnly swear we, who have been accepted into Saidan, will erase the humiliation and vow to rebuild the demon world." Her oath echoed, and the atmosphere in the hall changed. Odell touched the black mark on his neck, feeling the resentment of those who lost their homes and families to humans. He thought, if anyone finds out I carry the blood of Axel, just the thought is terrifying. A horrific scene appeared, Odell being brutally tortured. In the worst-case scenario, I'll be tortured for eternity. The ceremony ended. Instructor Aries shouted, "The Saitan entrance ceremony is now concluded. Students, check the notice board behind you to find your assigned class. After confirming, go to your classroom." Odell smiled brightly. "Let's go, Lady Renee." She nodded, "Yeah." The students looked at the notice board. Odell focused. "Let's see, I'm in Class A. What about Renee?" He felt a pang of regret. He announced, "You're in Class C, Lady Renee." "Honestly, I didn't want us to be separated." Renee was annoyed. "Wipe that smile off your face." She turned angrily. "You are still my guardian, so you better come when I call." Odell replied, "Of course, Lady Renee." He enjoyed it. "Great. Looks like I can relax a bit now." Suddenly, he bumped into another student. The student's eyes glared. Gritting his teeth, "You want to die, you bastard? You look like a separate." Odell was surprised. "Wait a minute, this is..." Odell recognized the person in front of him, from the family of Greed, son of Varus, Samuel. If I'm not mistaken, he's quite strong among the 7 deadly sins. He bumped into me and is still trying to start a fight. How ridiculous. But today I should avoid him. Odell brushed himself off and smiled lightly. Ah, I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. Samuel snapped angrily. Get lost. You're lucky today is the entrance day. Odell thought, why are the children of the 7 deadly sins like this? I hope Samuel isn't in my class. Surely Bantan isn't in class at 2, right? The sound of a table being slammed echoed. Idia shouted, So you don't believe me? Aries was calm. That's not the issue. That child is too dangerous. I'm speaking from experience. It would be better for me to handle him. Idia didn't accept. There are students assigned to me. Class A instructor. You can't override me. The headmaster interrupted. Enough. Sit down. The instructor sat down resentfully. The headmaster asked, Instructor Aries, what is your reason for wanting to change the class you're in charge of? Aries replied, I intend to handle that student myself. I've faced countless people like that kid on the battlefield. He was born a killer and could point his sword at an ally at any time. He must be restrained now. Another instructor spoke up. Aren't you being overly cautious with a half-breed? He's significantly weaker than the children of the 7 deadly sins. Aries retorted, No, strength is not just determined by power. His ability to dare to try bold things and his calmness are not inferior to the 7 deadly sins. The other 2 instructors looked at each other and said nothing. Aries continued, That is why I want to be in charge of Class A, to be careful with him. Idia shouted, Wait a minute, so you mean you don't trust me? The headmaster sighed at the argument. I apologize if I have offended you, Idia. Aries, when will you stop treating her like a child? The headmaster exuded killing intent. Enough. The whole room fell silent. She said, I understand your concerns, Instructor Aries, but the classes have already been assigned. Changing classes now would do more harm than good. Aries didn't argue. I understand. However, being cautious doesn't hurt. The headmaster instructed Idia. Instructor, pay special attention to that child. Idia was excited. Yes. The headmaster concluded. Okay, that ends the meeting. Instructors, go to your classes to welcome the students. In Class 1, Odell was disappointed. How can I be this unlucky? Bronze approached his desk, relieved that it wasn't Diana or Bantan. She questioned, Did you follow me all the way here? Odell explained, The class assignments are random. Bronze was delighted. Oh ho, wonderful. I grant you the privilege of being my slave. Odell thought, Here we go again. Samuel spoke up. Hey, you two. If you don't shut up, I'll kill you both. Bronze went berserk. What did you say? You little brat. Samuel sneered. What? Brat? I'll kill you. Odell reassured himself. I could get along with them, right? The door swung open, and everyone fell silent. Looking towards the door, the instructor walked in. You all are really noisy. You're not planning to fight on the first day, are you? Idia clapped her hands excitedly. Welcome, everyone. I'm the instructor in charge of Class A. Remember my name? Idia. Your seniors were called the Calamity Corps. Odell wondered about the name. Everyone was whispering Calamity Corps. The one who single-handedly killed 10,000 enemies at the Pollux River. Wasn't it 30,000? Odell smiled softly. Someone so strong as my instructor. Maybe this increases my chances of survival. Idia said, That's it for my introduction. I'll go over how the classes will proceed. Idia wrote on the board, Hunting Method. I will teach you this. We don't hunt animals, we hunt prey. Samuel gritted his teeth. A brave student asked, What do we hunt? Idia replied, One of the reasons you came here. Humans. Later, Idia continued, I only teach hunting methods. Magic and weapons are taught by other instructors. Kronstam, she's too beautiful to be an instructor. Idia said, I'm also in charge of basic physical training. Odell froze, his weak point. Idia concluded, Now, let's begin the first lesson. Gather at the training ground. At the training ground, Odell exclaimed, Whoa, this area is huge, 4 or 5 times bigger than a normal field, used for weapons or magic. Everyone was still unsure of what they would be learning. Idia spoke up, Is that enough? Focus. Don't take your eyes off this. A large black hole grew. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers stepped out, holding weapons, standing behind Idia, cursing orders. Everyone was terrified. Idia laughed. Humph, they're not real, just illusions I created with magic. She touched a soldier's face with interest. Oh, I created the Sword Saint in the entrance exam. A replica with about 1/10 of the Sword Saint's power. Odell thought, she's a monster. Saitan is quite formidable, but the Royal Academy is even further beyond. Idia said, the task is simple. Get past these people and come to me. Who should start? She noticed Odell, her tone demonic. You, what's your name? Why don't you try stabbing me in the neck like you did with the Sword Saint? After Instructor Ares, now I'm being targeted by this instructor. Odell was a bit scared and asked, I'm not fighting you directly, am I? Idia suggested the key point. Among those soldiers, there's a leader, a source of mental strength. When the leader falls, the soldiers collapse like dominoes. If the leader is strong, they are also strong. I will play the role of the leader. Odell confidently drew his sword. Understood. Sun Tzu's Art of War. To defeat an army, first capture its general. Taking down the leader in the middle of a crowd of soldiers, too easy. He smirked. Of course I can't defeat you. So if I touch your hand or weapon, it counts as a pass, right? Idia signaled begin. The soldiers attacked. Odell activated. Transposition. Just 1 second. He stood behind Idia, placing his sword at her neck. Does this count as a pass, instructor? His breath tickled Idia's neck. He thought, a few dozen meters of separation is nothing based on distance. Initially, I could only move a few meters. This is a huge improvement. Now I can destroy an enemy base with ease. Odell was proud of his ability. Idia laughed. Ah, I see why I was told to watch out for you. She pushed the sword away. You pass. Go back to your seat. Odell replied, Yes, I understand. He wondered, is it hostility or curiosity? I don't know what part of me agitates them. They haven't found out who I am, right? Sheathing his sword, he couldn't stop thinking. Idia said, Now you've seen what a student can do, right? Those who fail will have extra lessons. The statement made the class even more fearful. The soldiers continued. Odell observed. They do the basics very well. As expected of demons, their prey are just ordinary people without powers, so it's understandable. But they can only take down a few if the instructor directly controls them. The soldiers used different weapons to target the students. A student shouted, Ouch! That must have hurt. He jumped up, I'll jump over all of you. But the soldiers switched to bows and arrows, shooting straight. He fell with a scream. Everyone was helpless. Odell thought, Transposition is too powerful. With this skill, I can aim for the top of the class. He was confident in his goal. The next student, Samuel, stepped up. He coldly snapped, Get out of the way. Odell thought it was Samuel's turn. Let's see if his arrogant personality matches his skills. A blue light emanated from Samuel. Odell was expectant. He gathered magic and then released it. The power affected the entire training ground. Even Odell was affected. Samuel wiped out the soldiers in the blink of an eye. Odell was shocked. Is this magic? The unique ability of greed. A monstrous skill that swallows everything. He thought, for now, I'll let him take the top spot in the class. Idia raised her hand, and with a light flick, Samuel's magic vanished. She said, Well, it's understandable. There's no way an instructor would be defeated by a student. You blew everything away except me. Very impressive. Enough to shock me for a second. But unfortunately, you fail. Samuel stood frozen for a moment. Idia snapped her fingers, and a group of soldiers immediately appeared. She said, I told you, if you don't kill the leader, the soldiers will always find a replacement. No matter how many you kill, I will still kill them. They're still like this. At least 200 of them are coming. Idia was kind. Your magic is quite strong for a first year. Samuel, his hands trembling. Angrily, he walked back to his seat. his face full of dissatisfaction but accepting the result. As he passed, he glanced at Odell. Odell thought, "My confident face is making him angry." He said, "Samuel, your overconfidence is the reason you failed. If you had focused on the objective like I did, you would have passed easily." Bronze laughed loudly. "Huh, finally it's my turn." Odell thought, "Bronze of the 7 deadly sins. I wonder how she'll pass." Students whispered. Bronze pointed directly at a soldier. "You lowly minions dare to block my path." She laughed, ho ho, but still stood still, not moving. Everyone wondered, what is she doing? Ron was scared to death. What should I do? Odell thought. As expected, Bronze, the child of lust, doesn't fight directly. She controls her minions like a queen bee. Without her minions, she can't do anything. Bronze was still scared, motionless. Odell thought, she needs to do something. Suddenly, Bronze turned her head, looking at Odell with pleading eyes. "Help me, my slave." Huh? Odell was surprised by her action. Odell was bewildered. "Slave?" Around them, people whispered. Did she just call him a slave? He looked at Bronze, thinking nonstop, that crazy statement. What was she thinking saying that? Bronze turned back, shouting, "Hurry up! Help me!" Idia, with a stern expression, ordered 2 subordinates to advance. Bronze was terrified, backing away. She screamed, "Help!" Odell realized she had no defensive abilities. Can't she strengthen herself? But the thought passed quickly, no, it can't be. Maybe she has a special reason. On the other side, Bronze endured a barrage of blows, helplessly crying out, "Odell, save me!" Another source of energy attracted Odell. He turned around. He saw a girl healing a boy's wounds. He said, "Thanks a lot." She replied, "It's nothing. I'm glad you weren't seriously injured." Odell was surprised. Healing magic? That's a power only humans use. So this child is also a half-breed. I never expected to be in the same class as someone with such a rare healing talent. I don't remember her name, but I need to connect with her. Should I approach her now? Idia's voice cut in. Student Bronze is asking for your help. Now that the test is over, it would be good to help her teach a lesson." Odell replied immediately, "Oh, I understand. I'll be right there." In reality, he was scolding Bronze in his head. Ugh, she chose the wrong time, ruining my good opportunity. Looking at Bronze's timid appearance, he teased, "You useless Bronze." She cried out, "Ow!" Odell ripped off his disguise. "Please get up. It's over." Bronze sat up, tears streaming, her body covered in wounds, sobbing. "You saw everything, didn't you?" He feigned ignorance. "What are you talking about?" Bronze shouted angrily, "Don't pretend, you slave." Odell replied, "Well, I see you're weaker than a slave." Bronze was furious, unable to tear him apart. "Are you mocking me?" Idia requested. "All right, let's clean up. Everyone gather." But the result was as expected. Idia said, "First lesson, you all did well. Experiences like this are important to know your own position. Mistakes help you support each other, coordinating perfectly in battle." Samuel gritted his teeth, his eyebrows furrowed in anger. TCH, Odell thought, listening to Idia's explanation at the Human Royal Academy. Students are sorted by ability, but at Saitan, classes are assigned randomly, so coordination is key. Her idea emphasizes this. Idia said loudly. As for the only one who passed, student Odell, he stood proud. Yes. Idia's eyes were deep, full of expectation. "I look forward to your progress." Odell replied without hesitation. "Thank you, ma'am. I will do my best to learn." Around him were looks of jealousy and envy. At the end of the lesson, Idia turned and returned to the classroom for the next period. Odell thought, hesitating, she praised me, right? But why did her voice sound so hostile? She's always looking for a chance to cause trouble. She made me Bronze's slave. Can I build a faction here? The clock struck 10. After Idia's class, the next classes took place. A teacher in a neat military uniform stood at the podium. Nice to meet you all. I am a teacher in charge of theoretical education. We will learn about the history of the demon world and the weaknesses of humans. The demon race revolves around the first demon king. The body structure is similar to humans. Odell pondered. Hit in that spot, demons feel the same pain. The teacher announced, "Next, we will have a test on today's material. If you don't want to retake it, memorize it." Odell closed his book, exhaustedly slumping onto the desk. Good heavens! It's no different from when I was in school. I'm already discouraged on the first day. Seeing everyone laughing and talking happily, he felt dejected. I'm the only one who's isolated, lonely. I don't even have friends now, just like back then. He shed a tear. But then he saw the girl with healing abilities. Excited, he thought, "That's right, there's that girl." He strode over. This time I have to talk to her. He greeted, "Nice to meet you. I'm Odell." The people around him looked at him, confusing him. Wait, why is everyone looking this way? The girl seemed not to notice. She passed by. Yes. Nice to meet you. Odell thought. When two half-breeds do something, it's sure to attract attention. She's not comfortable. I should save the conversation for later. Feeling disrespected, he greeted, "I'll talk to you some other time then." She was flustered. Then goodbye. As he walked away, he comforted himself. Maybe I should go to the bathroom to replenish my mana. Lonely or something. Before he could touch the door, Samuel swung it wide open. Odell cursed his bad luck. What terrible timing. Samuel saw him, his voice angry. "It's you again." Odell didn't want to cause trouble. "I was just about to leave. You go first, I'll go after." But Samuel passed by, insulting him. "You disgusting, inferior creature." Odell couldn't ignore it. He retorted, "Your family must be wonderful." The question made Samuel angry. He turned back, unleashing his power, roaring, "What?" Odell continued, "I mean to give birth to a walking, talking piece of trash like you." The curses flowed. "You filthy, petty thing." Samuel gritted his teeth, roaring, "I'll tear you into 100 pieces." Odell's eyes showed a deadly look, a cruel plot forming. Unlike Banan, this guy shows pure hatred. If he gets in the way of my plans, it's better to eliminate him now. The power of both sides surged, ready for a life-or-death battle. Looking at Samuel's sharp, spiky hands, Odell thought crazily. If I use magic, no one would care if I blew his arm off. Suddenly, a teacher appeared. "Stop it right now. Class is about to start. Both of you get to your seats." Like a bucket of cold water dousing the flames, both were surprised. Odell thought, when did he get here? The fire of battle extinguished. Both Odell and Samuel were surprised. When did he get here? They simultaneously retracted their intense auras, but the signs of their confrontation were only temporarily paused. Even so, the tension still hung in the air. Odell knew Samuel wouldn't let it go easily, at least not yet. The new teacher was introduced as the magic instructor, Robard. Odell immediately took note of his sudden appearance and calm demeanor. This made him wary, but he told himself that someone entrusted with teaching at Sidon Academy must be a master. If so, learning magic from him is an opportunity not to be taken lightly. In this world, magic was not an innate gift, but a skill that could be honed, even academic in nature. Robard emphasized that to learn magic effectively, one must understand their attribute. He explained the 4 basic elements: earth, water, wind, and fire, the foundation of all magic. Combined with darkness and light, a total of 6 attributes made up the current magic system. Robard added that most people only possess 1 attribute. Odell wondered if his mixed heritage made him an exception, pondering the 2 bloodlines within him. His paternal family, the Bear Clan, was famous for the darkness attribute, but his maternal family, the Axel clan, was a complete mystery to him, never clearly mentioned. After the introduction, Robard announced that the lesson would revolve around determining their mana attribute. He asked the students to place their hands on a special orb one by one, which would change color according to their mana attribute. The students lined up, approaching in order. Odell deliberately stood at the back, observing. As each person placed their hand, the orb changed color. Robart announced, fire red, water blue, wind green, earth brown. The process went quickly without a hitch. When it was his turn, before Odell could step forward, Robard called his name directly. Startling him, Odell. How does he know my name? Surprised and wary. He slowly approached and placed his hand on the orb. Immediately, a strange color appeared. Half black, half gray. The entire class fell silent. Robard's face changed color. He stared at the orb in disbelief, as if not believing his own eyes. He explained that black represented darkness, commonly seen in high-level demons. But gray is extremely rare, almost never seen before. Odell tilted his head. You don't know what that color is, sir? Robard shook his head. No, I know. I'm just surprised. Its rarity is immense. He continued. The color gray symbolizes chaos, magic that does not follow the laws of nature, even breaking the fundamental principles of the world. Odell stood silently, his mind reeling. The word chaos echoed in his mind. As the creator of this world in the original novel, he had never considered this attribute. Now he himself possessed something that didn't exist in the original draft. Magic that goes against the natural order. Could this be the key to my special ability? But for now, Odell focused on darkness, something he was sure he could control. Lost in thought, Odell felt eyes on him from behind. Turning sharply, he saw Bronze standing behind him. She stood silently, clearly using a concealment technique, but was discovered. Therefore, he would be able to find them. Her face showed a flicker of surprise, not expecting Odell to notice. But immediately, her eyes turned cold and angry. Bronze growled, Hey, what the hell were you just thinking? The sharp question made Odell freeze. He feigned ignorance. What do you mean? But she wasn't easily fooled. Her gaze was sharp, without a hint of trust, trying to accuse Odell of deliberately provoking Samuel. Odell defended himself. I just couldn't stand being bullied. She laughed scornfully. Seriously, her eyes narrowed like knives. The person you picked a fight with is no ordinary person. He belongs to one of the 7 great sinner families. Odell retorted, Outsiders can't interfere in Sight Academy, so it's not worth worrying about. He intended to end it, but she became even more annoyed. Sighing, she spoke as if to a clueless child. You clearly don't understand anything. She was about to say that kid's family is actually, but stopped mid-sentence, leaving a mysterious pause. Turning to leave, she left him with, Anyway, be careful from now on. Odell watched her retreating figure, his mind spinning. What was she going to say? Is Samuel's family known for brutal revenge? Her voice was not merely a threat, but dangerous, complex, far beyond personal grudges. Odell shook his head, clearing his thoughts. The last class was about to begin. He needed to focus. The swordsmanship instructor entered. His face scowled as if the whole world owed him something. Without a greeting, he scolded, Normally, at this level, you lot aren't worthy of sitting here. He said harshly, in the previous training, even though the practice opponent was only activated at 10%, then 5%, all groups except for the top 8 were wiped out. His words cut through the student's self-esteem like a knife. Odell thought, he's deliberately trying to provoke us. The instructor announced coldly, From today, I will teach you how to hold a sword, so that when you die, you can at least take one of the opponent's hands with you to the grave. The lesson began with running laps outside, a true test of physical endurance. He explained that the foundation of swordsmanship is physical fitness. No matter how good your technique is, if you have stamina, your strength will increase 2-3 times over. The training was harsh. Before long, students were panting, their legs burning after each lap. When will this be over? This is the 20th lap already? whimpers were heard. Some secretly used magic to cheat, but couldn't fool the instructor. He roared, "Penalty push-ups, then start running again from the beginning. No arguments." No one dared to argue. The nightmare continued. Odell smirked to himself. These rich kids always find ways to cheat. He was like when he first entered this body, causing chaos without needing cheap tricks. Finally, the instructor announced the final lap, lap 50. Anyone who completes 50 laps can return to the dorm. Anyone who doesn't stays for extra lessons. Odell sighed in relief. Today was mentally stressful and physically draining. His whole body was exhausted. He just wanted to go back to his room, throw himself on the bed, and sleep. On the way back to the dorm, Odell stopped short. His whole body tensed as someone grabbed his shoulder from behind. Turning sharply, his heart pounded, ready to react. Seeing the person in front of him clearly, Odell's eyes widened. Stunned, "Why is she here?" he wondered in confusion. Turning around in a state of shock, seeing Lady Renee made him wonder what she was doing here at this time. With her reddish-brown hair and gentle smile, Odell smiled and greeted her first, then asked softly, "Are you on your way back to the dorm? Today was the first day of class. What did you think?" But Renee said nothing. That silence made Odell suspicious. Did someone in class annoy her? That earlier scene was really easy to misunderstand. Finally, Renee just uttered a cold sentence. "You're still lacking in training." Then she suddenly suggested, "Let's do some light exercise to stretch our muscles. Come train with me." Odell was completely surprised by the invitation. Even so, Renee's face showed a bit of excitement as she asked again, "You'll help me, right?" "Right." Odell was silent, his expression unclear whether it was reluctance or agreement. Finally, he let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself, "This girl never gets tired." Seeing a training area for students nearby, Renee pointed towards it. "Let's hurry over there. We still have time." Odell nodded lightly, while thinking to himself, training with a descendant of one of the 7 deadly sins. It's tiring, but it will definitely be beneficial. They entered a spacious building together. Odell glanced around and blurted out, "It's so spacious." Inside, the training equipment was fully equipped, and other students were also training hard. Odell nodded. With conditions like these, physical fitness will definitely improve significantly. Seeing a large barbell loaded with heavy plates, Odell asked, "Shall we start with this?" He suggested he try first, while eyeing the obviously not lightweight. With a mix of confidence and pride, he reassured Renee, "I've been training for years. This is nothing." With that, he stepped forward, bent down into position to lift the bar. Veins popped on his neck, his facial muscles tensed. He strained with all his might to lift the bar, letting out a hoarse groan. Lady Renee stood with her arms crossed beside him, observing coldly. Finally, she uttered a concise sentence, "Too weak. Don't force it, you'll tear a muscle." Odell gritted his teeth in silence, cursing inwardly, "This damn body. After all those years of confinement, my current physical strength just can't handle this kind of pressure." He collapsed onto both hands, panting, sweat dripping onto the floor. Unconcerned with his struggle, Renee stepped forward nonchalantly, bent down to grab the barbell, and said casually, "This kind?" Then with just a light push, she lifted the barbell over her head without any difficulty. Odell stared wide-eyed, his heart filled with astonishment. What the hell? This kind of strength is truly incomparable. He realized that even if he used all his pure strength, he might not be able to keep up with her. "I have to train more seriously." A determined smile quietly formed on Odell's lips. 2 hours passed under the harsh afternoon sun. Finally, he approached Renee, who was still lifting weights. "It's getting late, we should stop." Renee placed the barbell on the floor with a solid thud. Without protesting, she just nodded and said, "Yeah." Odell said gently, "I'll walk you to the dorm gate." She didn't refuse, just walked silently beside him. On the way, Odell quietly observed, thinking to himself that she had clearly been training a lot lately. Curious about Renee's current condition when she briefly went to change, Odell quickly activated a special skill. A glowing blue interface appeared before his hand, displaying Renee's status information. The content displayed: race, half-demon, alignment, chaotic talent, transposition, characteristics, curious, easily immersed, high killing intent, attributes, darkness, mana control, gaze pride. Odell looked at the information panel, his heart filled with indescribable emotions, both surprised and intrigued. A person like her is truly not simple. Renee's mana stat was clearly displayed on the interface, from 1297 to 1321. Odell noticed that almost all other stats remained unchanged. Only mana had increased by exactly 24 points. He thoughtfully acknowledged that even though Renee persisted in practicing mana control every night, her growth rate was still disappointingly slow. Indeed, this is the slowest stage of development. He sighed inwardly, briefly considering buying some kind of potion to help her speed up her cultivation. But before he could think of anything, Renee's voice came from behind. "I'm done changing." Odell turned around, slightly surprised by her speed. Renee raised an eyebrow at him. "What are you doing?" Odell regained his composure and smiled lightly. It's nothing. Let's go back." After the training session, he walked Renee to the gate of the women's dormitory. He said goodbye. "Get some rest." Renee nodded slightly. "You too, good night," and went inside. Odell stood watching her, letting out a heavy sigh, his body feeling like it was about to fall apart from exhaustion. It had been overwhelming from the beginning. He decided to return to Banton's dorm to rest. Ascending the grand staircase of the luxurious building, he remembered the directions: up the stairs to the right. He pulled out his admission letter to confirm the room. "Room 407, Odell muttered. His eyes scanned the fourth-floor corridor and quickly found his room. Standing in front of the door, he wondered, who's my roommate? He secretly hoped it would be someone both skilled and pleasant, maybe even someone he could pull into his faction. This could be the first male friend I make in the demon world. The thought made him a little excited. He took a breath. He pushed the door open, a friendly smile on his face. "Hello. Nice to..." His voice caught mid-sentence, his smile freezing as his eyes met the person sitting leisurely on the bed. Samuel was casually sucking on a lollipop. Samuel looked up, his face surprised, then turning to disgust, his green eyes narrowing with killing intent. They both shouted in unison, "What the hell? Why are you here?" Odell nearly collapsed against the doorframe. He held his forehead, his fingers tapping lightly with tension. "I can't believe out of hundreds of students, I ended up in the same room with this guy." Samuel was no less furious, biting down on the lollipop so hard it shattered, clearly not happy. The two rivals locked eyes, the air thick with hostility, as if a single spark could ignite a chaotic battle. From the bed, Samuel sneered contemptuously, "You filthy half-breed." TCH. Odell still stood near the door, his teeth clenched, a fierce internal struggle on whether to make him disappear right then and there. But he took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and exhaled heavily. Then he walked to the desk, intending to put his things down. Samuel shot up, his fists clenched. "You looking for a fight?" he snarled. Odell just chuckled in contempt and shook his head. "Are you crazy? You want to fight right here in the dorm room?" His voice was laced with scorn as he turned away. "I was just stepping out for a bit." Samuel didn't answer, just stared with murder in his eyes. With his hand on the doorknob, Odell tossed out a light, mocking jab. "Rest well." He then walked out, the door clicking shut with a dry sound. Inside, Samuel ground his teeth and muttered, "Damn unlucky bastard." TCH. Outside on the campus grounds, Odell sighed again. He thought he'd finally get some peace, but now he had to share a room with that guy. There was no rest to be had. He decided to take a walk and wait for Samuel to fall asleep before heading back. Strolling slowly through the shaded paths of the Saitan Academy campus, He thought about Samuel's strange hostility. He wasn't a descendant of the sin of wrath, yet he was always like a walking inferno. He shook his head in annoyance. TCH, I just don't get it. But then a thought struck him. Wait a minute. Samuel is a descendant of gluttony, the voracious. So is his anger an instinct, just like how I have a predisposition towards chaos? Huh. Odell recalled the concept of inherent inclination that Instructor Robin had mentioned. Was chaos just a mana attribute, or something deeper? He considered consulting the Information Guild, a magical resource for knowledge, but then shook his head. If it knew anything about chaos, it would have mentioned it during the imprint skill transfer. Buying more information would just be a waste of money. Frustrated by the lack of information, Odell looked for a quiet place to practice his mana purification skill. He wandered into a small patch of woods near the eastern field. Under the bright afternoon sky, his gaze drifted unconsciously up to a tree. A small bird was perched on a high branch. A sparrow, Odell mumbled, but looking closer, he shook his head. Not quite a sparrow. Still, it's interesting that there are birds here, he thought. Even on the grounds of Saitan Academy, creatures from outside the city can just fly in freely. Suddenly, the bird's eyes flashed red, startling Odell. He quietly committed the detail to memory. Night fell. Odell gently opened the door to room 407. He let out a breath of relief when he saw Samuel was already asleep, bundled up in his blanket. Good. Things are quiet when he's asleep. Utterly exhausted, he didn't bother being neat, tossing his bag aside and collapsing onto his bed. He sighed, I'm dead tired. I could pass out right now. Despite his body screaming for rest, he tried to practice his mana control a little before sleeping. Lying on his back, Odell regulated his breathing and focused his mind. The mana flowed gently through his body, but his consciousness slowly drifted into sleep. Suddenly, Odell's eyes flew open. A thick, dark figure was looming over his bed, right in front of him. It was Samuel. His eyes were glowing a ghastly green, staring straight at him as if to pierce his very mind. Odell's body went rigid, his heart pounding erratically as Samuel's gaze remained unblinking, cold, and menacing. Samuel's face was filled with contempt. In his mind, he thought bitterly, even when he's sleeping, that guy's face is stupid and annoying. Anger surged as old memories flooded back. The sarcastic remarks, the insults Odell had thrown in his face, even slandering his entire clan. Samuel clenched his fists, swearing to himself that even if he was in the wrong, he would never be the first to apologize. He let out a frustrated sigh. He had so much to worry about, and now he had to waste energy on this piece of trash. Then an unexpected image surfaced. Odell in class yesterday, radiating an intense, almost frightening aura. The other figures standing with him made Samuel's heart ache, as if it were being squeezed. I've felt this before, but why is it appearing now? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his side. Samuel fell to his knees, groaning in agony. He clutched his stomach, his eyes wide with horror. Damn it, the gluttony frenzy is starting again. A cold sweat broke out as he gritted his teeth, enduring the overwhelming hunger that was spiraling out of control. A faint green energy pulsed from his stomach, writhing like a poison eating him from the inside. His body felt like it was being drained dry, unable to bear it. Just then, Odell shifted slightly in his sleep, mumbling something. Samuel turned, his eyes filled with irritation. He was starving to death with every passing moment, and he had to look at that blank face until morning. He really wanted to punch Odell right in the mouth. Exhausted, Samuel sat down heavily on the edge of the bed, groaning as the pain continued to torment him. Dawn broke. The sound of the clock tower's bell echoed, signaling the star of classes. Odell sat up, yawning softly and stretching. What time is it? Is it morning already? Sunlight streamed through the large window. The the steady ticking of a clock echoing in the quiet space. Odell looked out the window, his eyes lighting up. Huh, is that the bird from yesterday? The small bird was perched on a branch, looking exactly like the one from the previous evening. A faint, sharp smile appeared on his lips. In Saitan, where they're so strict about outside creatures, something like this is still wandering around. He furrowed his brow, suspecting someone was watching him. He came to the conclusion as quickly as a reflex, but remained casual. Odell leaned his back against the window, the wooden frame creaking softly. In his mind, he calculated, it might be Instructor Ares, the one who suspects me the most. He scanned it with his mana to check. It wasn't an illusion. It was a real living creature. After a moment's thought, he decided to try taming it with food. He held out his hand, beckoned gently, and called softly, "Here, come here." Like clockwork, Odell realized breakfast time was almost over. He muttered, "Samuel probably went to eat already. I should go too, or I'll starve." He left the window, still thinking about the strange bird and whoever was behind it. He was confused for a moment, not remembering where the cafeteria was. As a result, he was late for class. A female instructor walked in, her voice cheerful. "Good morning, class." Odell sat down, sighing internally. "I got lost looking for the cafeteria, missed breakfast, and my stomach is empty." He wondered if he could even focus on the lesson while this hungry. The instructor, a woman with wavy gray hair, stepped up to the podium, holding a grade book. "All right, everyone. During homeroom today, I have an important announcement. Is everyone present?" Odell frowned, wondering, what important announcement? The instructor continued, "Today, we will be selecting a class president." The whole class started buzzing. Odell's eyes widened as he thought, "Class president, huh?" A student with light blue hair raised his hand. "Ma'am, how will the class president be chosen?" The instructor smiled knowingly. "Initially, I was going to let you vote, but on second thought, I'll just appoint someone." The room went quiet for a beat. Then a female student with horns stood up abruptly. A sparkling pink aura flared around her like a stage effect. An absolutely brilliant decision. Odell was startled, recognizing her as Bronze, just like in the novel. He gave a wry smile. With a personality like that, I'm definitely not cut out to be class president. Bronze turned to the class, declaring grandly, "From now on, allow me to lead this class. Serve me as your king." Odell silently nodded. Bronze was a logical choice. Though she lacked a bit in intelligence, her charisma and ability to captivate were unmatched. Another student spoke up, why don't we let Odell be the class president? He seems pretty capable." Bronze shot him a contemptuous glare. "Please, a half-blood like him wants to be class president." The discussion grew lively. Someone asked, "What about Samuel?" Bronze frowned and shrugged. "He's too scary." Odell smiled faintly, feeling a warmth spread through him. He didn't expect his performance the other day to have left such an impression. It was nice to have his name called out like this. Bronze puffed out her chest smugly. "No matter what you say, I'm still the most obvious choice. Come on, teacher, make the announcement." The instructor sighed and said decisively, "The class president will not be student Bronze." Bronze's jaw dropped, her blue eyes wide with shock. A purple, lightning-like energy crackled around her, as if she were about to explode. The instructor smiled, turning to look at the red-haired boy near the window. "The class president is Odell." Odell was stunned. "Huh?" He looked around, his mind a tangled mess. "What? Why me? A half-demon like me as class president?" Before his thoughts could settle, the instructor's voice, her eyes glowing a faint blue, rang out, "Odell, please do your best to lead the class well." One student cheered excitedly, "Class President Odell, you can do it." Odell was still in a daze, dazedly replying yes. He thought to himself, "I haven't even had breakfast yet." The instructor nodded, announcing she had to teach another class and left a few instructions. She said that to prepare for the midterm exam, The classes would focus on practical combat training. The whole class started whispering and buzzing with excitement. She continued, "The training will be in groups of 3. Form your groups before the end of the day." A pink-haired girl near Odell put a hand to her chin, appearing to think carefully. Odell closed his eyes, contemplating the exam and the combat training. He reasoned that if it was combat training at Sidon, there was a high probability it would involve killing. Fighting here meant finishing off the enemy. The instructor ended the period with a reminder, "Student Bronze." Bronze looked up curious. "Yes," she chirped. The teacher's voice was gentle, but her eyes were full of authority. "If you ever address me with such disrespect again, you will be given priority for private supplementary lessons. Understand?" Bronze froze, her arrogant smile deflating like a popped balloon. With just one sentence, the instructor had put her in her place. Odell watched, smiling to himself, thinking, this teacher knows how to bring people back down to earth. Before leaving the classroom, she reminded the class president to submit the group list by the last period. She smiled. "I wish you all the best in your studies." Odell, now officially the class president, watched her leave, his mind preoccupied with the combat training. Will she use the training as an excuse like last time? But he shook his head, dismissing the thought. Based on the plot, the Academy's attack on the human race hasn't happened yet. The current training is just preparation. Anyway, the priority is to form a team. Odell's eyes scanned the classroom. They stopped on the pink-haired girl near him. He pressed his lips together, his teammates almost decided. In the hallway outside the classroom, the homeroom teacher had just left when she entered the line of sight of 2 figures waiting for her. One was a tall man with spiky purple hair. A black cross was tattooed on the side of his neck. His face was cold and sharp, and he walked with heavy steps. In another room, Instructor Idea was writing documents when the door was thrown open. She looked up, her gaze calm. "You're here." The man, Aries, was furious, hissing, "What the hell were you thinking?" Idea just smiled faintly. "It's been a while since I've seen your serious face. It's quite valuable, isn't it?" Her light-as-air comment only fanned the flames of Aries' anger. "I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense," he snapped impatiently. He slammed his hand on the table with a sharp crack. "Why did you appoint that kid as class president?" Idea kept her tone even. "That just happened this morning, and you already know. You really do have an information network all over Sidon," she chuckled. Aries ground his teeth, his eyes like daggers. "You can't possibly not understand the meaning behind making him the class president." Idea nodded without hesitation. "Of course I understand." But Aries roared. "Even if it's temporary, giving him control of Class A is like handing over the world." "Are you insane?" He slammed the table, shaking with anger, gritting his teeth. "It's not too late. Change it to someone else now. If not," he trailed off, the threat obvious. Idea didn't flinch from his dagger-like gaze, looking straight back with a calm but firm expression. She didn't need to shout. Her steadiness spoke for itself. Aries put his head in his hands, running his fingers through his hair in desperation. "My God, this is driving me crazy." Idea calmly continued. "I like that student." She explained her reasoning. Odell had outstanding abilities, but wasn't arrogant like the descendants of the 7 sins. Furthermore, his identity was guaranteed by the B family, making his background clear and backed. But Aries wasn't convinced. He stressed, "A clear identity doesn't mean he's trustworthy. You should know that better than anyone." He continued, "The most dangerous sword is a blind one." Idea sighed softly and crossed her arms. "I will take care of my own class. Do not interfere anymore." Even as a new instructor, she had great faith in her judgment of people. Aries, furious, slammed his hand on the table again. But Idea didn't respond, silently leaving the room and leaving Aries to fume alone. As she disappeared, he let out a curse. Damn it. He growled to himself, full of regret. "I should have taken that class." Leaving someone so dangerous to her, was a mistake. A memory flashed in his mind. A half-blood who had left an unforgettable wound in a fierce battle. He thought the aura Odell emitted yesterday was too similar to that person's. The probability that he is a descendant might be low, but it's too much of a coincidence to ignore. I haven't figured out what he wants yet. A small bird landed on Ares' shoulder, chirping. He turned his head, his gaze sharp and cold. Still nothing unusual? But don't take your eyes off him for even a second. Got it. Elsewhere, likely a library, a group of students chatted lively. A boy with light purple hair and pointed ears smiled. Next to him was someone with a heavy tattoo on his neck and a friendly-looking student with small horns and spiky blonde hair. The atmosphere was ordinary and warm, like the friendship of students. None of them knew that Odell's every move was being watched closely. In a classroom during break, everyone was busy forming groups. Odell sat quietly, observing the noisy scene. He chuckled, half joking, half sad. I'm a class president, and still no one has asked me to join their group. Is it because my face looks too suspicious? Just then, a student approached, hesitating slightly. Hey, you want to team up with me? Samuel, sitting nearby with another student, glanced over and said coolly, just don't drag me down. The other student turned to thank Samuel, then introduced his friend. Odell looked at them both and sighed inwardly. Even he found someone to team up with, and here I am, sitting like a spare part. Odell sighed in resignation, accepting the fact that if he kept waiting to be asked, he'd never get a group. Cracking his knuckles with determination, he stood up, resolved. His eyes fell on the pink-haired girl he'd noticed earlier. He walked over and said simply, "Hello." The girl flinched slightly, letting out a small, surprised sound. Odell calmly said, I just scanned your mana. Sorry if I startled you, but I noticed your mana level is quite good, and you have healing skills, which makes you a great fit for a group. He smiled and introduced himself. I'm Odell. We've met before, remember? Then he asked if she had found a group yet. The girl, flustered, replied softly, No, not yet. Odell immediately lit up. Excellent. Then tell me your name. After a moment's hesitation, she answered quietly, Luna. Odell smiled gently. That's a cute name. He tilted his head, inviting her directly. So, join my team. Working with the class president has its benefits for you too. Luna's eyes widened, flustered. This is a little sudden. Odell pressed his advantage, leaning in and lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. The deadline to submit the group list is the end of the last period. There's not much time left. He added, gently but skillfully. Besides, we're both half-demons. We'll definitely work well together. Luna let out a small, astonished gasp. Odell sealed the deal. Just say yes and it's done. From now on, we're a team. She didn't answer, but Odell took her silence as consent, nodding. A wise decision. Just then, Bronze, the girl with horns, spoke up mockingly from her desk nearby. What's so wise about that decision? Odell turned his head, groaning internally. Her again. Bronze laughed loudly, her eyes mischievous. So, you still don't have a group? How pathetic. She flipped her hair and declared proudly, Fine, I will graciously allow you to join me. From now on, you will serve under my command. Odell replied coolly, Luna and I just formed a team. Could you please return to your seat? Luna's face turned beet red, caught in the middle of the mess. Bronze stammered, Don't be ridiculous. I heard everything from the beginning. They were standing right in front of you. Bronze was unmoved, declaring boldly, No matter what, I do not recognize you as the class president. The one who should truly lead is me. Odell thought, Fine, I'll just refuse her outright and be done with it. But Bronze was as persistent as a leech. Finally, Odell relented. All right, fine, you can join, on the condition that you're the team leader. But inwardly, he had already calculated. Every decision she makes must be approved by me first. After all, as a descendant of the seven sins, it's better to keep her close and under observation. Unaware of his calculations, Bronze beamed. Rest assured, trust in your leader and follow me. confident and arrogant, just as Odell had predicted. He nodded slightly, thinking to himself that he was still the one leading her. A week later, sitting at his desk, Odell stared at the glowing blue status window. His mana had increased from 1,321 to 1,328. It's a small increase, but it's something, he remarked. But he muttered, it's still not enough. I need to find a way to get some elixirs soon. Mana was one thing, but he still didn't understand what the chaos attribute was. Hopefully, the magic class this week will offer some clues. A weary sigh escaped Odell. His thoughts shifted to something else. The Crawlytiff, a small dragon-shaped artifact. It had been resting quietly in its box, but recently it had become unstable. It seemed he'd have to carry it with him at all times. Odell sighed. Everything was getting more complicated. Unstable mana, uncontrolled chaos, and now this artifact. But he was relieved about one thing. Samuel had been unusually quiet. The roommate just gave a non-committal grunt, making it hard to tell if he was happy or sad. Despite the piling worries, Odell held onto a thin thread of optimism. Well, things will get better. The next morning, the clock tower bell rang, signaling the start of class. The instructor entered with a radiant smile. Good morning, everyone. Odell glanced at her, thinking, she seems unusually happy today. Something good must have happened. Idea clapped her hands. Today's class is a bit special. We're going outside for practical combat training. Odell raised an eyebrow. Finally, combat training. Idea explained. We will be leaving Sidan and heading to a place called Oregon. Odell's eyes widened. He remembered it clearly from the story's plot. Oregon was the prison that held humans captured during the war between humans and demons. No one ever returned. We're going to prison camp, he thought. Idea continued, her face bright. We will be traveling by an interdimensional train. Please follow me. The students buzzed with excitement. We're going outside? Sounds awesome. It's not a holiday, but we get to go on a trip. Odell glanced around and sighed, his expression darkening. Everyone's excited just because they think studying outside is fun. If they knew what Oregon was, they'd probably be struck dumb. For Odell, more important than the training session was what awaited at Oregon, a special opportunity the protagonist in the original novel had discovered. If I go first, I can get my hands on it before anyone else. But he worried, can I find it without revealing myself to their watchful eyes? He knew the guards at Oregon were no pushovers. As he was calculating, Bronze appeared, poking him with a cheerful grin. What's up? Why the long face? She giggled, but her tone was carefree. First time doing outdoor training? It's super exciting. Odell nodded. Bronze was surprised. Oh, you get nervous too? She glanced at his somber expression and teased. You look so gloomy, but you can still get the jitters. She puffed out her chest proudly. Don't forget, your super awesome team captain is here. Just stick with me and you'll be fine. Odell sighed internally. She really is tireless. But he smirked, thinking, let's see if she's still this confident when we get to Oregon. Still, he had to admit, with her being so loud, his head felt a little lighter. The interdimensional train shot forward, its wheels spitting magical fire as it tore through the gloomy dimension. Sitting inside, Odell looked through the open window as the misty purple landscape drifted coldly by. Ahead, Oregon appeared, a massive cold fortress standing like a scar upon the world. Odell clenched his fists, his eyes sharp and cold. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. No matter what happens, I have to get it. The powerful locomotive, sparks flying from its wheels, rumbled into the station as an announcement rang out. Passengers, we have arrived at Oregon. Please disembark safely. The voice echoed through the train cars. Odell and the other students got off the train, standing before a massive structure. It stood majestically under a foreboding purple sky. Idea addressed the group. All right, everyone, we've arrived. Please follow me closely. This is the human prison camp, Oregon. she announced, her eyes sweeping over their anxious faces. They observed the cage-like structures, heavily reinforced. One student remarked on the tense atmosphere, while another expressed unease, asking if they were really training here because he had a bad feeling about the place, his voice barely a whisper. A woman with striking features and a confident smile, likely Idea, confirmed, "That's right, this is your training ground." "Oregon," she added reassuringly, "no battles are scheduled, so don't worry too much." Though her eyes glinted with something contradictory, Odell remained skeptical, thinking silently. She says that knowing full well what's about to happen. That's a sick sense of humor if I've ever seen one. A sarcastic thought he kept to himself. As they approached, 3 grim-faced guards in dark uniforms with red armbands blocked their path. One of them demanded, "You're from Saitan?" His tone was brusque and suspicious. Idea calmly replied, "Yes, here's our permit." She presented the document while Odell silently noted that the guards seemed to be on Idea's level. The pressure he's emitting is no joke, a palpable power. The guard inspected the permit and commanded, "Verified. Please follow me." His tone left no room for questions. Another, perhaps a guide or a lower-ranked guard, signaled, "All right, this way," gesturing them into the darkness. The students followed, walking through dark, oppressive corridors. A giant centipede scurried across the floor, unnoticed by anyone. Desperate cries echoed from unseen cells. "Please, save me. I don't want to die." A choked voice was followed by another. "Please, let me out." The words were filled with despair. One student with an uncertain look glanced around, while another nervously asked, "What is this place?" Her voice trembled. Another student covered his nose, complaining that the place smelled strange. His companion added that it felt like something was about to jump out, his eyes wide with fear. Odell observed their reactions with a faint smile, thinking, "Looks like they're finally reacting." A dark satisfaction touched his mind. Samuel then coldly told them, "Don't bunch up in front of me. Keep moving," his voice sharp. Odell silently noted that Samuel seemed completely unfazed, concluding, "He really is strange." As he continued to lead the group deeper into the daunting facility, the students ventured further into the foreboding Oregon. Odell reacted to an unseen stimulus with a look of surprise. But then Idea announced to all the students, "We have finally arrived at the training site," her voice cutting through the tense silence. They stood looking down at a vast, multi-leveled prison complex, the purple atmosphere thick with despair. Odell noticed the shocked expressions on his classmates' faces and said grimly, "This is the true nature of Oregon. Hell." The word hung in the air like a shroud. Flashes of emaciated prisoners appeared in their minds. They were covered in blood behind bars, their forms barely human. Idea appeared confident, explaining, "As you can see, this is a prison for humans who attacked the demon kingdom. Every human here has killed at least one demon. They are hardened criminals. Some were even pregnant women or children," she said, her tone cold. She gestured toward the chained, gaunt prisoner before them, continuing with a smirk, "You're probably curious about your training. Look closely, everyone." Her eyes flashed with anticipation. Dark energy swirled around her as she approached the terrified prisoner. The man, who was making choked sounds of absolute terror, grabbed his face as she commanded, "Now then, silence. This will be over quickly." A glowing green orb appeared in her hand, vibrating with profound energy. The students watched in horror. One girl covered her mouth as the prisoner let out muffled cries of agony. Suddenly, the prisoner screamed as his body dissolved into black particles. They splattered onto the stone floor with a sickening sound that echoed in the sudden silence. Odell flinched, letting out a disgusted sound under his breath. Idea, her expression smug, explained the task simply. "All you have to do is kill one human in your own way." "Simple, right?" she asked, her gaze sweeping over their pale faces. Some students immediately threw up, the sight and sound too much to bear. However, Odell remained strangely calm, his expression hidden as he thought. Even after witnessing such a brutal death, I feel strangely unaffected. Perhaps it's because I've synchronized with Odell. A cold realization dawned, and he reaffirmed his resolve. No matter how much worse things get, my goal will not change. I will survive until the end, fix this world's damn ending, and fulfill Odell's wish. This silent vow solidified his composure. Idea then turned to Odell, identified as the class president. She asked, "Do you have any last words?" Her voice was a challenge. Odell, as the class president, approached a cell where a gaunt prisoner was chained and cowering. He held a dagger that glowed with a wicked light. Odell was silent for a moment before asking calmly, "Anything you want to say before the end?" His voice was devoid of emotion. The prisoner's eyes burned with hatred. He spat defiantly. "My only regret is not being able to kill more of you demons. We, the human race, will wipe out every last demon," he roared, his voice filled with conviction. Odell, his face emotionless and splattered with blood from the previous execution. He plunged the dagger into the prisoner without a word, thinking to himself, killing him after hearing that makes it even more satisfying. A dark thought crossed his mind. Turning to Idea, who was observing from short distance, Odell asked, "Is that sufficient?" His expression was unreadable. Idea clapped slowly, remarking, "Perfect." Her lips curved into a satisfied smile. She then addressed the remaining students. "Well then, like your class president, enter a cell and begin your training." Her voice rang with authority. However, she quickly added, "The half-demon students, please stand to one side for a moment." Her sharp gaze targeted them. The pink-haired girl, Luna, and another male student looked visibly distressed by this sudden segregation. "Please stand over here," Idea ordered, gesturing to a specific area. Odell observed that only the half-demons were being separated. "So there are more than just me and Luna in this class," he thought. "But Luna looks really unwell," he noted with a detached concern. Idea then revealed with a cruel smile, "The students here have specific prisoners to kill." Her words dripped with malice as she gestured toward a row of gaunt, kneeling figures. Odell recognized them instantly, his expression hardening as he realized these prisoners were half-demons, a fact that sent a chill down his spine. Idea continued, her voice full of malice. "You need to prove something. That you are different from these traitors," she hissed, her eyes devoid of mercy. One of the male half-demon students, his face twisted with anger and perhaps fear, suddenly shouted, "Do you know how much we've suffered because of you?" and violently kicked one of the half-demon prisoners with brutal force. Another joined in, screaming, "Why? You deserve to die. Just die." His voice broke with a mixture of rage and hysteria. Odell watched this horrific scene unfold, his expression grim as he thought, "So it's begun." The air grew heavier. A cold hiss echoed through the prison, underscoring the grim reality of the training session. As the other half-demon students brutally attacked the prisoners, Samuel's eyes glowed with an eerie green light. He unleashed a terrifying green shadow entity, commanding, "Devour them." His voice rang with dark power. The entity lunged towards a terrified prisoner. His screams were cut off abruptly. Luna, the pink-haired girl, cried out in anguish, holding her head as tears streamed down her face. She was overwhelmed by the brutality. Odell observed Samuel's actions, silently noting that Samuel didn't need to kill them like that with his magic. He wondered, is he that eager to tear humans apart? Or is this a show? Luna continued to sob, clearly distressed by the surrounding violence. Odell remarked to himself, "Luna is completely breaking down. If Idea notices her like this, it'll be bad." A practical concern surfaced. Bronze approached Idea, addressing her, "Idea, Her voice was calm and measured. Idea, arms crossed and looking annoyed, turned her attention to her. "What is it?" Bronze asked. "As long as she kills them with her own abilities, she passes, right?" She was seeking clarity on the test parameters. Idea confirmed, "Yes, that's technically correct." A small, almost unnoticeable smile played on her lips. With a determined gaze, Bronze said simply, "Understood." Then, Bronze commanded a human, "You who are now bound to me, kill the human next to you." Her voice was absolute and devoid of warmth. Without hesitation, Bronze extended her hand towards a terrified, gaunt prisoner, her eyes glowing with a frightening pink light as her power took hold. The prisoner screamed, and another cried out, "Don't do it." Their pleas were lost in the oppressive atmosphere. Bronze remained emotionless as the prisoner choked, his life draining away. After a moment, Bronze asked, "Is it done?" Her voice was flat. Idea replied, "Yes, you pass. We can correct softness over time." Her assessment was clinical. Odell observed Bronze, silently noting with a slight humph that Bronze seemed to have no lack of hatred for humans, but she was softer than he expected. A surprising observation. Idea then turned her attention to the last half-demon student, saying to her, "Now then, only one left, Cadet Luna." Her voice was as cold as ice. Luna gasped, her face pale and tear-streaked, still trembling uncontrollably. Idea, with a cruel smile, commanded, "Prove who you are." Her voice was sharp as a razor. Odell watched grimly, thinking that if Luna couldn't complete this training, the consequences would be severe. Luna, her eyes wide with terror, whispered, "No, I can't do it. Please, let me out of here." Her plea was a fragile sound against such brutality. Luna collapsed to her knees, her voice filled with despair as she cried out pitifully. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented that because a man not even worthy of being called a father, she had come here to avenge her mother, who had lived a life of hell. She could do nothing. Her hands clenched uselessly as if to hold onto her own helplessness. Odell approached and asked gently, "Are you okay?" Luna looked up, startled by his sudden presence, and asked uncertainly, "Odell?" He smiled reassuringly and said, "Please wait a moment. I will help you with your training, Luna." He turned towards a bound, gruesome-looking figure, presumably a prisoner. Odell declared with calm determination, "Now then, let's begin." Luna stared, eyes wide with shock, her breath catching in disbelief. Odell then handed Luna a wicked-looking dagger. As he gave it to her, he explained that while fear was natural, she had to do this. Luna, trembling with fear, took the dagger, her hand shaking uncontrollably. Odell gently placed his hand over hers, urging her to relax. He gently reassured her, "If you keep moving forward like this, you'll be fine." Luna gritted her teeth, her face contorted with intense internal conflict. Tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled to find her resolve. Odell gently patted her head and offered simple words of comfort. "Well done." Then, with a knowing smile, he remarked quietly, "That was a close call." Elsewhere, Idea stood with her arms crossed, her expression stern as she stated clearly what would happen to a half-demon who couldn't kill a human. At best, expulsion. At worst, something far more terrible. She approached Odell and Luna, her tone sharp and disapproving. "I don't understand what you're thinking, class president." Odell remained silent while Luna looked on anxiously. Idea continued, "You don't expect her to pass after that, do you?" However, Odell smiled confidently and declared, "No, Cadet Luna passes." Idea's expression twisted in disbelief. "What did you say?" Odell calmly explained, "You clearly said that if we kill a human using our own abilities, we pass. Cadet Luna is the only healer in all of Saidan. I helped her because I recognized the value of that talent." Idea let out a dry, humorless laugh. "Ah, unbelievable. So, by that logic, you're saying you wouldn't help a student without talent. Odell affirmed coolly, of course. If they have no talent, I would leave them behind. A subtle, calculating smile played on his lips as he spoke. Idea's expression hardened. She remarked coldly that he only remembers what he wants to remember, but she would be sure to remember those words. She then announced she was going to check on the others and ordered them both to wait there. As Idea walked away, Odell let out a small sigh of relief and thought to himself, crisis averted. He thought it was lucky his answer satisfied Idea. If it had been Instructor Aries, Luna wouldn't have stood a chance. Turning to Luna, who was still recovering, he said gently, Miss Luna, it seems you've made it through safely. Luna looked up hopefully and asked, Really? Odell nodded, reassuring her. Luna, filled with relief, whispered softly, I see. Thank goodness. Before collapsing forward as she fainted, Odell gently caught her and said simply, It's okay. Get some rest. Later, with Luna sleeping soundly against the wall, Odell stood nearby, a determined look on his face. Now, he thought, it's time for the real game to begin. He was confident, knowing every corner of Oregon, and believed he still had plenty of time. Observing the patrolling guards, he silently noted, as expected, security is tight. He concluded that to find the opportunity he was looking for, he needed to go underground. Resolved in his purpose, Odell decided to cloak himself in shadows. As dark energy swirled around him, he observed with satisfaction, Oh, it's working. I've definitely improved. Confident that the shadows would allow him to sneak in undetected, he focused on reaching the entrance to the underground tunnel. Moving stealthily through the dim corridors, he suddenly froze as a grim-faced guard spun around, his eyes scanning the area. Odell wondered silently, Was I spotted? The guard paused, but eventually turned away, seemingly unaware of Odell's presence. Odell let out a sigh of relief, silently impressed by the guard's sharp instincts. He sensed a subtle difference. Definitely a guard from Oregon. Realizing he needed to move quickly, Odell continued on, soon finding his target. Found it, he whispered. The only empty cell on the first floor. There's a passage inside. Activating his ability, position swap. Move. He teleported into the cell in a quick, shadowy blur. As he landed inside, he immediately noticed a pressure mechanism on the floor. Just as I predicted, suspending himself in the air just before the floor gave way, he wondered how to get down safely. Recalling the depth the protagonists in the novel had reached, he timed it for exactly 1,126 feet. Just as he was about to reach the bottom, he activated his ability again, position swap move, and landed smoothly on his feet as the sound of something piercing the ground echoed in the darkness. I've reached the underground waterway. Next up is, Odell mumbled as dark energy swirled around him, the poison-type black slimes. Suddenly, 3 menacing black slimes with glowing purple eyes emerged from the shadows. He knew their poison was lethal on contact. Quickly strategizing, he thought, in that case, I'll aim for the slime's cores from a distance. With a sharp, focused movement, he unleashed his ability, Fangs of Darkness, black blades. Several blades of dark energy cut through the slimes, striking their cores with precision. Knowing their weakness made dealing with the black slimes easy. Standing at the edge of a dark, murky body of water, he murmured, Now I just have to dive under this water. With a soft splash, Odell plunged into the water, descending deep into the unknown. As he descended, he remembered that according to the protagonist in the novel, the final resting place of the great evil is supposed to be here. But he wondered to himself, Great evil? I never wrote anything like that. He recalled that this was where a demon who led a rebellion centuries ago was sealed. So great evil means a demon that even the Demon King couldn't handle, he wondered. Well, I'll find out when I get there. Surfacing from the water, drenched and panting, Odell looked around and wondered, is this the place? Before him, hanging on the wall by chains, was a gruesome white skeleton. He quickly noticed the heart beating within its ribcage. The heart inside the white skeleton. Perhaps it holds the opportunity. I'm about to get it. Reaching out with quiet confidence, his fingers drew closer. However, as he closed his eyes to focus, the heart suddenly began to beat erratically, glowing with a powerful red light. Alarm surged through him as his eyes flew open. Wait, the heart, he stammered in his mind. Without warning, the ground beneath his feet shook violently, throwing him off balance. This is insane, he exclaimed internally. The moment had shifted from opportunity to chaos, and Odell realized whatever happened next, it wouldn't be easy. In a few short seconds, the skeleton before Odell seemed to come to life. Its entire body was suddenly pulled into the air, hovering menacingly. Behind it, a brilliant golden symbol appeared, shining like the sun. Odell could only stare, dumbfounded. I can't believe this is really happening. And that symbol, it looks exactly like my family's tattoo on the back of my neck. Wait, does the traitor of the Demon Kingdom have something to do with the family he's from? The skeleton, as if running out of time, began to speak hastily, its voice echoing directly into Odell's mind. Child of the Odell household, listen carefully to what I say. If you can hear my thoughts, it means we now share the same burden. Chaos was born from me. Do not let yourself be consumed by that chaos. Chaos is what distorts the natural order of the world. If you lose yourself while chasing its meaning, you will end up just like me. With that final warning, the skeleton slowly disintegrated, scattering into the air as gray dust. The message had been delivered, and its existence vanished. All that remained was the heart. The dust settled silently once more. Odell reached out and took it. Holding in his hand and observing it closely, he thought, I can feel it. Inside this thing, there is a will, a fierce desire for destruction. That must be the final wish passed down from Odell's ancestor. Then, the heart shattered, turning to dust in his palm. Curious to see what he had received from it, Odell quickly opened his status window. His eyes lit up when he saw the words that appeared. Soul transfer, a new skill. He couldn't help but exclaim, a soul manipulation skill. I finally have it. I've been waiting for this for so long. Let's try it right now. Without hesitation, he drew his trusty dagger and tried to move it with his will alone. Clang! The dagger fell to the floor with a piercing metallic sound, not moving an inch. Odell blinked, then knelt to pick it up. It's not that I lack the ability. I'm just not proficient with this skill yet. I need more practice. But anyway, I've made incredible progress. I have a clue about chaos, and I've unlocked a new skill. That's a huge win. He looked around. There's nothing else useful here. I'd better get back before anyone notices I'm gone. Without further delay, Odell rushed back to the assembly point. Unfortunately for him, Bronze had noticed. As soon as she saw him return, the proud, white-haired girl strode over and demanded, "Where did you sneak off to?" Caught off guard, Odell gave an awkward smile. "I just went for a little walk, to stretch my legs." Bronze didn't believe him for a second. "Really? You expect me to believe you went for a stroll by yourself in a place like this?" Still unfazed, Odell just waved his hand. What can I say? The sight of humans locked behind bars is quite impressive. His nonchalant attitude only angered Bronze more. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Where did you really go?" But Odell had already started looking around, clearly bored with the interrogation. "Where did I go? I wonder," he muttered. Just then, Luna appeared nearby. Her voice was calm as she greeted them. Odell turned to her with a smile. "Ah, Luna, did you sleep well?" The 14-year-old girl nodded slightly. "Yes, I slept very well." Seeing her so calm, Odell sighed with relief. "Good. You were sleeping so soundly. I was worried someone could have carried you off without you knowing." Turning back to Luna, she hadn't forgotten Odell's earlier help. In a soft voice, she murmured, Thank you for helping me. If it weren't for you, I probably... Before she could finish, Odell flashed his usual polite smile and cut her off. Don't worry, no need to thank me. It sounded normal, even charming, but behind that friendly mask, Odell's thoughts told a different story. Now Luna owes me. I just need to find the right time to cash in that favor. A little leverage is always useful. Soon after, their wandering instructor finally returned. Idea was as energetic as ever. She clapped her hands and called out, "All right, everyone, gather round." Luckily for you, no one dropped out this time. I'm starting to see a little fire in your eyes. But don't get complacent. We still have a lot of work ahead of us. Now let's head back. The students let out a collective sigh of relief, some even smiling. Odell, more than anyone, was glad to leave that grim prison. Finally out of this hellhole where time seems to stand still. Time flew by once they were back in the classroom. A week later, things had more or less settled down. The students who had been trembling after being forced to take a human life were now calmer, some even joking around a bit. As for me, Odell thought, I've been secretly practicing my new skill, soul transfer, and just in time too. The teachers keep reminding us about the midterm exam. He glanced around the room. In the novel, the first-year students from Sidon actually attacked the Royal Academy during their midterms. That means something big is about to happen, probably related to an attack on the human kingdom. His eyes narrowed. How many of them will survive? That's the real question, and frankly, it's worth pondering. Just then, something caught his attention. Luna. She was stealing glances at him from across the room, but as soon as their eyes met, she saw his face harden and look away. She flinched and quickly looked away. That reaction did not escape Odell. He frowned, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. What's this all about? What's with her that she looks like that? Unable to contain his curiosity, Odell approached and gently tapped her on the shoulder. The unexpected touch made her jump. "Odell, you scared me," Luna exclaimed, spinning around. Odell looked at her with a calm, almost playful expression. "You didn't answer, so I thought I'd sneak up a little closer. You look strange. Is something wrong?" His words hit a nerve. Luna immediately panicked, waving her hands in denial. "No, it's nothing." But that reaction only made Odell more suspicious. "Really?" he asked, his voice laced with doubt. Luna nodded, so hard it was almost cartoonish. "Really? I swear." A few seconds passed. Odell sighed internally. She's definitely hiding something. But instead of forcing it, he gave her an out. "Want to get some lunch together?" Luna blinked, surprised. "Lunch?" Odell nodded. "Unless you have other plans." The pink-haired girl's face quickly broke into a relieved smile. No, let's have lunch together," she replied eagerly. That made Odell nod in satisfaction. "I'll wait for you at the entrance to the cafeteria during the lunch hour." Her reaction, especially the warmth in her eyes, reassured Odell. She looked more relaxed, a little fragile, but approachable. She wasn't afraid of him anymore. "It seems I scored some points with her back in Oregon." Odell waited outside the cafeteria, but there was still no sign of Luna. He checked the time again, frowning. "The break is almost over. Where did she go?" he sighed. "I don't usually eat alone, but seems I have no other choice. Might as well go back to the dorm and continue training." Disappointed, he turned to leave, but stopped after only a few steps. Two familiar figures were approaching from the other side of the path, Renee and Diana. Oh no, his mind almost shut down. Not now. Without hesitation, Odell activated his position swap skill and vanished in a flash of energy just before he could be spotted. Almost. Renee stopped, her instincts kicking in. She narrowed her eyes, scanning the area. Diana, a few steps ahead, noticed and turned back. "What's wrong?" Renee asked. On Renee's side, she glanced at the area one last time, saw nothing suspicious, then turned to Diana. "I thought I just saw my escort. Must have been my imagination." Meanwhile, a few bushes away, Odell was hiding, his heart pounding. Why are they here? His thoughts were in turmoil. This pair is the worst-case scenario. I heard enough in Oregon. If they find out I'm a descendant of the Odell house, I'm dead for sure. His mind replayed a memory. I'm not just a minor character in this story. I played a central role in the fall of the Demon Kingdom. Moreover, I killed the Demon King, both him and his wife. If that truth comes out, it's all over. Odell bit his lip, slowly backing away from the area. Only when he was far enough away did he let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Too risky. He looked around the small forest behind the cafeteria and smirked. This place isn't bad. Much better than the cramped dorm room. Maybe I'll make this my new training ground. Just as he was about to start, a scream shattered the silence. High-pitched, desperate, and painfully familiar. Odell's head shot up. That voice! Luna, without a moment's hesitation. He sprinted towards the sound. When he reached a small clearing, the sight before him made his blood run cold. Luna stood there, her face stained with tears, her voice trembling. Please stop it. Witnessing the young girl being bullied by a group of thugs made Odell's blood boil to a dangerous degree. She turned to him with a glimmer of hope, trying to compose herself. Odell observed the thugs and realized they were his classmates. He quickly grasped the situation. In a voice laced with barely concealed anger, he ordered the thugs to return to class. They're definitely bullying Luna, even though they're all half-demons here. The leader of the thugs had been against Odell from the start. He didn't recognize his authority as class president. This group had no backbone. They thought Odell couldn't handle a 3-on-1 situation, but they were quickly proven wrong. With pure mana filled with killing intent, Odell grabbed one of the thugs and choked him without even touching him. The other two panicked, feeling the terrifying hostility from their class president. These fools dared to defy him when a mere hint of his killing intent froze them in place. He dropped the guy to the ground, looking down at the pathetic worm. Surprisingly, Odell realized he had underestimated one of the thugs standing on the sidelines. The one with the spiderweb tattoo on his cheek wasn't scared at all. He was even calmly analyzing his every move. After teaching one of them a lesson, Odell advised the thugs to stop embarrassing themselves and run. Hearing them bark some more, Odell gave a final warning, a chance for them to shut up. It's still lunchtime, and I don't want to see your guts before I eat. Sullenly, the three idiots retreated with their tails between their legs. The boy with the spiderweb tattoo remained calm and composed, watching Odell with a cautious look. Such composure was unusual for a student. Besides Luna, perhaps Class A had another rough diamond. As the thugs left, Luna ran to her savior, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Since they had been held up for so long, their lunch date had to be postponed. Class was about to start, so they needed to hurry back. He heard they would be learning real magic today, so he didn't want to be late. Day by day, Luna felt closer to her fox-eyed boy. A few minutes later, Instructor Robin entered the classroom and excitedly announced that they would begin learning magic for practical situations. Today we'll focus on two techniques: invisibility and silence. Two techniques that should not fall into the hands of perverts. Coincidentally, this was also Odell's specialty. The purpose of learning these two techniques was simple: how to deal with someone stronger than you on the battlefield. Sometimes, the only way is assassination. For some, these shadowy methods aren't a choice, but a necessity. Currently, no student in Class A could defeat a human hero in a head-on fight. To begin, Robin demonstrated the invisibility magic. He carefully explained how to slowly heat up their demon tattoos, circulate, and gradually release mana. Despite their low mana purity, they had to try to spread a thin, even coating of mana over their entire body. If not done correctly, it would fail. After perfectly executing every step, the teacher seemed to vanish without a trace. That must be why no one noticed when Robin entered while Odell was fighting Samuel. Reappearing right where he had vanished, the teacher tasked the students with wrapping mana around their bodies. First, they had to close their eyes and focus completely on handling the mana precisely and carefully. This step would take time, so they had to be patient. Even if they accidentally succeeded after a few tries, the caster could still see their own body. Each student tried their best to pour all their mental energy and mana control into the task. Robin figured it would probably take more than a day for one of these kids to achieve some success. One of the standout students was Lauren Franz. She had a deep mana pool and good control, not unexpected for a child of the 7 deadly sins. More impressively, Samuel, the boy known for his rebelliousness, showed an incredible level of control. His body was already starting to fade. He must have a natural talent for this technique. For normal students, a week of practice was the threshold to even feel the complexity of invisibility. Franz and Samuel were at a genius level. While busy praising the rich kids, Robin noticed a standout student was missing from the class, the boy with the chaos attribute that Ares had warned him about. When he looked at Odell's seat, his physical form had completely vanished. He remembered the boy sitting there when he started the lecture. Meanwhile, the teacher was having a mental panic. Odell easily maintained the invisibility spell without much effort thanks to his body's latent talent. Invisibility magic was too easy to master. He was even thinking about how to incorporate his chaos attribute into it. The invisibility and assassination skills mentioned today weren't enough to deal with the truly strong. He needed a more powerful way to kill. As he was returning to the dorm, Odell was stopped in the hallway by Instructor Robin. He just wanted to know if he had practiced magic before enrolling at Sidon. Seeing no harm in it, Odell admitted he was new to magic but had always been able to use his innate talent. He realized he had a generational talent on his hands. Instructor Robin invited Odell to visit his lab frequently. He was the LeBron of invisibility, praising his outstanding potential in magic and the untapped possibilities of the rare chaos attribute. Odell might have a talent for assassination, but exploring other avenues couldn't hurt. He had plans for today. He promised to visit Robin's lab on another occasion. This would be beneficial for his school life if he continued to maintain the cover of a magic genius. Sitting in the dorm room, Odell needed to handle something before the midterm exam started. To do that, he needed a technique far beyond simple invisibility. Since Samuel wasn't around, this was the perfect time to practice. If events unfolded as in his novel, there had to be a human spy hiding in the Demon Kingdom. He couldn't let himself be discovered by that person. Odell needed to find and kill that person at all costs. A high-level spy would be very difficult to deal with, so mastering his trump card was paramount. Going beyond simple invisibility, he intended to both exist and not exist at the same time. With the perfect combination of compatible attributes and his mastery of basic invisibility magic, he succeeded after only a few attempts. The technique was so effective he couldn't even see himself anymore. As his existence and presence faded, Odell felt an ominous premonition. Perhaps he had overdone the non-existence part of the technique. And now, he was struggling to breathe. His body felt strange, and his instincts told him to dispel this dangerous magic. When he tried to disperse the mana, he found he couldn't force it off. He needed to do it now, or he would truly vanish from existence forever. Focusing all his strength to regain control of his mana, he managed to dispel the modified invisibility spell after much effort. In that state, his sense of time and all his senses had become blurred. It was truly a terrifying feeling to lose control. Moreover, his mana was severely depleted, making it difficult to stop this erasure technique. If he hadn't controlled it in time, he could have been swallowed into complete nothingness. This experience made him understand why his ancestor had warned about being consumed by the power of chaos. Even so, he couldn't give up on such a promising trump card. A completely new technique, combining a well-known spell with the chaos attribute, would be a deadly weapon in his hands. He called it absolute stealth. Suddenly, while he was panting from exhaustion, his obnoxious roommate burst in and kicked him forcefully. Samuel was furious, but he couldn't understand a single word he was saying. Thinking back, he couldn't hear his own voice either. The worst-case scenario crept into his mind. Had he lost his hearing? After things settled down in the dorm and his hearing returned, Odell decided to continue practicing the new technique on the outskirts of Saidan. This time, he controlled absolute stealth better. Fortunately, the backlash didn't cost him his hearing this time, but his sight. He was now certain that using absolute stealth came at the cost of losing one or two senses. He had been testing and refining the spell for a week. He had experienced the loss of hearing, taste, touch, and now sight. Fortunately, this drawback only lasted for about 2 hours each time. The bad thing was he couldn't choose or know in advance which sense he would lose. Currently, the technique was only safe for about 3 seconds. In other words, it was almost useless. A high-risk, low-reward technique wasn't worth anything. Perhaps he could unleash this technique if he could guarantee a one-hit kill. Besides practicing absolute stealth, he also tried combining the chaos attribute with other properties, but without success. The most direct way to get stronger right now was to practice swordsmanship and mana. Without his sight, he was stuck in the forest for 2 hours, unable to see anything. Since he was used to coming here early in the morning, he wasn't worried about being late for class. It was managed by the strict teacher, Aries. After regaining his sight, Odell was forced to line up and run as if his life depended on it. Several weeks had passed, and the class consisted entirely of physical training instead of learning how to use a sword. After a grueling physical training session, Aries ordered the students to assemble. As the class president, Odell was used to relaying orders from the teacher to his classmates. Of course, this always annoyed the muscle-bound guy. He was still bitter about Odell being appointed to the important role. After clearing his throat, Instructor Aries announced that they had been slacking. They would reduce the time for physical training to begin proper swordsmanship lessons. Odell wasn't the only student happy to hear that the running would be reduced. Today's swordsmanship class would begin with a demonstration. As he drew his sword, Aries gestured for the class president to step forward. Odell had no choice but to comply. Aries asked if he could already infuse mana into his sword. He honestly replied that he could. Aries sternly requested him to go all out with a mana-infused sword and attack. To give him an advantage, the teacher would not use mana, only pure strength. Knowing this guy's vindictive personality, he was definitely trying to set up a scene to humiliate Odell. Before attacking, he confirmed that Aries would only use his sword. With that condition, Odell readied his trusty dagger. Although he was allowed to use mana, using his innate characteristic might be overkill. For now, he wanted to probe the teacher's level. Right from the start, he realized Aries' stance had no openings to exploit. In the human world, he would be at a high expert level. But in the demon kingdom, swordsmanship was primarily judged by the amount of mana transferred into the weapon. Ranks meant nothing here. Transferring mana into a weapon was not easy. And Odell knew the teacher was underestimating his abilities, which bruised his ego a little. If that was the case, he just had to exceed expectations, lunging forward like an arrow. He aimed for the right carotid artery to kill. Of course, landing the opening blow wasn't easy. Aries easily dodged it by changing his angle. The second part of the attack began as Odell spun the dagger's handle, coming back around with a quick follow-up strike, confident he could deal a fatal blow. Aries stared at him and insulted his unrefined technique. The teacher flexed his massive muscles and blocked the dagger without even raising his sword to defend. Then a brutal counterattack to the midsection sent Odell crashing to the floor. His classmates witnessed Aries using excessive force in a simple demonstration. Odell's fall created a large crater in the training ground. He coughed and gasped for air his lungs collapsing from the ruthless counterattack. Without stopping, Ares raised his sword, seemingly aiming for the student's neck with radiating killing intent. Odell felt death approaching. From the crowd, Luna worriedly called his name. With one hand lifting the heavy sword above his head, he knew Ares brought down a powerful blow meant to cause destruction. The impact shattered the training ground floor. Even Samuel realized this was too violent for a swordsmanship lesson. If that crybaby felt that way, then something was clearly wrong. Fortunately, Odell had managed to infuse mana into his body and roll out of the impact zone. Thanks to telekinesis, he managed to push the sword aside just in time to survive that brutality. If he had been a moment slower or faster, he would have been sliced in two. Ares felt the disturbance in his blade. Odell stood up, confronting the big guy for trying to kill a student for no reason. Ares pulled the dagger embedded in his chest out as if it were nothing and calmly denied the accusation. He threw Odell's blade to the floor and ordered him back in line. "Shut up." Then, the bastard teacher asked the class president how it felt to fight someone of his caliber head-on. Odell didn't beat around the bush, stating that what happened was a tactic of the weak. Explaining further, he was allowed to use mana while his opponent set a limit for himself. He deduced that Ares wanted to prove to the class that the only way for the weak to defeat the strong was to be willing to sacrifice themselves to inflict damage. By Odell's estimation, Ares could have easily dodged his final blow, but the guy intentionally took the blade as if it had been planned from the start. Surprisingly, Ares acknowledged that Odell had given the correct answer. He wanted to ingrain in the students' minds that the human world was full of terrifyingly strong individuals, making it nearly impossible to defeat them without taking risks. Demons had to lure these strong individuals into a state of complacency, and when necessary, boldly expose their weaknesses to get a chance for a surprise attack. What he taught was not noble swordsmanship. In the real world and real war, such things didn't exist. Ares would not teach the students beautiful swordsmanship, only what helped them win. From now on, they would not be limited to swords. This was a weapons class. He implied that death didn't matter, as long as victory was achieved. Ares was planning this idea for the midterm exam. Now, the teachers at the Human Royal Academy were surely on high alert. The human spy must have leaked the current situation at Saidan. In the novel, the Saidan students would fall like flies, while the Royal Academy students would be unharmed. Ares might suspect Odell of being a spy. To clear his name, he had to find a real traitor first. After the showy demonstration, Ares dismissed the students. While the others returned to the classroom in an orderly fashion, Odell stood still. Ares looked at him with annoyance, asking if he intended to rebel because of what just happened. Odell smiled, denying such a ridiculous notion. But as Ares turned his back, his discreet hostility flared. He couldn't rely on someone who suspected him of being a spy. Ares was also disgusted by the ruthless and murderous side Odell had shown from day one. He couldn't suppress it. The killer instinct had fully integrated into his being. It was necessary to gain enough authority and status to suppress the power of the 7 deadly sins. However, if Ares continued to cross the line as he did on the training ground, Odell would do everything in his power to make that muscle head suffer the consequences. While plotting revenge against the teacher, Luna approached and sensed a bit of the lingering killing intent from him. He apologized for startling her again, this time unintentionally. She had come to make up for the time they were supposed to have lunch together. Perhaps today was a good day. Odell happily agreed, making Luna's face light up. In the cafeteria, they ordered lavish dishes fit for nobility. It had been a long time since he'd eaten something so luxurious, even for lunch. The table was laden with delicious food. Luna worried that leaving leftovers might incur the wrath of the god of gluttony. As they were about to eat, the thugs Odell had taught a lesson to walked in. They noticed Odell and Luna. But before they could cause trouble, Odell smiled and waved, making the three idiots decide not to mess with them. Unlike the other two, the spider-tattooed boy was still fascinated by Odell. He took the opportunity to ask Luna what had happened with those three. She confessed that she was being bullied by other half-demons. She didn't know why, only that they started teasing her at some point. She blamed herself for being weak and lacking special physical abilities. Perhaps she didn't realize the true value of her healing ability. Luna added that the three never hit her, only cursed at her when they passed by and occasionally took her money. Hearing about the terrible situation she had endured, Odell advised Luna to always stay close to him from now on. Luna insisted she didn't need protection, only to prove she wasn't a traitor to the demons. But that was all the more reason for them to stick together, as Odell wanted to investigate. He asked Luna what she knew about the boy with the spiderweb tattoo. Maybe he was from the Silk Den. According to Luna, his name was Kai. Hearing the name, Odell's memory recalled a character named Kai from the novel. Asking further, he learned that Kai was a pure-blooded demon but hung out with the half-demons. In Luna's eyes, he was particularly scary. He looked at her as if she were a disgusting bug. Wasn't that how they had looked at the humans in Oregon? Kai immediately shot to the top of Odell's spy suspect list. He briefly considered asking the Information Guild for confirmation, but it might just be a waste of money. To avoid further headaches, it was better to check himself. After all, he already had a lot of relevant data on this spy. Odell stood up, approached the three idiots' table, and greeted them politely. They immediately reacted with a mix of fear and hostility, while Kai remained indifferent. Casually, Odell mentioned hearing about a girl in the first year of the Royal Academy. Kai remained seated, focusing on his meal. Odell added that the girl was a half-demon with a living relative, a brother. At this point, he felt someone tense up in their seat. To provoke a reaction from the suspect, Odell mentioned the name Lei with a malicious tone. In that moment, Kai must have realized his cover was blown and that Odell was a much bigger problem than he had anticipated. Things were about to go too far. The blue-haired guy, his eyes flashing with aggression, came closer, his hand gripping Odell's shoulder tightly, and shouted, his voice full of rage, "Can't you just piss off?" The moment the words left his mouth, Odell, with eyes as cold as ice, grabbed his lapel. He yanked hard and slammed him onto the wooden table where Kai was sitting. The impact sounded like a thunderclap, cracking the tabletop and sending splinters flying everywhere. The blue-haired guy collapsed, his head spinning, eyes blurred from the shock, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead. Before he could recover, Odell twisted his wrist expertly, his gaze as sharp as a blade, and said in a low, threatening voice, so that name was real. On the ground, the blue-haired guy clutched his head, blood streaming through his fingers, screaming in pain, his voice breaking with fear and humiliation. Right after Odell's words, Kai, still suppressing the boiling rage within him, slowly stood up. His eyes were gray and deep, like a restrained storm, revealing no emotion. Without a word, Kai silently turned and walked away, his tall figure silhouetted against the dark hallway. Seeing this action, Odell confirmed it in his heart. A discreet smile flickered across his face. "Found you." The three of them left, gathering in an old, dingy restroom, the weak light from a flickering fluorescent lamp dancing on their feet. The blue-haired guy, his face still streaked with blood, aggressively washed his wound under cold water, his hands trembling with anger. Suddenly, he slammed his hand against the wall, the impact echoing in the cramped space. He roared, his voice hissing through clenched teeth, "Damn it, it's that damn half-blood again." Then he turned to Kai, his eyes spitting fire, continuing to shout, "Are you going to get revenge?" Kai, still pensive, didn't answer, his cold eyes staring into space as if lost in deep calculations. Seeing his silence, the blue-haired guy's anger boiled over. He stepped closer, his voice sharp. "What is it? Why don't you answer?" Kai still didn't open his mouth, his face as still as a stone statue. Furious to the extreme, the blue-haired guy lunged forward, shouting, "You're the one who said not to trust the half-demons, yet you're talking to them. Are you going to abandon us now?" He grabbed Kai's collar, screaming, "You damn coward!" But as soon as the words were out, Kai, like a provoked beast, spun around with terrifying speed, grabbed the blue-haired guy's head, and slammed hard against the tiled wall. A dry thud echoed, followed by the blue-haired guy's pain cry. Without stopping, Kai, his face contorted with rage, continued to slam his head against the wall, each beat as steady as the heart of a destruction machine. The wall began to crack, pieces of debris falling to the floor. The blonde-haired guy stood nearby, his face pale, watching the scene with horrified eyes. Finally, when the wall was spattered with blood, Kai stopped, his hand still gripping the blue-haired guy's head. His voice was low, filled with killing intent. "You insects are so annoying." The blonde-haired guy, trembling, stammered, "Hey Kai, what are you doing?" At that moment, Kai seemed to have transformed into a different person. His eyes were bloodshot, glinting like fresh blood. He glared at the blonde-haired guy, causing him to collapse to the floor in fear. Kai roared, his voice as cold as ice, "Get out of my sight before I kill you all." The two of them hastily helped each other up, stumbling out of the restroom, leaving Kai standing alone in the silent space. He went to the sink, splashed his face with water, the cold shock helping him regain some composure. Looking in the mirror at his blurry reflection, Kai muttered to himself. How could he have known? The perception-dampening magic and the disguise spell were still working perfectly. They were cast by the best mage. Besides being a half-demon, the probability of my identity being exposed is extremely low. Could he also be a spy sent by the humans? But no, the Bar's family guaranteed his identity. A haunting question appeared in Kai's mind. Odell, who are you really? How do you know about my sister? His eyes became fierce, deadly thoughts rising. He cursed under his breath. I'd better kill him before he reveals my identity. Night fell, and the dormitory was shrouded in darkness. Kai placed several weapons on the old wooden table, the light from an oil lamp glinting off the cold steel blades. He checked each one, his fingers lightly brushing over the metal surfaces, ensuring perfect sharpness. In his mind, he mumbled, "To kill him, I need to be well prepared. First, I need to send the information I've gathered." My identity seems to have been discovered by Odell. Just as he was about to write a letter, the door to his room burst open. Odell strode in with a powerful push of the door. It made Kai jump and turn around. Odell, looking as tired as if he'd just run a marathon, he sighed, his voice light. Haha, almost missed you. Kai, his eyes sharp and cold, asked, "How did you know to come here?" Odell adjusted his clothes, smiling comfortably. It's a beautiful night. As Odell drew closer, Kai, without a moment's hesitation, threw the pen he was holding at him, shouting, "Beautiful my ass. If it weren't for you, it would have been a peaceful night." The pen flew through the air, but Odell casually dodged it, catching it with ease. His voice remained calm, so difficult. Immediately after, a sudden explosion rang out behind Odell, startling him. You could see objects containing bright, yellow energy flying towards him at lightning speed. Odell quickly dodged to avoid them. He realized Kai had taken the initiative to attack. He smirked, his voice sarcastic. Dual element magic? Energy orbs? So you're not even trying to hide your identity anymore. If you're using magic, you're definitely a half-demon, and your current form is a fake. Kai, without denying it, replied in a cold voice, "That's right. You even found this secret place, so you already know everything, don't you?" Odell smiled, his eyes twinkling. "I suppose so." Kai angrily launched several more magic attacks at Odell, shouting, "How do you know about Lei?" Odell, with astonishing agility, dodged each attack, running and thinking. Even in this situation, he's worried about his sister first and foremost. Right, Kai isn't acting for the sake of humanity. To cure his sister's strange condition, where her mana, concentrated in her heart, exceeds her body's capacity, he made a deal with the humans. Faced with Odell's evasive attitude, Kai continued to unleash fierce magical attacks, screaming, "Answer me." Odell didn't fight back, only dodged. But in his mind, a thought sparked. Why not provoke him to the root? The corner of his mouth twitched up. He adjusted his clothes. He turned and said in a calm voice, "I don't know anything. How could I? I've never even met your sister." Ah, but her pitiful smile when she's about to cry is so beautiful. So beautiful, I want to crush it. Hearing this, Kai's whole body trembled with rage. His eyes turned bloodshot, his lips pressed into a thin line, the energy in his body like a volcano about to erupt. He couldn't hold it in, roaring, "You bastard." Odell, still calm, replied, "You need to use the right words to be a spy. The correct term is Sebareic bastard." The taunt was like adding fuel to the fire. Kai clenched his fists, shouting, "Shut up." He brought his hands forward, forming a giant ball of magic. A blinding light surrounded it. He yelled, "I'll squeeze every bit of information you know out of you before I kill you." Seeing his opponent lose control, just as predicted, Odell smiled inwardly. He took the bait. He turned, his voice mocking, "If you can, then go ahead and try." Kai immediately launched the magic sphere at Odell with terrifying speed, but Odell wasn't caught off guard. In a flash, he used his position swap skill, causing the energy sphere and his position to switch places. The wall behind where he had just stood was rocked by a violent explosion, dust and smoke filling the air. Kai, stunned by his opponent's ability, muttered, "So you can teleport? It's hard to believe even seeing it with my own eyes." Odell smiled, replying, "Close enough. You've investigated me so thoroughly. You must know everything by now, right?" Kai gradually regained his composure, saying, "So that means you've known my identity all along, right?" Odell nodded. "I suppose you could say that." Kai, his eyes sharp, stepped closer, his voice dropping. "I see. In this situation," Odell thought to himself, he finally realizes he has no chance of winning. But contrary to his thoughts, Kai gritted his teeth, and a huge amount of mana erupted around his body. Countless yellow magic spheres appeared, enveloped in crackling lightning, shaking the space around them. This unexpected action startled Odell, his eyes flashing with caution at his opponent's fearsome power. Seeing the countless glittering energy orbs dancing around Kai, Odell muttered to himself, "Third circle level multicasting? At least 20 spells. This is easier than I thought." A faint smile played on his lips. So easy, it's confusing. On Kai's side, he maintained intense focus, his sharp eyes locked on his target. The newly created magic spheres floated, as brilliant as small stars. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his arm, ordering them to shoot straight at Odell, roaring, "Die!" The magic spheres screamed through the air, aimed directly at Odell's body. But just as they were about to hit him, Odell silently activated his position swap skill. In a flash, his body disappeared, replaced by an energy sphere at his former location. Kai's attacking spheres, having lost their target, flew straight into the stone wall behind, causing a brilliant explosion that shook the entire space. Seeing Odell suddenly charge forward, Kai smiled in satisfaction, his eyes glinting with triumph. "I've been waiting for you to use this move for a long time," he shouted. But before Kai could savor his moment of victory, Odell used position swap again. In an instant, his body appeared right behind Kai, as fast as a phantom. Kai, stunned, turned his head, his eyes wide with astonishment. How did he link them? Before Kai could finish his sentence, a thick surge of dark magic erupted from Odell, enveloping the entire surrounding space. The darkness was like a living curtain, swallowing the light, making the scene oppressive and mysterious. Looking at the scene before him, Kai stammered, his voice trembling. "This is—" Odell cut him off, his voice low and cold. Go to sleep. Before Kai could react, he raised his hand and delivered a powerful chop to the back of his opponent's neck. Kai collapsed, unconscious instantly, his body falling limply to the cold ground. Odell let out a sigh of relief, muttering softly, "Phew, finally caught him." He glanced around, his eyes sweeping over the items Kai had prepared earlier, and couldn't help but marvel. Did he prepare all this just to kill me? His gaze stopped on Kai's unconscious body. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Should I just kill him now? But he immediately dismissed the idea. No, I need the information Kai has. If I kill him, Lei will become my enemy. Dealing with Kai is easy, but Lei, that's a different story. In Odell's mind, an image of Lei appeared clearly. That girl, thanks to the help of the protagonist, had now become a powerful contract holder, free from her terrible illness. The dragon's heart had granted her immense power, enough to control a vast amount of mana, turning her into a great mage, no different from a legendary heroine. If Lei goes all out to avenge her brother, even I would have a hard time retreating without getting hurt. Their bond is really that strong, he thought, his gaze momentarily pensive. Then he noticed a small device nearby, looking like a camera. This communication device only sends one-way information. It doesn't update status. They probably still think Lei is suffering in pain. He turned to Kai, his voice lowering. But that doesn't mean I'll let you go. If only there was a way to make him submit to me. Just then, Kai's body stirred slightly, a sign that he was slowly waking up. Odell watched, a cunning smile flashing across his face. I see, he thought, so there is a way. Kai opened his eyes, waking from his stupor. Realizing he was unharmed, he scanned his body, then stared at Odell. He snapped, "What are you plotting?" Odell frowned, feigning surprise. Plotting? I don't know what you mean. Kai roared, his voice full of anger. I mean, why didn't you just kill me and let me wake up instead? Odell smiled, his voice soft but laced with danger. It's true I waited, but do you think I was just standing and watching? As he spoke, he pulled a small dragon from his sleeve. Its whole body radiated a dense, dark magic, making the air around them feel thick. Seeing the dragon, Kai was stunned, his whole body trembling. He stammered, What the hell is that?" Odell smiled coldly. "So you recognize it?" Kai was horrified, his voice trembling. "You can also control venomous parasites?" Odell nodded in confirmation. "That's right." He held up the small dragon and continued. "This parasite is called the twin venom. A slight stimulation is enough to kill the host. But it only works properly when it's inside the bodies of two people." Kai shot to his feet, his eyes frantic. "Twin venom, what the hell did you do to me?" Suddenly, a horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Kai gasped, shouting, "Wait, two people, don't tell me." Odell nodded, his voice calm but sharp. "Just as you thought. The other one is inside Lei." Hearing this, Kai's whole body trembled with rage. Odell continued casually, "Her body is really interesting. Her mana sensitivity is so high that even my heart couldn't take it. Thanks to that, planting the parasite was much easier." These words made Kai tremble violently. He couldn't utter a word, his body frozen like a statue. Odell continued, his voice gentle but full of authority. "Although her condition is very dangerous, it's not impossible to cure." Kai seemed to snap out of it, quickly speaking up. Then, Odell cut him off. "If it's me, I can cure her." Kai stared, skeptical. "A guy like you can do what even the great mages of my race couldn't." Odell smiled. He raised his finger, and from the tip, a stream of dark mana flowed out, awakening the small dragon. It opened its eyes, greedily devouring the mana like a starving beast. Odell slowly explained, "The parasite of the bar's family feeds on the host mana. Lei's heart can't handle such strong mana, but the parasite will absorb it. Knowing so much about Lei, do you think I don't have a way to make you submit?" Watching the small dragon fall back asleep after finishing its meal, Kai felt his whole body go limp. In his mind, a thought gradually became clear. So this parasite is actually saving my sister. He looked up at Odell, his voice trembling. So what do you want from me? You wouldn't say all this just to leave us alone, unless you clearly want something from me. Odell approached, his killing intent radiating intensely. He sat down, looking straight into Kai's eyes, his voice low and cold. I really like your attitude. But don't forget, your life and your sister's life are in my hands. Under the heavy pressure, Kai gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling slightly. Finally, he nodded. Understood. Odell smiled in satisfaction and stood up. I want 2 things. Kai frowned. 2 things. Odell glanced at the communication orb nearby. First, send false information to the Royal Academy using that device. Say that Saidan is plotting to attack the number 3 hero candidates. Kai questioned, You're planning to attack another year, aren't you? I can't accept that. Odell reassured him. I understand your concern. And of course, you're worried because Lei is studying at the Royal Academy. Don't worry. If you cooperate, I will ensure Lei's safety. Hearing this, Kai's hand clenched tightly, trembling. He nodded. Fine, I'll send the false information as you say. What's the second request? Odell answered immediately. Leave this place. Kai was stunned, his body frozen like a statue. He looked up. You want me to leave Saitan? Odell nodded. That's right. There's something I need you to do outside. Regularly gather and report any rumors about hidden regions in the demon world to me. Faced with this condition, Kai immediately agreed. Fine, I'll give you what you want. Feeling that everything was going smoothly, Odell was secretly delighted. Easier than I thought. With just a little lie, when the false information is exposed, Kai will be discarded, and I get to use his espionage skills. How convenient. But just then, Kai cut through his train of thought, his voice low. I have one condition. Odell was startled, thinking, what? At this point, he still dares to make conditions. He calmly asked, What's the condition? Kai gritted his teeth, his voice determined. Write a divine demonic pact. If you don't agree, just kill me and my sister. I don't care. Odell was stunned, thinking, a divine demonic pact? In the name of magic, a pact established would create an unbreakable bond. If anyone dared to break an oath made in the name of the demon god, the price would be their life. Odell looked straight at Kai, thinking to himself, it's risky, but this is a sure way to restrain him. Seeing Odell hesitate, Kai raised an eyebrow, his voice full of suspicion. What are you planning? Odell smiled coldly and replied, All right, I accept. In his mind, a plan was forming. If I skillfully plant a small trick in the pact, breaking the oath won't be too difficult. He turned to Kai, his voice steady. Only a Grandmaster-level mage can create such an item. Do you have another one? Kai shrugged, replying curtly, I'm out. Hearing that, Odell chuckled, his eyes glinting with amusement. Haha, aren't you a bit too confident? Kai stared at him, his voice challenging. For someone like you, finding one surely isn't too hard, right? Faced with Kai's defiant attitude, Odell gritted his teeth slightly and muttered, I knew it. In the end, I have to do it myself. He thought to himself, of course someone will have one. The question is who? Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. That's right. Maybe Instructor Robin has one. Shaking off his thoughts, Odell spoke up immediately. All right, I'll try to find one today. He extended his hand, his voice firm. See you back here at dawn tomorrow. Kai hesitated for a few seconds, his eyes filled with suspicion. Then he also extended his hand, sealing the deal. After that, the two went their separate ways. As Odell walked away, a smile played on his lips. Looks like I just got myself a useful dog. Meanwhile, Kai clenched his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it. After walking for a while, a sense of unease suddenly arose in Odell. Even if I deceive them with false information with Robin, I'm still not sure I'll do well in the midterm exam. The Imperial Royal University. No matter what I do, the success rate is almost zero. He clenched his fist, telling himself, even so, I have to try my best at all costs. The scene changes to Professor Robin's office. At this moment, Robin was still engrossed in his research, his eyes focused on the pile of documents before him. Suddenly, a noise from outside startled him. Odell walked in, flashing a friendly smile. "Good day, instructor." His unexpected appearance surprised Robin. He shot up and approached, his voice cheerful. "You really came, just as we agreed." Odell nodded, replying, "Of course. A promise is a promise." Robin warmly invited him. "Have a seat. Would you like some tea?" Odell nodded. "Yes. Thank you, sir." While waiting for Robin to brew the tea, Odell's eyes scanned the room. Bookshelves filled with documents. Magical tools glittering with mana, and ancient ritual symbols drawn on the walls. He's not just interested in books, but rituals too. This is truly the lab of a magic instructor, Odell thought, impressed. Just a few minutes later, Robin brought out a pot of hot tea. As he poured the tea, he said, "Thank you for coming." Odell replied politely, "No, I should be the one thanking you for your kind hospitality." Then he got straight to the point. "But may I ask, what exactly do you need me for?" Robin's face suddenly turned serious. He pushed up his glasses, his voice lowering. "This is a rather important matter." Hearing this, Odell thought quietly, "So it's not something trivial. Maybe I should probe him a little." He spoke up, his voice probing. "Are you afraid I'll leak it?" Robin immediately denied it. "No, it's not for that reason. It's not something easy to share." Odell smiled and offered, "Well, if you'd like, I can sign a divine demonic pact." Hearing this, Robin was startled. Then he replied, a hint of excitement in his voice, "Oh, if you're willing to do that, of course I'll tell you." Odell thought to himself, so he really does have one. Robin waved his hand, summoning a contract scroll enveloped in a deep red, blood-like magical aura. He presented it to Odell. Looking at the contract, Odell was surprised. That easy. The contract clearly stated that Odell was not to disclose Robin's research documents and must assist with the research until significant results were achieved. In return, he would receive compensation. The terms were clear and concise. Odell turned to Robin and asked, "Did you prepare this beforehand?" Robin scratched his head, laughing sheepishly. "Huh," Odell continued. "Well, could we amend the terms a bit to make it fairer? If during the research, I find it's beyond my abilities, I can stop assisting and return all the compensation I've received." Robin nodded. "Reasonable. So what kind of compensation would you like?" Odell answered immediately. "I want a divine demonic oath contract and 3 high-grade mana potions." Hearing the request, Robin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Odell thought to himself, "High-grade mana potions can fully restore my mana the moment I drink them. An essential item for me right now." After a moment of thought, Robin amended the terms on the contract and handed it to Odell. "Understood. That's cheaper than a single elixir. You just need to sign there and we're done." Odell took the contract and asked again, "I just need to sign my name here, right?" Robin nodded. "That's right." Before signing, Odell asked, "But I'm curious, why did you choose me? There are surely many students better than me." Robin replied calmly, "Actually, I've asked many second and third year students for help, but most of them were no help at all. I even invited Samuel from the first year, but he flatly refused, saying it was too troublesome." Odell chuckled to himself. That's just like Samuel. After signing, he handed the contract to Robin. Done. In his mind, he thought, I'm about to have to use a pseudonym that doesn't have ACN in it. Instantly, the contract dissolved, turning into a stream of deep red mana. It shot straight into Odell's heart, establishing the pact. Odell felt a new energy in his body and exclaimed, "So this is how a divine demonic oath is established." Robin stood up and took a book from the shelf. Then he turned around. Done. Now let's start right away. As he reached for the bookshelf unexpectedly shifted, revealing a secret passage. Odell was amazed, muttering, "I can't believe a place like this exists. Does Saitan, the principal, or the other instructors know about this place?" Seeing him hesitate, Robin turned back, his voice urging, "Come in, this is the place." Odell followed, looking around, marveling, "A secret underground laboratory?" Robin pointed to a book on the table. "This is the book I'm researching." Odell looked at it, wondering, "This book?" Robin nodded. "Yes, it's believed to be an artifact." Odell mumbled, "An old book? It looks like an ancient manuscript." He approached and opened the book, but discovered there wasn't a single word inside. He looked up and asked, "What is this?" Robin nodded and continued, "Yes, as you can see, most of the pages are blank, but there's writing on the last page." Odell asked further, "Where did you get this book?" Robin replied, "I happened to pick it up in an abandoned house in the western desert. It was buried in the fine sand." Odell frowned. "An abandoned house in the middle of the desert?" Robin continued, "Based on a large oasis nearby. I guess there used to be a village there." Odell nodded. "So, besides the book and the ruins, the entire village vanished without a trace." Robin confirmed, "That's the only conclusion I can draw at the moment." Odell exclaimed, "Interesting. Can I see the writing on the last page?" Robin's face immediately lit up. He replied instantly, "Of course. That's why I invited you here." He flipped to the last page. On the page, strange characters appeared, like an ancient language. Looking at the incomprehensible text, Odell exclaimed, "There really is writing." Robin continued, "Yes, but I can't decipher it at all. Do you understand what it says?" Odell stared intently at the squiggly characters, thinking, "There's no way I can recognize these strange letters." Robin, sensing his thoughts, said, "Now you understand why all the other elite students gave up too, right?" Odell asked, "Has there been any progress in the research so far?" Robin shook his head. "No, still getting nowhere." Odell hypothesized, "Then maybe the clue lies in the place where the book was found." Robin replied, "Strangely, I visited several nearby villages, but no one knows anything about the ruins or this book." Seeing the case at a dead end, Odell frowned slightly, thinking, trying to find an answer with no clues. "It's so difficult. What if I come up empty-handed?" He reached out and touched the page, feeling for anything unusual. Suddenly, a fierce energy burst from the book. Odell was startled. He thought to himself, "What was that? Why is my necklace reacting?" At the same time, the letters on the page began to transform strangely, as if they were coming to life. Looking at the squiggly lines before him, Odell marveled inwardly. Are the letters moving? Am I seeing things? But no, the ancient characters on the page really began to move, writhing like magical snakes, rearranging themselves to form characters he could read. The first line appeared, clear and cold. "The breaker of rules shall pay the price of brutal destruction. Everything will vanish relentlessly until this world ends." Odell thought deeply, his eyes fixed on the page. "I can read it, but I don't understand a damn thing." He touched the necklace on his neck, feeling the strange energy vibrating. The necklace's reaction is definitely related to the demon god. Seeing Odell lost in thought, Robin spoke up, his voice full of curiosity. "Is something wrong?" Odell looked up and replied calmly, "I've deciphered the text." Robin was startled, exclaiming, "What?" Odell explained slowly, "This sentence talks about breaking the rules, but I can't explain the rest clearly yet." Robin looked at the book, his eyes shining, his voice excited. "Of course, the syllables match perfectly. It's definitely related to the chaos attribute, a rare attribute, very worthy of study." He suddenly turned to Odell, his voice urgent, wanting to know more. "I need to research more, but for now, this is an extraordinary discovery." Odell frowned, replying nonchalantly, "Is that so?" Robin nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I think we need to continue searching for artifacts and ancient texts in other lands." He paused, looking at Odell. Student Odell, this is enough for today. Odell was about to ask for leave, but Robin suddenly spoke up. Ah, the payment will be transferred right now. Right now? Robin smiled. Yes, please wait a moment. Odell thought to himself. A divine demonic pact is one thing, but mana recovery potions need time to be prepared. While Robin rummaged around, muttering, "Let me see. Where did I put it?" Hearing that, Odell suddenly froze, a thought flashing through his mind. Wait a minute. If Robin continues to research other ancient texts and artifacts. He touched his necklace. The 3 gems on it were glowing a deep red, like fresh blood. The influence of the ancient text has turned these 3 gems red. If the whole necklace becomes blood-soaked, I don't even know what will happen. He pondered, if it's not related to the demon god, I should keep it with me. Even though I know Robin, he's still not completely trustworthy. After rummaging for a while, Robin exclaimed, "Found it!" He turned back and handed Odell a mana potion with a friendly smile. Odell took it, still lost in thought. Keeping it with me is safer. Robin continued, handing him a small pouch. Here, I put all the payment in this pouch to make it easier for you to carry. Odell took the pouch, nodded. Thank you very much. Robin approached, politely saying, No, I should be the one thanking you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to read those words. I look forward to cooperating with you more in the future. Odell smiled. I'll help within my capabilities. Robin suddenly became serious, reminding him, please don't tell anyone else about my research, okay? Odell's face fell slightly. He muttered, That depends on the instructor's decision, doesn't it? Robin was startled. No. Are you planning to break the contract? Odell stepped closer, his killing intent radiating intensely. He looked straight into Robin's eyes, his voice cold. It seems this research hasn't been approved by the principal, has it? If you had followed the proper procedures and gotten Citan's approval, why would you need to sign a secrecy contract? Robin's flustered demeanor confirmed Odell's suspicion. He smirked, switching to a softer tone. If this research is discovered, I'll probably be expelled. But we're in the same boat now. I will do my utmost to help you. I just need more mana recovery potions. Robin was sweating bullets, stammering, understood. He quickly grabbed a few more mana potions, his voice trembling. For now, this is all I have. Looking at the number of potions, Odell thought, not bad. He took the payment, turned to leave. Thank you. I'll be taking my leave. Just as he was about to step out, Robin called after him. By the way, what do you plan to use that contract for? Odell paused, turned his head, and gave a mischievous smile. To save a slave. The scene changes to the dormitory, right at Odell's appointment time. He entered the room. Kai was already waiting there. Kai looked at him, his voice cold. It's dark already? Odell replied calmly. Long time no see, huh? Kai frowned. What the hell is that? Did you bring the contract? Odell took out a contract scroll, holding it forward. Of course. Shall we write the contract now? Huh. Kai took the contract, impressed. I didn't expect this. You actually found it today. Odell smirked. You're the one who told me to find it. And now you're saying this? Don't think about backing out on me. If you break your word, be prepared to face the consequences. Read the contents carefully, then sign. Kai glanced over the contract. It stated clearly, Odell will not harm Kai or his sister Lei. Lei's illness will not relapse again. Kai will prioritize Odell's orders. However, Odell will not issue any orders that endanger Kai's life. After reading, the contract immediately dissolved, turning into a stream of deep red energy that shot straight into Kai's heart. Seeing the familiar scene, Odell smiled warmly. So, the contract is complete. He took a small piece of paper from his coat and continued. Here's the first order. Kai nodded. Understood. I'll send the false information. Insert this paper into this slot, and it will start sending. Observing Kai's professional actions. Odell thought, so that's how it's used. Interesting, right? Opening a gate big enough for a person to pass through requires huge resources and mana. Kai continued, "This thing recharges automatically every month, usable once. Send a message so they think I'm dead and won't target me anymore. Sooner or later, I'll be worthless anyway." Odell approached, smiling faintly. "Worthless? This is a mutually beneficial agreement." Kai sighed, his voice weary. "Whatever you want." He continued, "Now, there's one more order. From today, you will leave Sidon. Go and gather all news about the demon world from the outside, whether it's hidden realms, stories about high-ranking demon families, or the history of hidden artifacts. For now, find the location of the nearest hidden realm and information about the families of the Seven Sins. A report every half-month will suffice." Kai nodded, understood. Seeing his professional attitude, Odell was pleased. Probably because he used to be a spy, his ability to receive and grasp orders is very fast. Kai suddenly extended his hand. Odell was surprised, but extended his own in response. He thought to himself, "Kai is initiating a handshake." He said aloud, "I look forward to your future achievements." But contrary to his expectations, Kai slapped his hand away. He snapped, "Achievements my ass. Give me the money. You need money to gather information." Odell gave a forced laugh and scratched his head. "All right, money. I forgot. I don't have much. What should I do?" He quickly took out a piece of paper and said, "Just mention my name and show them this. The Barrett family will help you, but absolutely do not open it to look." Kai took the paper, nodding. "Understood. I'll depart today. I'll submit my withdrawal application and leave Sidon." Odell praised. "Quick work." Kai didn't care, walking away coldly with a humph. Living with this trash is truly nauseating. The scene changes to the next day in the classroom. Odell sat pensively in the middle of the class. Since yesterday, Kai has completely disappeared from Sidon. The rumor of his withdrawal spread quickly, and my name was mentioned quite a bit because of the commotion in the cafeteria. Even Luna suspects me. It's understandable. I suddenly went crazy while we were eating." He continued, thinking, "The problem is Instructor Aries. He definitely noticed something, but he won't touch me. There are only a few days left until the midterm exam. If they change the class president now, it would definitely cause a lot of chaos." Idea walked in, placed her hands on the desk, her voice ringing out, "Glad to see everyone." She continued, "In 3 days, the midterm exam will begin. There are 4 subjects: weapon skills, magic, understanding of humanity, and practical application. Among them, the most important subject is practical application. The practical exam on the last day will be an attack on the Human Royal Academy." Idea's words caused a stir in the class. Everyone was surprised. Only Odell remained calm, thinking, "It's finally starting." He thought to himself, "I've finally reached this point. Now the main plot of the original story will officially begin. The demons attack the Royal Academy, and the humans do their best to stop them. In this mess, countless villains will be revealed, and fierce clashes will erupt." Contrary to everyone's anxiety, Franz shot to her feet, hands on her hips, and cheerfully declared, "First place in the midterm exam will belong to me." At her confident declaration, a student below agreed, cheering, "If it's Franz, anything is possible." Another shouted, his voice full of excitement, "Kill the class president. Annihilate them all." The girl laughed loudly and continued, "Haha, kneel before me." Hearing these words, Odell gritted his teeth, thinking, do they really have to kill them? It's like the whole class has been brainwashed. The two below began to whisper to each other. One said, his voice full of worry, "So the invasion of the human world is really about to happen?" The other replied, his voice determined, "With everything we've been through, we have to get this revenge." Conflicted thoughts welled up in Odell. The demons who lost loved ones are boiling with a desire for revenge against humans. Compared to trembling in fear like this, maybe this is better. He frowned, continuing to think, if things go according to the novel, Class A will be wiped out during the midterm exam. But there's still hope. I've changed so many original plot points already. I bribed Kyler to feed false information to the Royal Academy, and I kept Luna from being expelled. Destroying the Royal Academy is impossible, but at least I can save the whole class, keep them from being completely wiped out. If I can do that, I'll receive the highest praise as a truly exemplary class president, and Ares' trust will be a bonus, giving me more chances to get back into Satan's armory. A smile formed on his lips. The goal for this exam is to survive and get a high score. He made up his mind, his voice firm. I have to go all out, as if I'm betting my life on it. Back at the dormitory, Renee stood before him, speaking coolly. Long time no see. At this somewhat blunt greeting, Odell frowned slightly. He replied, "Yes, my lady. It feels like months have passed. I thought it had been months since we last met." He thought to himself, "She's very angry." Renee's face darkened, radiating a thick, killing intent. She continued, her voice sharp. "Is it because you keep avoiding me?" Under this heavy pressure, Odell flinched slightly. He thought, I kept using the excuse of training together to avoid her. Now, she suddenly summons me right before the midterm exam. I understand why she's angry, but still. He glanced to the side. Diana was sitting with her legs crossed, staring straight at him. He thought, why are you two always together? At Odell's bewildered look, Diana smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Diana." Odell didn't answer her, still lost in his thoughts. They say the more you try to avoid bad karma, the more it clings to you. I don't know what to do. Seeing him silent and pensive, Diana tilted her head, her voice teasing. Not going to say hello back? That makes me sad, you know. He snapped out his thoughts. He quickly placed his hand over his chest, bowed his head in a salute, and introduced himself. I am Odell. It is an honor to meet a noble of your stature, my lady. Hearing this, the girl smiled and replied, Yes, a pleasure to meet you. Renee immediately cut into the conversation, her voice cold. Skip the pleasantries. Explain to me why you've been avoiding me for so long, and now you're asking for a fight. Odell stepped closer, his voice soft. Because I feel guilty, the girl asked, her voice suspicious. Guilty about what? He gently wiped away a tear, sniffling. As your retainer, I failed to protect you, and it has tormented me all this time. Boo-hoo. At this completely insincere display from Odell, Renee's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She yelled, Stop crying like a puppy, will you? He continued, his voice trembling. You have no idea how I feel. Coldly, her whole body now trembled slightly with anger. Odell thought to himself, Damn it, do I have to resort to this? Then he took out a mana potion and said, Actually, to atone for my mistake, I brought you a gift, my lady. Seeing the potion in Odell's hand, Diana approached, peering at it curiously. What's this? Is it a mana potion? Odell nodded, replying, Yes, I went through a lot of trouble to get it. Diana smiled and turned to Renee. I heard they became much rarer after the war. Renee, you should take it and forgive him. Seeing her speak up for him, Odell thought, one good turn deserves another. Thanks, Diana. But Renee pushed Diana's hand away, replying indifferently, Forget it. I don't need this stuff. This time, Odell thought she really is mad at me. He started to turn on the pretty boy charm, pouring his heart out. Actually, I was bullied by other students for being a half-demon, so I tried to keep my distance in case I caused you trouble, Lady Renee. He immediately dropped to one knee, his voice sincere. If that hurt you, I sincerely apologize. I'm sorry, my lady. He thought to himself, I've said everything I can. I hope it works. Diana stood beside them, arms crossed, adding, He's genuinely worried about you. He's a very good retainer. Hearing these words, Renee was silent for a moment. Then a gentle smile played on her lips. She approached and said, I won't accept it. Seeing her anger subside, Odell reached into his coat, smiling and continuing, Hee, you mean you accept the mana potion? The girl still maintained her indifferent attitude, turning her face away. I said I wasn't hurt at all. This remark left Odell speechless, not knowing how to respond. Diana stepped in, saving him once again. She said cheerfully, "That's great. Looks like everything's fine now." Renee glanced at her and replied coldly, "Don't talk to me." Diana pointed at her eyes and laughed heartily. "Haha, let me tell you, Renee is just a little too stiff. If she could fix that, she'd be absolutely perfect." Seeing Diana's cheerful attitude, Odell thought to himself, "I never knew Diana had this side to her." Afterwards, the group headed to the training room. Renee held her sword and said, "Well then, let's have a practice match. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Odell nodded in response. "All right." Diana approached and whispered in Renee's ear, "Renee, show him your new skill." But these words accidentally reached Odell's ears. He thought to himself, "A new skill? So she's learned something while we haven't seen each other." At that moment, a thick, dark aura emanated from Renee. Her eyes narrowed, her voice filled with killing intent. "Watch closely." She gripped her sword tightly, mana erupting outwards, growing stronger and stronger. Her eyes suddenly flashed. The surrounding space grew strangely dense under this intense, killing intent. Odell frowned slightly, thinking, such intense killing intent, it's incredible. The sword in Renee's hand suddenly turned pitch black, radiating a dense, dark aura. Odell was terrified, thinking, mana is converging at the sword's tip, turning it black? Could that be the black sword? This is a form of sword ki that only master-level human knights can achieve. Usually, infusing mana into a weapon or body can activate a skill, but with the black sword, the mana has to be refined as thin as a piece of paper. And she can do it? She truly is a descendant of the 7 deadly sins. The girl held the sword tightly for a long time, then relaxed her hands. The dark aura gradually dissipated, returning the sword to its normal state. Seeing this, Odell approached and said, "Even so, it's still not complete?" Renee nodded in response. "Yes, I still have to focus to my absolute limit." Odell gripped the short sword in his hand and smiled. "Then let's have a match and see." The girl nodded cheerfully. "All right," he thought to himself, "I wonder what the power of the black sword is like. I'll try using my dagger first." Shaking off his thoughts, he rushed towards Renee, swinging his dagger with great force. The girl immediately swung her sword to block the attack. The two weapons clashed, sending sparks flying everywhere. Faced with this powerful attack, Renee took a slight step back, her eyes flashing. She swung her sword in a horizontal slash. Luckily, Odell leaned back, dodging the blow. He backed away, dropping to one knee in a defensive stance, preparing for the next attack. He thought to himself, with enhanced vision, I can see Renee's every move. This is doable. On the other side, Renee used the black sword again. Her eyes flashed, and the sword turned pitch black. Radiating a terrifying pressure, the dagger in Odell's hand suddenly shattered. He was startled. He thought to himself, she can deploy the black sword that quickly? The outcome was almost decided. Odell awkwardly scratched his head and said, "That's amazing. The black sword has such power." Renee replied confidently, "Of course." Diana approached and added, "A noble lady stronger than her own retainer. That's not something you see every day." Renee is truly amazing, isn't she? At these flattering words, Renee fell silent, not responding. Diana teased, "What's this? Are you blushing? That's not very like Renee, you know." Renee's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes flashed with a frightening, killing intent. She said, "But the more I look, the stranger it seems. Something seems normal, but it's not ordinary at all." She glanced over Odell's body, startling him slightly as she looked at him. She smiled enigmatically. "What is it, I wonder? I'm really curious." Under the terrifying pressure she exuded, Odell was startled, his whole body breaking out in a sweat. The girl Diana with her cold eyes advanced towards Odell. making his whole body tremble slightly as he looked into those sharp eyes. He thought to himself, one of the powers Diana possesses is power gaze, the ability to observe down to the smallest hair on her opponent's body. To be noticed like this by someone who will become the Demon King is really too much to handle. How should I react now? Countless thoughts flooded Odell's mind, leaving him confused and unsure of what to do. He continued to think, could she become my greatest enemy? It's best to keep some distance. Suddenly, a deep red, killing intent erupted from his body. It made Diana flinch slightly, an enigmatic smile playing on her lips. Looking at that confident smile, Odell thought to himself, most people, upon sensing killing intent, would be scared or wary. But this is the calmness only found in the truly strong. Renee stepped forward, breaking the tense atmosphere. She said, Diana, what are you curious about? At this question, Diana approached, pointed at Renee, and smiled. Yes, because the swordsmanship Renee just demonstrated looks stranger the more I see it. So, I felt a little curious. Renee looked at her with suspicion, but seemed to trust her a little. Seeing this, Odell muttered to himself, she's so easily fooled. Then he turned to Renee and said, I also wanted to ask, how is that swordsmanship performed? Holding the sword in her hand, Renee began to explain, her voice firm. First, you have to grasp the secret. It feels like pouring energy into the inside of the sword. Odell nodded eagerly. Ah, I see. He thought to himself, haha, only geniuses would think of it that way. He approached and said, I still have to study for the exam, so let's stop the sparring here. Renee nodded in agreement. All right, let's do that. Watching her turn to leave, Odell asked, Renee, how are you preparing for the midterm exam? The girl looked back at him, smiling confidently. At that confident look, Odell also smiled, thinking the timing of the first midterm exam and when the main characters get the eye of pride don't match up. That means Renee will survive this exam, but it's highly likely that my Class A students will all be wiped out. Watching their departing figures, he said, well then, good luck, my lady. Renee turned her head back, waving. Yeah, you be careful too. Diana, beside her, glanced at Odell and gave a slight smile. She said softly, see you later. This unexpected remark startled Odell. He thought to himself, looks like I've been noticed again. The scene changes to the next day. The academy grounds appear under a clear blue sky, with sunbeams shining through the windows. A small bird perched on the ledge, pecking at some small breadcrumbs. Odell looked at the bird, thinking, finally, the midterm exam starts today. Did Aries work me so hard he didn't even let me eat? I still have to take the exam. You'd better eat up quickly. His body was almost completely exhausted, his face pale. He mumbled, and the first subject, human knowledge. I studied all night and still couldn't get a single word in my head. As the author, I don't understand the subject. It's ridiculous. But he comforted himself. I crammed a lot as a student too. I should be able to scrape by with a few points. As he sat down in the classroom, Odell's face went blank. He swore, damn it, the moment I entered the classroom, I forgot everything I studied. Luna approached his desk and clenched her fists, encouragingly. Odell, you've tried too hard. Your face looks like... Before she could finish her sentence, Odell interrupted. This much is fine. He asked back, Luna, are you well prepared? She smiled. Yeah, I'm a little fuzzy, but probably not enough to fail. He turned to Franz and asked, what about you? Franz crossed her arms, smiling confidently. Why would I need to try hard with these theory subjects? As long as I do well in the practical part, that's all that matters. Hearing this, Odell thought, to increase the chances of survival, even by 1%, you can't take any part lightly. Franz laughed loudly. Ho ho ho. In any case, first place belongs to this young lady anyway. At that moment, a teacher walked in, his voice booming. All right, everyone take your seats, put away your notebooks, and clear your desks. If anyone is caught cheating, They will be immediately removed from the exam room. As soon as the proctor finished speaking, the students below bent over and started working on their papers. While taking the test, Odell mumbled to himself. I guess thanks to interest and concentration, cramming was surprisingly effective. The test is going so smoothly. But then a question caught his eye, making him pause. What do you think of the human race? This question is not graded, he muttered. But this question isn't multiple choice, it's an essay. And it's not even graded. What do they mean? What do I think of the human race? If it were Odell, whose family was destroyed by humans, the answer would be obvious. But since I created both humans and demons, I'm their father. How should I write this correctly? Although he felt a bit uncomfortable, he knew the answer Saidan wanted. After much thought, he wrote 2 words on the paper, the enemy. 45 minutes passed. The proctor announced, time's up. Turn in your papers. The second period will be the weapon skills exam. The scene changes to the training ground. Ares stood with his arms crossed, his face dark and extremely serious. He looked at the students, his voice low. Today, you will compete in one-on-one combat, showing your true strength. Magic or weapons, whatever you want, just give it your all and fight. Absolutely no running away just because you're afraid to fight. I will call names in order. Step forward one by one. At Ares' serious demeanor, Odell marveled. His killing intent is real. He means for us to fight for real. Hearing these words, 8 students below trembled with fear, especially Franz. Suddenly, a student was sent flying backwards, rolling several times on the ground and crying out in pain. Odell looked at him and said, "How pathetic. Is that all you've got?" Witnessing the scene, he thought to himself, he's really not holding back at all. No one lasts more than a few seconds. They're all taken down. Ares is only using his bare hands, and they can't even touch him. Ares looked down and called out, "Next, Samuel. Get out here." Hearing his name, Samuel calmly stepped forward. As soon as he stepped up, Ares said, "Fight with all your might." Samuel nodded. "Yes." As soon as the words were out, a stream of green mana erupted from within his body. Countless bizarrely shaped monsters roared, mingling with Samuel's own cries. Immediately after, he launched a barrage of magical attacks, hurtling straight towards Ares. Faced with these attacks, Ares gripped his sword tightly, smirking and letting out a cold huff. This time, I'll have to use a little strength. I will respond in earnest. A stream of fiery red mana erupted from Ares' body, enveloping his sword and making it glow red. Witnessing this scene, Odell exclaimed in his mind, "Sword key, different from Renee's. Is the red color from the fire system?" Yes. At the center of the fight, Ares swung his sword a few times, instantly slicing through Samuel's attacks. Seeing his attacks easily nullified, Samuel gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it." He mumbled so strong. That's Instructor Ares for you. To be so steadfast and unwavering even when using that. But then he clenched his fists and looked up at the sky, shouting. Countless streams of dark mana poured out of his body, enveloping him. Seeing this, Ares gritted his teeth, his face tensing. He said, "Restoring your old state is pretty good." But with just one lunge, the bizarre monsters Samuel created were instantly sliced to pieces by Ares. He charged forward, aiming his blade at Samuel's face, startling him. Before Samuel could react, Ares clenched his other fist and threw a punch straight into his chest. Samuel cried out in pain. He dropped to both knees, clutching his stomach, his whole body shaking. He managed to say, "Damn." Ares asked coldly, "Do you still want to continue?" Samuel's trembling hands slowly rose to defend himself, gritting his teeth against the intense pain. From behind, a demon created from mana opened its massive mouth and lunged straight at Ares. By the time Ares noticed, it had already bitten down hard on his shoulder, sending a few specks of blood flying. But the attack seemed to have no effect on him. He gave a slight pull and instantly tore the monster in two, his expression turning cold. My shoulder's been getting injured a lot lately. A surprise counterattack? A good decision. Samuel was now gasping for breath, and after just a few seconds, his whole body collapsed face down. Seeing this, Ares turned around and said, "Get Samuel out of the exam room." He looked at the students, his voice firm. "Next, get out here." His eyes were extremely fierce, staring straight at Odell. He called, "Get up here, Odell." As soon as Odell stepped up, a deep red, killing intent coiled out from Ares, making the entire space feel suffocating. Everyone was terrified. He looked straight at him, his voice low. "Let's begin." Looking at him, Odell mumbled to himself, "What terrifying killing intent. Even if he doesn't kill me, he's planning to take at least an arm or a leg." Ares held his sword out in front of him, declaring loudly, "Give it everything you've got." Odell immediately replied, "Please wait a moment." Ares asked, his voice suspicious, "Do you still need to prepare something?" Odell smiled confidently and said, "There is something I would like to see." Ares frowned, daring to make such a request to an examiner. "What do you want me to show you?" Odell made his proposal, his voice full of determination. "I want to see you cover your blade with sword ki, right from the start." Ares coldly explained, "Sword ki is not something you can imitate just by looking. You have to truly comprehend it." Odell raised his hand, resolute. "Sir, if you show me once, I think I can feel it." At this arrogant statement, Ares gripped his sword with both hands, his voice low. "You've got a lot of nerve. Fine, I'll show you once. Watch closely." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge amount of mana surged from the sword and converged on the blade, making it glow a brilliant red. Odell watched the scene, thinking, in just an instant, the red mana compressed and covered the blade. Truly amazing. Seeing Odell lost in thought, Ares asked, "Do you think you could do this?" Odell clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. "Thank you for showing me." He smiled confidently, thinking, this isn't something that can be learned with just your head. At that moment, a large amount of purple mana surged from Odell's body and converged on the dagger in his hand. Seeing this, Ares' face darkened slightly. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "I admit, you have talent." But the sword ki only lasted for 5 seconds before dissipating. Odell was slightly startled. He thought to himself, "It's still a bit too much for me. It only lasts for 5 seconds. But even so, it's worth a try." Immediately, he enveloped his dagger with sword ki again. Looking at Ares, he smiled, "Let's begin." At Odell's determined gaze, Ares replied cheerfully, "All right, come at me." Below the fighting stage, Samuel was having his wounds treated by Luna. He looked up at Odell on the stage, thinking, if he moves like that. The scene shifts back to the stage, where streams of sword ki clashed violently, shaking the space. Energy radiated everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Odell retreated into a defensive stance, then charged straight at Ares, attacking relentlessly. Suddenly, a confident smile appeared on his face. He thrust his sword straight at Ares, but he easily raised his sword to block. The two swords clashed, sending sparks flying. Ares smiled. "You envelop your sword with ki as you swing? It feels like I'm watching a performance." Odell chuckled lightly. "Thanks for the compliment." But immediately after, Ares swung his sword powerfully, knocking Odell back several steps. While he was still suspended in the air, Odell immediately used his position swap skill. This time, the target was Ares' sword. In an instant, he appeared right in front of him, his dagger enveloped in sword ki, aiming a powerful thrust straight at Ares' face. But with his quick reflexes, Ares leaned back, dodging the attack. Then he swung his leg. He kicked hard, sending Odell flying back several meters. Odell thought to himself. He dropped his sword. Now's the time. He immediately executed the technique, Fangs of Darkness, triple black blades. 3 mana daggers appeared around him, radiating a thick killing intent. On his command, the 3 daggers shot straight at Ares, but Ares remained unharmed. He gritted his teeth, thinking like a tickle. He braced himself and created a protective circle, blocking all 3 of Odell's attacks. At this quick reaction, Odell thought, that huge body, yet his reflexes are unbelievable. He even has a personal protective shield. Even my black blades can't hit him. He's truly a monster. As soon as the thought passed, Ares clenched his fist, extending his other hand to grab Odell's head for an attack. As the fist neared his face, Odell shouted, "I surrender." The unexpected words startled Ares. He asked what? He angrily shouted, "I already said, you're not allowed to run away." Odell explained calmly, "Both my arms used to block are injured, and I'm out of mana. I can't continue fighting." He gently pushed Ares' fist away, thinking, getting injured before the practical exam would only be a disadvantage. I don't need to do that. And this is also to provoke him, which is why I surrendered. Ares, angry, put his hands on his hips and turned around, snapping, "Fine, get back to your seat." Odell smiled. "Thank you for your understanding." He turned back, furious. "Stop talking nonsense." Next, at Ares' angry demeanor, Odell smiled to himself. "I'm so scared I don't dare open my mouth anymore." As he walked down, the students below started whispering, "The class president tied with the examiner?" "After this, it's impossible." Another continued, "Even as a half-demon, the class president is still the class president." These discussions were within Odell's expectations. He smiled to himself. Everything went exactly as I planned. I got their attention with flashy moves while Ares looked like he couldn't do anything. In the practical exam, I have to be the clear center of the class. If Franz leads like in the original story, Class A will be wiped out. Witnessing the fight just now, Samuel approached, clenching his fists, and asked, "Why is it like that?" Odell turned back and replied, "You recover quickly." "And what the hell are you talking about?" Samuel said loudly, "I'm asking why." Odell adjusted his shirt and calmly explained, "Well, I ran out of mana and strength, so I had to surrender." Samuel cut him off, his voice angry. "No, I'm asking about that. The question is, why are you so strong?" His hand clenched into a fist, trembling slightly with anger. Odell looked at him and smiled. "Ah, maybe it's just natural talent." Samuel angrily asked again, "Is that all?" Odell replied, "Do I need another reason?" Samuel smirked mockingly. Unbelievable. A guy like you being that strong." Odell replied in a calm voice, "Weren't you also born into a privileged family and possessed that gluttony ability?" At these slightly pointed words, Samuel's face darkened. He said coldly, "What? You piece of trash. Watch your mouth. One day I'll break your teeth." As he spoke, his whole body radiated a thick, killing intent, looking at Samuel's darkened eyes. Odell wondered, but he didn't say anything. After staring at each other for a while, Samuel angrily turned and left with a cold, "Humph, you trash." Watching his retreating back, Odell thought, coming out of nowhere to start a fight, "I'm worried you won't listen to orders during the midterm exam." Franz approached, cutting through his train of thought. She said, "What is that all about? Why did you act like that?" Odell turned back and replied, "Samuel was the one who started it." She continued, her voice serious, "That's not the point. It's true that Samuel treats you badly, but I don't understand why you keep provoking his family. Just because I mention his family, you're making a big deal out of it? Compare to him looking down on you for being a half-demon." Hearing this, Franz closed her eyes slightly and sighed. "So you really don't know." She explained, "Samuel is the head of the Gluttony clan." Watching Samuel leave, he mumbled to himself, "A first-year student who just enrolled is already a clan head? Could it be?" As if understanding what he was thinking, Franz spoke up, explaining, "It's just as you think. His clan has been completely wiped out." Hearing these words, Odell went in his mind. "So that's it. No wonder he reacts like that every time his family is mentioned. She continued, during the great war between humans and demons, his entire bloodline was killed by humans. Only Samuel survived, so he became the clan head. Now do you understand why I blamed you? At that moment, Odell thought to himself, I was originally in the same situation of having my clan wiped out, but since I possessed him, I don't feel the real anger or sorrow. But Samuel is different. He witnessed and experienced that tragic scene firsthand. I used to think things like clan annihilation were just part of the story setup. I never expected the characters in my novel to become so alive like this. Then he turned to the girl, smiled, and said, from now on, I'll be more careful. She nodded in reply. You should. I'm leaving. Watching her retreating back, he said, good luck. The girl laughed loudly. Haha, a slave worrying about me? She looked back confidently and said, this is a piece of cake. Just sit there and watch. Watching the girls retreating back, Odell smiled, thinking, I thought she was all talk. Turns out she has a serious side too. But then, sounds from afar made him flinch. Franz, get out here. Then from that direction, desperate cries rang out. Get up now. Franz begged, please, spare me. At this scene, he frowned slightly. He thought, I should prepare for the next test too. The third test was stealth and magic theory. Since it was his specialty, there was nothing to worry about. As for magic theory, most of it was knowledge he already had, so it wasn't difficult either. As soon as he finished the test, the proctor announced, all right, everyone has worked hard. Get plenty of rest before the practical exam begins. The moment the words were out, he dropped his head onto the desk and let out a long sigh. Phew! Of all the tests, this was the easiest. My magic score might even be near perfect. But the problem is the practical exam after this. No matter how well I did in the previous subjects, if I died during the practical, it's all for nothing. Can I do it? Just thinking about the practical exam made him feel sick. Then from afar, a figure approached his desk, startling him. It was Franz. She crossed her arms and asked, how was the magic test? He replied, it was okay. What about you? She laughed loudly and asked back, take a guess. At her confident attitude, he thought, it seems this girl's specialty is magic, so she probably did well. If I don't humor her a little, she'll probably bother me all day. He said aloud, I bet you got a perfect score, right? Lost in thought, he continued, she clearly failed the weapon proficiency test, so why does she still like to show off so much? Hearing these words, the girl's attitude suddenly changed. Her face became stiff, and she looked hurt. Then she came over and grabbed him by the collar, shouting, what did you say, you bastard? Seeing her angry, he immediately explained, Hey, I just misspoke. I was too worried about the practical exam and said something stupid. The girl gave him a light punch in the face, shouting, go to hell. Then from outside, a young man with orange hair entered and said, hello, Class A. I received. However, this person looked somewhat familiar. He thought, Bantang, right? As expected, Bantang approached him and asked, oh, doing well? He replied enthusiastically, long time no see, Bantang. He thought to himself, why did this guy suddenly come here? For sure. At his polite attitude, Bantang smiled sheepishly and said, haha, you remember me? I appreciate that. But his attitude suddenly changed, his eyes filling with killing intent. He said coldly, but it seems you've gotten a lot stronger. At these slightly threatening words, Odell didn't back down. His whole body radiated streams of dark purple mana as he smiled and replied, thanks for the compliment. Thank you. Seeing Odell's firm attitude, Bantang sighed softly and said, actually, I wanted to have a match, but today, I have other business. This remark startled him. Then Franz turned and asked Bantang, you're a descendant of jealousy, right? I remember you from the entrance exam. It's been a while since we've met, huh? Looking at the girl, Bantang replied, and you're Franz, right? Hearing this, she smiled with delight, replying, exactly, Franz. Then he pointed to the door and said, I have something to do. Can you come with me? The girl angrily said, How dare you order me around? He replied, Haha, this time it's a meeting between the class presidents. The principal will also be attending, so you have to be there. At these words, Odell thought, a meeting? Franz interrupted, but I'm not the class president. Hearing this, Bantang asked back, Huh? You're not the class president? She smiled. Yes, although the class president is indeed my subordinate. But this guy is the class president. As she spoke, she looked at Odell, who was still sitting quietly. Her words startled Bantang. He glanced at him wondering what. Then he said, he did a 180-degree turn in his attitude, saying excitedly, You're the class president? I really want to have a match right now. Are you free? At this eager attitude, Odell thought, he's really crazy. Then he replied, We have to attend the class president meeting. Let's do it later. Please lead the way. At this blunt refusal, Bantang got slightly angry, turned around, and said, Then let's go. And Franz, you should come too. She smirked and replied, I'm the class president's master. Of course I have to follow him. Bantang, walking ahead, heard this and laughed loudly. You guys have fun playing together. All right, now let's go. Franz's face was cheerful, as happy as if she'd won the lottery. She quickly said, Follow me, while he behind her grimaced and cursed under his breath. Oh my God, what the hell is happening? The scene changes to the hallway. Odell stepped forward. He asked, By the way, why was the class president meeting called? Bantang replied as he walked. To assign zones. This midterm exam is an invasion of the human world. You know that, right? He, from behind, replied, So that's it. So the meeting is to decide which areas each class will attack. Hearing these words, Bantang turned back and praised. You catch on quick. It's no mistake you were chosen as class president, even if you're a half-demon. Still better than some big-headed, pea-brained people like someone I know. As he finished speaking, he pushed open the door, and the three of them entered the room. At this time, Renee, Diana, and the other class presidents were present in the room. Seeing his arrival, Renee wondered to herself, Odell? Why is he here? Next to her were the class president of Class D, Guaya, and the class president of Class B, Edrong. Bantang was the class president of Class E. He looked at the person sitting in the front and said, Everyone has arrived, Mr. Principal. Seeing the three enter, the principal said, Come in quickly, Class A president, Odell. This remark startled Renee, surprised to learn that Odell was the class president. Edrong showed a look of boredom and asked again, What? That guy is the class president. Guaya next to him let out a cold humph and didn't answer. He entered with a bright smile and said, Yes, thank you for calling. Diana was equally surprised and turned to tease Renee. What? Your retainer is that impressive. These words made Renee's face turn shy, and she didn't answer. Seeing that attitude, Odell thought to himself, So I never told Renee that I was the class president. It's probably going to be hard to explain later. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the principal said, If everyone is here, then let's begin now. Everyone please sit down. Of course, Guaya suddenly stepped out, looked at Odell, and sneered. How ridiculous. A half-demon as a class president. Then he looked at Franz behind him and continued, And that idiot behind him, who bears the name of the seven sins, has now been kicked out of the class president's seat. Studying with this drag, even Seberic passing by wouldn't be able to help laughing. Isn't that right? Edrung, still with his face down on the table, continued, Haha, you're not wrong. At these words, Franz's whole body trembled with anger, but she couldn't say a word. Odell remained calm, but thoughts started to appear in his head. What is this? What kind of atmosphere is this? This isn't a meeting, it's a trap. Guaya looked up and threatened. You'd better get out of my sight right now, you damn parasite. At this threat, Odell didn't flinch. His eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with a heavy, killing intent. He snorted coldly in his mind. surrounded by enemies on all sides. Looking at the current scene, we can see Odell being dwarfed by Guea's massive frame. He thought to himself, I just followed Bantang to the meeting room, and now I've run into this. Even the principal is tacitly allowing this situation to happen. Did they intentionally set this up to test whether I'm qualified or not? If that's the case, I have to show a little of my strength. Seeing Odell just standing there without saying a word, Guea said angrily, Are you deaf? Then he approached and grabbed his head, continuing, Talking won't work. But immediately, Odell used his hand to push away his arm, wrapping his own tightly around it. He gripped his dagger tightly, aiming it straight at Guea's throat in an incredibly swift moment. As the dagger neared, Guea immediately used physical enhancement, knocking his blow away. But at this moment, countless daggers created by dark magic appeared in the air, waiting to rain down. Seeing this, Guea's whole body flared with anger, veins popping on his face. He shouted, You damn half-demon! Then he threw a series of punches, blocking the daggers that were flying straight at him. As soon as he finished defending, Odell didn't give him a chance to rest, immediately rushing in to close the distance. In that instant, Guea shouted, I'll smash your head in. His hands clenched, radiating terrifying physical strength, and he attacked straight at Odell. He was not to be outdone. His hand gripped his dagger tightly, his whole body radiating a dark aura that enveloped the space. Damn it! With a single slash, he easily left a cut on Guea's arm to his astonished gaze. Noticing the wound, Guea clutched his arm and let out a pained, pathetic cry. Watching the two fight, Renee thought to herself, sword key. Back to the fight, Odell approached and grabbed Guea's angry face. He held it tight, then aimed his dagger straight at the top of his head, making him tremble with fear. Just as the dagger was a few millimeters from Guea's eye, the principal from behind interrupted. That's enough. Stop, and everyone return to your seats. These words were like a lifeline for Guea. His whole body trembled at the scene that had just unfolded. Back to Odell, his attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. He sheathed his dagger, smiled, and said, Are you satisfied now? Guea, at this point, collapsed to the ground, speechless. The principal looked at him, smiled, and said, That's enough. Then she ordered, Odell, sit next to Idrong. He nodded and replied, Yes. Guea looked at his injured arm and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Watching the show from the outside, Bantang said, Oh, so he's stronger than I thought. Franz, beside him, smiled excitedly. Ha, that's my slave. Renee was still lost in thought. Another skill I don't know about. Diana turned coolly and said, Impressive, as expected of Renee's retainer. After everyone had settled down, the principal said, All right, now that things have settled down, let's start the meeting. The only reason I've summoned you here is to assign attack zones for each class president in the practical combat exam in the human world. Odell continued, I've heard a little about it, but I want to know exactly how the zones are divided. Immediately, the principal summoned a cubic orb in her hand, looked at him, and said, Seeing it directly is better than just hearing about it. From the orb, a large map appeared in midair. Looking at it, Renee wondered, Is this a map? The principal replied, That's right, but everyone knows this isn't an ordinary map, right? Odell said, This is a map of the human world's continent. The principal laughed, Haha, that's right. Actually, I was hoping Class A would attack here, but it seems I underestimated the class president. Looking at the marked location, Odell mumbled to himself, Is that the Royal Academy? The principal continued, So, I've decided to give you an even more difficult mission. These words made the corner of Odell's mouth twitch slightly. He thought to himself, Attacking the Royal Academy is already the most dangerous mission in the human world, and they're giving us an even harder one? Is there something I don't know? The principal continued, According to information from one of our spies, One of the first-year classes in the human world will be conducting an off-campus lesson to attack a hidden realm. Realizing the principal's intention, Odell mumbled to himself, "Ah, so that's it. We only have to attack a first-year class far from the school, so they think it's easier to make a move. Even though the first years are the weakest, the problem is..." The principal continued, "So wouldn't it be better to have Class A attack an urban area instead of the Royal Academy?" At this suggestion, Franz suddenly stood up, clenched her fists, and said excitedly, "That's right. What's the point of fighting a bunch of brats? Class A should attack the capital." This remark left Odell speechless, but the thoughts continued in his head. The spy still doesn't have the exact time, but the protagonist group has already surpassed the descendants of the Seven Sins. Their true nature will be revealed in the inter-school tournament after the Royal Academy's midterm exam ends, and in the class we have to attack. There is a member of the protagonist group. His hands clenched tightly. If a fight breaks out, except for Bantang's and Diana's classes, all the other classes will be wiped out. Which area will yield the best result? The area our class has to go to is... Franz continued, "Our Class A will." But as she spoke, Odell immediately cut her off. "We will attack one of the first-year classes of the Royal Academy." The moment these words were out, Franz angrily looked at him and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? We have to go to the capital." At his answer, Guayel looked over and snorted coldly. What a bunch of weak half-demons, scared of just a group of humans and choosing to back down. At this taunt, he turned, his eyes turning cold. He replied, "I should have gouged out one of your eyes before. That way, you probably wouldn't dare to look at me now." At this threat, Guaya shot to his feet, shouting, "You bastard." Seeing things start to get chaotic, the principal said, "Stop." Then she looked at Odell and asked, "Why did you choose such an easy area? I thought you would say you wanted to attack the capital." He was still lost in thought. They probably don't know, but that's the class of one of the protagonist group members, and they're the most dangerous opponents. Even so, I still have to take the risk and go there, because there's an elixir there. Normally, one of the protagonist companions would drink it, but I have to get it at all costs. As soon as he finished thinking, he said, "The reason is because of my special ability." This remark startled the principal. "A special ability?" He nodded and replied, "Yes. First of all, I'm extremely talented in assassination, but there's no reason to cause a commotion in a city full of people like the capital. Most of the area is very crowded, so leading dozens of people on an assassination is clearly very dangerous. Of course, killing all the witnesses would also solve that problem." At this bold idea, the principal smiled and said, "I see. More than I expected. You understand both the terrain of the human world and your own strength. In that case, there's no reason to stop you. Class A will be assigned to attack the first-year class of the Royal Academy." At this decision, Odell thanked the principal. Then he immediately stood up and said, "Then I'll take my leave to inform my classmates." He thought to himself, "I should get out of here before the principal changes her mind." Then he turned to Franz and said, "Let's go." The girl was very surprised by this decision, but also a little startled. She replied, "Oh yes." After the two left, the room suddenly became unusually quiet. Idrung crossed his arms and sneered, "Impressive. He's a retainer of the Ba Zed family, right? I never thought you'd pick up someone like that." These words were directed at Renee, making her embarrassed and silent. She was still lost in thought. The thing Odell used just now was definitely Sword Ki. But just recently, he couldn't even manifest Sword Ki. How'd he do it? Her gaze fell, becoming heavy. Odell has always been good at hiding things. Was it really? What is this heart-wrenching feeling? Bantang leaned back in his chair, sighing softly. During the martial arts competition, he was only a little strong. How did he mature so quickly? This makes me want to fight him even more. Huh. The principal walked to the window. Her gaze distant, she thought, "Now I understand why Instructor Aries warned us to be careful with Odell. He defeated one of the descendants of the Seven Sins just to prove his strength. He could have chosen a harder area, but he acted extremely cautiously. His judgment and strength are both outstanding. He's too valuable a seedling to be discarded just because of Ares' warning if he's guided correctly. He could become a true hunting dog like those of the Aeson family. But if I can't tame him, then the only option left is the same as with those 6 human families. Walking down the hallway, Odell mumbled to himself, "Finally, tomorrow the real practical exam begins. I need to prepare thoroughly." The scene changes to the next day in a large hall. Odell and the other students, dressed in combat gear, walked inside. 2 people behind him wondered, "Our class is going to kill human heroes?" Another boasted, "My family is their target. This is really something to look forward to." Another person beside him clenched his fist, raised it high, and said with determination, "Let's show those inferior humans the power of Class A." Looking at everyone's confidence, Odell thought to himself, "We sent false information that we would attack Dormitory 53. Therefore, the instructors of the Imperial Academy will flock to the dormitory area. Only one instructor will follow the first-year class outside. If my prediction is correct, that instructor is a 5th Circle mage. My goal is to hunt and kill that person. Facing the protagonist companion is already difficult enough, so I have to deal with that instructor first. After that, I have to seize the elixir from the secret base." Seeing that everyone had gathered, Ares looked down and announced, "The principal will speak now. All of you be silent." The principal slowly walked up from behind, looking down at the crowd. She said sternly, "Students, the war has now officially begun. You will face the commoners who killed your parents. Brothers, friends, among the lives in Saitan, no one has escaped that pain. All of you must have witnessed precious bonds being destroyed, and you could only embrace the bodies of your families and cry out in grief. Those cowardly and despicable humans have even insulted our corpses. But now, it's our turn to hunt humans." At the principal's powerful declaration, the students below cheered in unison to boost morale. Looking at the scene before him, Odell thought, "This scene is like a frenzy." The principal's speech has pushed morale to its peak. As soon as she finished speaking, the principal extended her hand, giving a blessing to all the students below. Watching this action, Odell thought, to be able to bless so many people at once. The principal is truly a monster. It would be terrifying to face her. Then she turned to the instructors and said, "Now, instructors, lead your students." Idea, beside her, added, "We will proceed to the train. Please move in an orderly fashion." The train immediately started moving. At this time, all the students of class were on board. The train's announcer came on. "This is the train to the Dimensional Gate. Passengers, please prepare for the upcoming impact." Idea entered and said cheerfully, "We will arrive in about an hour. Please rest comfortably while you wait." Everyone started to relax, but Odell's gaze became more intense than ever. He thought, "A dimensional gate? It must cost hundreds of holy stones to transport so many students." But later in the story, more and more gates appear, connecting to the human world, and eventually, the 2 worlds merged into one. Seeing him lost in thought, Luna turned around and offered him a piece of dried meat, saying, "Odell, do you want some? It's dried spirit deer meat. It's delicious." Taking the piece of meat, he said, "Thanks, I'll eat it." Watching him eat greedily, she asked, "Is it good?" He nodded and replied, "Yeah, it's delicious." Then he muttered, "Time to check my current status." A system window appeared before him. Race, half-demon, alignment, neutral talents, position swap, traits, interest, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana control, eye of pride, willpower. Mana, 1,381. Looking at his mana stat, he muttered, "My mana is still too weak. Even though I try to cultivate every night before sleep, this is the result. I must get that elixir." Maybe my willpower will get stronger? Seeing him continue to ponder, Luna called out, "What are you thinking about so intently?" Suddenly, a stream of energy enveloped her body, startling her. She exclaimed, "What's this?" My body suddenly, at that moment. Not only her, but Odell too was enveloped by a stream of energy. He looked at it and muttered, "I only lifted Luna by a few centimeters, but that's enough to apply in actual combat. Experimentation is paramount. I must not be complacent and must constantly evolve, because later, it will be considered a transcendent ability, like its own separate domain, because it allows me to control gravity." All right, this test is fine, but he was still worried. It's the Knights of the Continent. There's a chance I might run into the one who wanted to kill me. In the story, Bell reported to his superiors that I fell off a cliff and died, but I didn't fall, and I went to the demon world and learned of the Asen family's betrayal. So, Bell can only assume I died here. Of course, Principal Lucian would also think so through the spy network. But you can never be too careful. It's best to find a mask to cover my face. Suddenly, the train car shook violently, startling the other students. The announcer's voice came on, "We are about to arrive." Just a few minutes later, the train officially stopped. As soon as everyone got out, a huge block of magic stone greeted their eyes. Odell approached and let out a soft "Oh." "It's all magic stone. Selling one of these would give you enough gold to live for a year. It's such a waste to use so much for a one-time use portal. If they had waited a little longer, the price would have been much cheaper." Seeing that everyone had gathered, Idea approached and said, "All right, I'm sure everyone knows where this is." Then she approached and placed her hand on a nearby crate, continuing, "Before we depart, everyone take one item for yourselves." Someone came over and handed him a mask. He looked at it and mumbled, "Is this a mask? Perfect timing. I was just wondering where to find one." Idea picked up a mask, put it on, and explained, "This mask is enchanted with magic to reduce recognition. It will help you hide your identity. Those wearing the mask can still recognize each other, so don't worry too much." Then she looked at him and said, "Class president, try it on." He nodded and replied, "Yes." Then she turned to everyone and said, "Everyone, try them on too." As she finished speaking, he and the other students immediately put on their masks. As soon as he put it on, his vision improved significantly, making him let out a soft "Oh." "My vision is even better than normal. I'm starting to like this." "Thanks." Idea approached and asked, "How is it? Can you see more clearly?" He replied, "Yes, it's more effective than I expected." Then she held out some sort of sticks and said, "Haha, and take this too." He looked at the wood-like sticks in front of him and asked, "What is this?" She replied, "It's preserved food. Eat one a day and you won't need to eat meals. But don't eat too much on the battlefield. It tastes like dirt mixed with insect guts." This remark made Odell flinch slightly as he passed by. She continued, "Anyway, one a day is enough." "Understood." He nodded, "Yes." But in his heart, he cursed, it tastes terrible." After finishing her instructions, Idea continued, "Now, before we enter the gate, I will explain the procedure of the exam. First, in this exam, the instructors will not accompany you." The moment she finished speaking, the students below started whispering amongst themselves. "Not accompanying us? No way. Then who will lead us?" She immediately reassured them. "After all, this is an exam exclusively for students. Therefore, we have assigned objectives appropriate for your level. If the instructors participated, what kind of test would it be? And besides, after this, the instructors have to prepare to reopen the gate to bring you back." She continued, "Therefore, from this moment on, all authority of the instructors will be transferred to the class president. All students must obey the class president's orders first and foremost." Then she approached and pinned a flower on his chest, explaining, "This is the Saitan flower, a symbol of Saitan, representing the leader of the team. And take this map too. I heard from the principal that you know how to read maps. Then she turned to leave. I hope it will be helpful to you. He nodded and said, thank you. Once everything was done, she said, now, open the gate. Good luck to all of you. As soon as the words were out, the pillars studded with magic stones radiated a huge amount of energy. From behind, space gates began to appear one by one. Looking ahead, putting on his mask, Odell mumbled to himself, everything is ready. To them, this is a strange world. To me, this is hell. At all costs, I will survive and return.